Number 1 on the world rankings, number 1 character level on the entire server, number 1 in arena battle points in the world's most famous mobile game. Arena, a legend who set unprecedented records. He was none other than Hyun Yu, also known as My God. However, he had decided to permanently leave that virtual world to focus on reality, so he deleted his game account. When his best friend, Yang Chan, confronted him about it, Hyun Yu boldly declared that games were just for entertainment, not a place to sell your soul for money. Now, he decided he would complete his military service and then inherit the business his father left behind. But you never know what life has in store. 2 years later, on the day Hyun Yu was discharged from the military, his family's company, which had already been in decline, went bankrupt. His father was also bedridden, and debts just kept piling up. The super-rich heir of the Damn Shoe Corporation now had to work a part-time job at a convenience store for $9 an hour. He often had to fill his stomach with nearly expired lunchboxes from the store. As everything fell apart, Hyun Yu cut off contact with his best friend. However, his friend was still extremely eager to help. Yang Chan then suggested that Hyun Yu return to Arena. The profits from that game could easily reach 6 figures. Those words were like a guiding light in the darkness of his life, and so Hyun Yu decided to go back. First, he had to go to a shopping center to buy a game capsule. However, when he saw the price, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. Hyun Yu began to wonder what he should raccoon. In the end, he had to spend his own money to buy it, hoping to change his life. Just then, Hanbik, with his arm around a woman, came over to taunt him. He was the son of his father's colleague. Ignoring his harsh words, Hyun Yu just turned to leave. At that moment, Hanbik foolishly revealed a shocking truth to him. The one who had single-handedly driven Hyun Yu's family into this desperate situation was his own father. This left him utterly stunned. Immediately after, Hanbik even cursed his father to die in his hospital bed, which was more than Hyun Yu could take. He swung his fist and punched him right in the mouth. Seeing this, security guards from all over immediately rushed in to intervene. Hyun Yu, furious, kept yelling insults at him. He carved this grudge deep into his heart. When he left the convenience store, the heavy rain mirrored the turmoil in Hyun Yu's heart. He just walked through the downpour. His face darkened as he thought about the root of all his problems. Money. He couldn't understand why Hanbik, after causing all this, still had the audacity to come and mock him. Because of that, Hyun Yu became determined to get his revenge. His tears mixed with the rain, and a heavy sense of helplessness weighed on his heart. Suddenly, a news report on TV about the salaries of arena streamers reminded him of his goal once again. Hyun Yu just stood there, frozen, thinking about it for a long time. So, he swallowed his pride and called Yang Chan, his best friend, to ask for help. Yang Chan was extremely worried, constantly asking how Hyun Yu was doing. Then, he gathered all his courage to speak his mind. I want to go back to Arena. After Hyun Yu logged into the game, the people in the management office were shocked. They were once again thrown into a panic by the name My God. Although the department head didn't care, the game manager was a bit curious. So, she asked for Hyun Yu's status information. Hearing this, and quickly reported all the information about his test. In just an instant, Hyun Yu had set a new record on the magic assessment device. At that moment, Hyun Yu was incredibly excited and wanted to continue the test. He had completely made up his mind to become a gamer once again. Yang Chan generously stood in front of his capsule and offered, "Here, use it as you like." Hyun Yu, feeling a bit guilty, turned to him and said, "Sorry about this, Yang Chan. I know I have no right to say this, but I promise I'll pay you back later." Hearing that, his friend immediately slapped him on the back and chided, "What are you thinking so much for? It's been so long since I've seen you." Yang Chan clenched his fist, smiling as he reminded him, "You rotten bastard, don't you dare cut me off again." And with that, Hyun Yu successfully logged into the game. He tried a sword swing. Hyun Yu commanded seriously, "Anne, begin." She replied hesitantly, "The level 10, assessment, as you wish." As the game's light shone on his face once again, Hyun Yu sighed with a bit of anxiety. Phew, it's been a long time since I last fought in Arena. Looking at the dark elf warrior before him, the space grew quiet. He thought nervously, so this is my opponent, a dark elf warrior. Just then, Hyun Yu closed his eyes and let out a breath. The first fight back isn't so bad, but I shouldn't get too excited. Gotta steady my breathing. Seeing this, Anne shouted in worry. "Ah!" she yelled in a panic. "Hyun Yu, it's attacking you!" He rushed forward with a dagger, yelling aggressively, "Your mistake was daring to close your eyes in front of me, human." Hyun Yu easily sidestepped and retorted, "A mistake? I don't think so." Witnessing this scene, couldn't help but scream in panic. A level 1 character just blocked an attack from a dark elf warrior. At that moment, his sword was still smoking. Hyun Yu let out a sigh of relief. "It's been a long time since I had to fight above my level. Glad I'm not rusty." The reason I was able to become the #1 player, my god, is because no one could match my ability to control level gaps. A whole series of Dark Elf warriors were defeated. Powerless, they kept telling themselves, we have to be faster, stronger. Looking at him, they couldn't hide their anger. This damn human. His attacks are getting more and more fatal. Back in the real world, Yang Chan sighed helplessly. I get it, so that's what happened. What are friends for? The coming months are going to be even tougher. So just come and stay with me. The favors, the desperation, and the hatred. At that moment, he had just delivered a finishing blow to a Dark Elf warrior. As he swung his sword, he affirmed that he would repay all of it. And to Raccoon that, I'll return to my golden age at a speed no one could ever imagine. In her office, the game manager, after observing all of this, suddenly stood up. She broke into a nervous sweat and muttered to herself, a newly created level 1 character just defeated a level 10 warrior. That's truly unbelievable. I guess a legend is always a legend, huh? My god. And shouted from behind him. Congratulations, the assessment will now conclude. And so, Hyun-Yu began the game. Raccoon was the first to greet him. Oh, are you a visitor here? I am Raccoon, the chief of Aslan Village. He gave Hyun-Yu a chest and said, it's a pleasure to meet you, Kang Hyun-Yu. This is your assessment reward. Inside it was the Ring of the Titan's spirit. It could help a player comprehend the willpower of the legendary Titan and increase certain stats. Hyun-Yu cheered as he happily equipped it. A rare item that's above my combat level. What a great start. Just then, Yan sent him a message to check in. You finished the test already? Hyun-Yu exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Yan-chan. Then he continued texting. I'll grab a ride to pick you up. Meet me at the East Gate. I'll be your chauffeur. Aslan stood behind him, waving and smiling goodbye. Come again soon. Hyun-Yu hesitated, declining. I need to craft this one item first. Next time, he asked with a bit of curiosity. An item? Hyun-Yu then declared, just you wait, I'll show you. Hearing that, Yan-chan felt a little more at ease. He just started the game and he's already got everything planned out. Right after that, Hyun-Yu sent another message. Ah, lend me 50 gold. I forgot I'm completely broke. He repeated, confused. 50 gold? There used to be an item that all the veteran players used, the experience elixir. A common item that could increase experience gain by 20% for 4 hours. For the dirt cheap price of 3,000 gold, the experience elixir was an incredible value. But the supplier suddenly vanished, and the elixir was forgotten. Or so people thought, because I'm the supplier. Hyun-Yu smiled with immense pride. I'm the only one who still knows how to make the experience elixir. If I put it up for auction, I could jack the price up to the sky. But right after, he looked back at his item list and felt a bit disappointed. But the ingredients just aren't dropping. This isn't helping. Raccoon, I have to go to a dungeon to find them? What happened next annoyed Hyun-Yu even more. Someone blocked his path, telling him he couldn't enter. Jun-Yu rested a sword on his shoulder, looking incredibly arrogant. He placed a sign reading Black Tower Guild Territory and declared that this dungeon belonged to the Black Tower clan and wasn't a place for some ignorant noob to be wandering around. Standing before him, Hyun-Yu gritted his teeth and thought, this dungeon is the only place I can get the final ingredient. Who the hell is this guy? Humph. Then he spoke slowly, advising, you should step aside while I'm still being nice. But the guy, not knowing his place, growled, hey noob, I'll let it slide this time, so just shut up and leave. Hey! Hyun-Woo, losing his patience, pushed Jun-Woo aside and yelled, get out of the way, I'm in a hurry. Immediately, the guy swung his sword at him. Jun-Yu spoke condescendingly, repeating himself, hey noob, didn't you hear what I said? Piss off. Hyun-Yu trembled with rage, slowly turning his head back and muttering, noob. He grabbed the guy's blade and said, my life depends on this game. I don't want to waste a single second. Hyun-Yu's eyes filled with killing intent as he turned back with a challenge. You dare make a character deletion bet with a noob like me, or are you all talk? To be clear, in a character deletion duel, whoever loses has their character wiped, but since no player could accept that risk, it no longer existed. Hearing this made Jun-Yu even angrier. He gritted his teeth and hissed out every word, I fucking accept. You'll be resetting your character soon enough, noob, Hyun-Yu thought to himself, but from now on, the character deletion duel will be reborn. The system announced, player Kang Hyun-Yu has initiated a duel with winner takes all and loser deletes character rules. Accept or decline. Jun-Yu immediately accepted. The system registered, player Park Jun-Yu has accepted the duel. The match is about to begin, the guy warned loudly. There's no turning back now. Numbers began to count down. 5, 4. Hyun-Yu raised his hand to summon his sword and declared, I'll finish you in 5 minutes. You can start saying goodbye to your character. This enraged Jun-Yu, who screamed, what? Shut your damn mouth! The system continued its countdown. 3, 2. Hyun-Yu continued to taunt. Don't freak out, because you'll never get a second chance to fight me. Just consider this a lesson. Then the final count echoed. 1, The system announced, "The match has begun." Junyu fell silent, glaring at him and replying, "I'll be watching to see how long you can keep running that mouth of yours." Immediately, Hyunyu lunged straight at him. Junyu looked dismissive. "Is that it?" he said smugly. "With the agility of a scrub? You think you can catch me? Dream on." Hyunyu leaned to the side, managing to block his opponent's sword strike. He blocked it? Junyu was shocked. "No way, I'm definitely a higher level than him. Does he have a unique item?" he thought, stunned. "I just noticed. For a rookie, he's way too calm. Could it be?" The thought popped into Junyu's head, berserk skill. Hyunyu was clear-headed, thinking to himself, "Too predictable. You're scared already?" He swiftly dodged the counterattack. "This guy has too many openings." Hyunyu shot a sharp glare at his opponent, his pupils glowing red. "Humph." The guy screamed in terror. "You cowardly bastard." An idea sparked in Hyunyu's mind. "Can't get rid of the pain sensation." Hyunyu thought confidently, "Then this will be even easier for me." The system displayed a caption, "Power of the Titan activated. Strength stat will be increased for a limited time." He launched a powerful counterattack that sent Junyu flying backward. He roared, his face contorted with rage. "Damn it! How am I getting overpowered by some scrub?" His eyes trembled, revealing an unconcealable fear. Junyu was desperate. "Who the hell is this bastard?" Hyunyu swung his arm forward decisively, his voice cold. "It's not a good idea to get distracted in the middle of a fight. In that case, I'll just end this for you quickly." He resolved to himself, "I have to block this hit." Junyu's eyes widened, his expression one of horror as he broke out in a sweat. "Huh? My body." Hyunyu swung his sword, slicing horizontally through the guy's body. He stood with a stern expression, his tone calm. "If you can't feel pain, you can't know the state your own body is in." A notification appeared brilliantly. "Victory! You have won the solo match. You will receive rewards based on the winner-takes-all agreement." Hyunwoo raised his hand to the sky, feeling incredibly relieved. Whoa, he had a ton of items. I hit the jackpot. Now, I just need to find that last ingredient. After the battle, Hyunwoo went to Aslan's workshop in the crafting area and began to craft. This tool crafts items on behalf of the player. However, it cannot make up for your skill. "Crafting complete," he said with a hint of regret. "It's a shame I can only use this once a month, but luckily I still remember the exact recipe." He shouted joyfully. "Growth elixir complete." The system provided details about the item, Ancient Elixir of Rapid Growth, an elixir crafted using an ancient method. Unique grade, effect increases EXP by 20% for 4 hours. Holding the vial in his hand, Hyunwoo said excitedly, "Now then, shall we make some money?" And so, on that day, in Arena's exclusive marketplace, the Arena Exchange, a forgotten item appeared. A man exclaimed in shock, "What? An EXP elixir is up for auction?" Everyone's attention was focused on the auction. Only a single vial of the elixir was being sold. People from all over participated in the auction to win it. Its value skyrocketed at a dizzying pace. As a result, the price of elixirs increased exponentially. Last month, the highest price for an elixir was only 3,000 gold, but now it's up to 5,000. Hyunwoo crossed his arms, his voice thoughtful. 5,000 gold to pay Dad's hospital bills and cover living expenses. And that'll leave me with about 2,000 gold. 1 gold is $1. So playing this game is definitely 1,000 times better than any part-time job. He calculated silently in his head. If I want to become a streamer or a pro gamer, I need to level up and increase my combat power. First things first, I have to level up and get some good gear. Hyunwoo thought carefully. If I don't want to waste the rest of my gold, I'll buy the most practical gear instead of flashy stuff. A string of stats for each piece of equipment was displayed. Low-grade miscellaneous wind leather jacket, red-chained rat leather pants, sharp longsword. Deo spoke in amazement. "You've changed a lot since last time," he asked. "Did you join a cult or something?" Hyunwoo replied simply, "Of course not." A girl passing by exclaimed, "Look at that guy," she added mockingly. "He looks just like a walking traffic light." Hyunwoo fumed inwardly. Asterisk, these idiots. Don't they know practicality is way more important than looks? Asterisk, Dio spoke, a bit apprehensively. "Your face is turning the same color as your pants. Are you okay?" He tried to stay calm and answered bluntly, "Just give me the quest." Ferocious wolves bared their sharp teeth, their eyes glowing bright red. They growled menacingly. He stood among the pack in a defensive stance, his sword resting on his shoulder, his eyes fixed on them. Hyunwoo leaped into the air, unleashing a powerful slash. He could feel the change. His stats had increased quite a bit. Asterisk, my body feels so much lighter. Asterisk, Hyunwoo thought to himself. Asterisk, you really raccoon, get what you pay for. Asterisk, he spoke with a satisfied tone. It's a fashion disaster, but it's extremely effective. A system notification appeared. Quest complete. Defeat forest wolves 15 out of 15. Collect forest wolf fangs, 15 out of 15. Asterisk. Time to head back and turn in the items to Dio to get my reward. Asterisk. He motivated himself. Come on, Kang Hyun-yu. Your life depends on this game. You're not just playing for fun anymore. Time is money. Next up, the Goblin Dungeon. Today's goal is to reach level 10. In the area outside the dungeon, many players with diverse outfits and weapons were gathered. Hyun-woo noted to himself. Asterisk. Just as I expected, there are a lot of people at the Goblin Dungeon. Asterisk. A burly soldier in black armor approached him. Hey there. We're currently recruiting a main attacker. Hyun-woo introduced himself. I'm a main attacker. Can I join? The man smiled and replied, of course. Suddenly he hesitated. But wait. He rejected him. It looks like you don't have any poison resistance gear. You should probably go find a newbie party. As you can see, our party is quite strong. Hyun-woo reacted sharply. A newbie party? He turned to leave, his voice arrogant. Who raccoon you think I am? Even without poison resistance gear, I can still dodge any poison the goblins spit. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. So you have experience clearing the Goblin Dungeon, right? So-mi asked timidly. This is our first time clearing the Goblin Dungeon, so we're looking for someone with experience. If it's okay, would you please join our party? She looked up at him with hopeful eyes. Would you? Hyun-woo accepted confidently. Sure, of course. I'll carry the team. This will all be over in no time. So-mi announced to her teammates. Hey everyone, I found our last member. Hyun-woo glanced over each of them with a cold expression. They remained wary, not trusting him at all. So-mi smiled brightly. Why don't we introduce ourselves? I'm Choi So-mi, a level 20 priestess. He introduced himself. I'm Hyun-woo, a level 20 warrior. Hyun-woo smiled, thinking to himself, asterisk, Arena's best system feature is its character information privacy. Asterisk. So-mi's 3 party members introduced themselves in turn. The first man spoke, Choi Jin-gu, level 20 warrior. Next was Park Cheon-min, level 22 archer. The last girl said, I'm Jia, a level 23 mage. Jin-yu looked at him and asked doubtfully, but are you sure you'll be okay without any poison resistance gear? Hyun-woo answered confidently, I'm confident in my own skills. So-mi cut in. Appa, why are you being so rude to our new member? Don't you trust me? Jin-yu replied nonchalantly. Yeah, I don't. I'd rather not die because you messed up, she snapped. Then just go die. His voice immediately softened. We'll see what he's made of soon enough. Let's just head in. Inside the cave, 2 gray-skinned goblins with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp teeth bared them menacingly. They were already waiting, and as soon as the party appeared, they immediately rushed in to attack. Jin-yu warned his teammates, get ready. This is our first time clearing this dungeon. One goblin blew hard through a long pipe, sending a poison-tipped dart flying out. Jin-yu yelled urgently. Tank! Jia's voice was resolute. Over here! Chun-min drew his bow and shouted double shot. Not to be outdone, Jia also launched an attack. Magic arrow. Hyun-woo silently observed. Asterisk. Even though they acted all worried, this team's synergy is actually pretty good. Asterisk. He found it a bit strange. Asterisk. So, why did they even need to recruit me? Asterisk. Oh well, as long as I'm leveling up, who gives a damn? The defeated creatures lay motionless on the ground, their bodies fading into blue cubes. Jin-woo breathed a sigh of relief, his face drenched in sweat. We've been in here for an hour, right? Jia looked at him admiringly. Hyun-woo, I have to admit, you're pretty good. Cheon-min nodded in agreement. Yeah, that's right. Your sword moves are so swift. Are you using some kind of special gear? Hyun-woo stated firmly. I told you, it's all skill. So-mi plopped down tiredly. Appa, let's rest for a bit. Jin-woo added. All right, let's rest and recover. We have to face the hobgoblins next. Hyun-woo asked, puzzled. Hobgoblins? Has no one here ever killed a boss before? Jin-woo replied thoughtfully. Only I have. He stood aside, thinking quietly. Asterisk. Well, for a level 20 party, hobgoblins are pretty tough. It's been a while since I've fought one too. Asterisk. Jin-woo carefully instructed each member. So-mi, pay close attention to your buff timing. Manage it carefully so you don't waste mana. His voice turned stern. You too, Chon-min. If you hit a teammate with an arrow, I'll skin you alive. The boy protested. I won't make a mistake like that again. Hyun-woo wondered inwardly. Asterisk. So you're telling me there's a chance I could get shot in the back by accident? Asterisk. Confirming target. Cheon-min placed his hand on the floor, sensing the subtle movements. He announced, it's here. Cheon-min confirmed the target, a hobgoblin nest. Jin-woo began assigning roles. Tank, you handle the minions. In the meantime, Hyun-woo and I will buy time. You too, So-mi. Don't forget to provide cover, she replied, confirming she understood the mission. Jin-woo gripped the sharp mace in his hand, filled with determination. It's time to take down the final boss. A system message appeared. You have received the nun's blessing. Your strength and agility stats have increased. The hobgoblin let out a roar, a piercing one, ordering its minions to attack. Hyun Yu and Jin Yu coordinated smoothly, covering each other during each wave of attacks. While struggling against them, he suddenly heard a mumble in his ear. The hobgoblin was chanting a magic spell, its hand glowing purple as it gathered a stream of dark energy. He shouted a warning to Jin Yu, "Dodge it." He raised his shield to block, his body pushed back as he tried to withstand the force of the attack. Somi shouted worriedly, "Appa!" Cheonmin let out a scream. Hyun Yu felt a deep sense of unease. A mutated hobgoblin that can use magic has been revived? He was extremely tense now. If it fires another dark orb, we're screwed. I have to take it down before it can attack. Hyun Yu asked his teammates for support. "Support! Cover me!" he urged loudly. "What are you two doing? Cover me, now!" The two of them stammered. Right." Hyun Yu cursed inwardly. Why are they just standing there watching? Where's the teamwork from before? The hobgoblin opened its mouth wide, continuing to chant the evil spell. His eyes widened in horror. It's casting a dark orb. Sensing danger from behind, he glanced back just as an arrow grazed past his sword. It pierced right into the creature's right eye, making it roar in pain. Hyun Yu was annoyed. Getting in the way at a crucial moment? Chunmin quickly spoke up. "Sorry." He felt outraged. Was he trying to kill me or what? Hyun Yu resolved himself. "But first, taking this thing down is the priority," he said confidently. "A mere hobgoblin can't take me down." Hyun Yu shouted for help. "Support!" He continued to urge them sternly. "What are you doing? Attack already!" The two were startled into action. "Yes!" Rhea quickly struck, piercing through the hobgoblin's chest and leaving a scorched hole. A system notification window appeared. "You have slain the dungeon's final boss." Rhea cheered happily. "We took down the hobgoblin!" Cheonmin immediately corrected her. "Not we, just Hyun Yu." Somi smiled, her voice full of admiration. "Appa, you're so cool." He could only feel helpless. "These damn brats." Cheonmin approached him, a bit embarrassed after his earlier mistake. That was just a small mistake earlier, right?" a group member asked. "What about these items?" another person answered. "Doesn't Hyun Yu deserve to take it all?" The items appeared before them, a random pet, egg, gold, and silver, 28 coins, and one dark orb scroll. Hyun Yu watched everyone suspiciously. "These guys seem friendly on the surface, but what if they try to backstab me?" Somi asked him, confused. "Hyun Yu?" He quietly made a decision. "I'll just take one thing and get out of here." Hyun Yu announced his choice. "I just need this egg. I have no use for the magic scroll anyway." Somi tilted her head and asked, "Really?" He waved goodbye to everyone. "Well, I still have things to raccoon, so I'll be going first," Cheonmin said enthusiastically. "Let's hunt together again next time." Somi called after him, "Can I have your Facebook?" Hyun Yu laughed and promised, "Maybe next time." He turned and left the dungeon. "You never know who might stab you in the back. Can't let my guard down." Hyun Yu walked quietly down the sparsely populated street. He looked at his status window with satisfaction. "Well, at least I've reached level 10, he exclaimed with satisfaction. "Finally, I can advance my class." Hyun Yu looked up at the tall tower before him, a panoramic view of the class tower, also known as the advancement tower. Hyun Yu explained it bit by bit. Each floor corresponds to a class tier that players can advance to, kind of like a department store. For players who've reached level 10, this tower is extremely important. The item he held in his hand was the random pet egg. Inside this egg is a random species of pet. It could be a great dragon, or it could just be a golden retriever. Usage. After being infused with magic, the egg will hatch within 1 hour, he murmured thoughtfully. "It'll take an hour for this egg to hatch." Hyun Yu made a decision. "All right, I'll get a new class in the meantime." Khan crossed his arms and asked, "So, you want to become a warrior?" Hyun Yu stated frankly, "That's right. That's why I'm here," he thought to himself. "It's only when you reach the second class advancement that your class truly becomes important." The man laughed heartily, his voice pleased. "Smart move, my friend. I like it." Khan spoke seriously. "Unlike those pretentious fools on the lower floors, I will directly decide whether you are qualified to become a warrior." Through a fight, Hyun Yu was thrilled. "Nice." The man picked up a sword and gestured. "Shall we begin?" Khan said confidently. "But you attack first," he maintained a calm demeanor. "Let's go." Hyun Yu took the sword and smirked. "All right, I won't hold back then." He charged forward to attack first. Khan easily parried his powerful attack. He thought in amazement, such a powerful sword strike. His swordsmanship is incredibly skilled. Khan was impressed by his abilities, completely different from the other adventurers. He's more than qualified to become a warrior. The two swords clashed, creating a loud, fierce echo as energy radiated outwards. They looked straight into each other's eyes, a fierce killing intent emanating from Khan's sword. He thought warily. But still, he's just an adventurer, without an official class. He suddenly unleashed a critical hit. Khan raised his sword high with both hands, preparing to deliver the final blow. You lack too much skill. It's impossible for you to defeat me. Hyun-Yu planted a hand firmly on the stone floor, raising one leg high and aiming for the hand Khan was using to hold the sword. Hyun-Yu used his speed to execute a lightning-fast counterattack, leaving his opponent no time to react. The man stared at him, stunned. Did he just block my sword strike with a kick? He smiled and said, well, just trying something out, but it turned out to be pretty effective. Khan thought in astonishment. He even had the leisure to think of a counterattack while dodging. He doesn't follow traditional swordsmanship. He's incredibly flexible. He wondered doubtfully. Is this what they call innate talent? Khan announced. Stop. That's enough. You more than meet the standard to become a warrior. Hyun-Yu felt a little disappointed. But I was just warming up, the man declared with respect. Your skills are truly phenomenal. I officially recognize you as a warrior. The system updated again, successfully advanced to the warrior class. Attack and constitution stats have increased by 10. Received the title, Warrior, recognized by Khan. Received a new skill. Khan looked pleased. Not bad. You even got a title. Took some effort, huh? He tossed me something and said that if it was you, you could definitely raccoon it. Here, take this. The system then announced a new quest. Khan began to explain. Once you're confident in your own strength, go find the owner of that coin. The quest was displayed. Meet Knight Kian. You have been recommended by the class manager, Khan. If you are confident in your own strength, seek out Knight Kian. E-rank. Objective. Meet Knight Kian. Reward. LeBron's skill. He was suddenly reminded of LeBron, the leader of a legion in the arena, and also the Empire's strongest knight. Hyun-Yu was thrilled. A skill from the Empire's strongest knight as a reward? Sweet. Khan, however, was still wondering if recommending this guy was the right call. He said urgently, time is money, so I'm out of here. See ya. Hyun-Yu left in high spirits. This is unreal. Did I get this quest because I met some kind of special condition? He was really looking forward to it, but since it's an E-rank quest, I won't be able to raccoon it until I'm level 50. The system reminded Hyun-Yu that his pet egg was about to hatch. Time remaining, 1 minute and 5 seconds. He remembered with a start, oh right, the egg. Hyun-Yu smiled brightly and said excitedly, I was so lucky yesterday. Who knows, maybe it'll hatch into a unique pet. He watched curiously, even though the probability of getting a great dragon was ridiculously low. The interface showed, the egg is beginning to hatch. Hyun-Yu yelled hopefully, here it comes, it's a dragon. Tanghi appeared and said, dead wrong. The correct answer is a cute bear. Seeing him speechless, Tanghi said, it seems you are at a loss for words before my stunning beauty. Hyun-Yu bent over and asked in surprise, a talking pet? It replied nonchalantly, you didn't know? His mind filled with ambitious thoughts. I've only heard rumors about talking pets, but I've never seen one myself. That means my pet is either unique or extremely rare. I wonder if I can make it perform in a circus for money. Either way, this thing is going to make me a fortune. Tanghi sat on his shoulder and commanded, from this moment on, I shall permit you to serve me. Let's go, human, it urged impatiently. Hey, human, what are you doing? Get moving, Hyun-Yu said, annoyed. I don't get it, but I can't take this anymore. You insolent little pet that came out of that egg. Tanghi exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Furious, he threw it hard onto the ground. You need to be taught some manners. After some time had passed, Tanghi cried out indignantly, how dare you abuse the successor to Budin Island? I suppose this qualifies you to be my damned master. Hyun-Yu snapped at it. I know your type just by looking at you. Shut up. Such a disrespectful pet. Tanghi held its head and sighed sadly. I'm stuck with a brutish master. Hyun-Yu quietly noted. Its abilities aren't half bad though. The screen displayed the pet's status window. Level 5, Stuffed Bear. Title, Successor to Budin Island. He looked at the screen and declared clearly, I will call you Tanghi. Hyun-Yu explained to himself. It's short for Gom Tanghi, it exclaimed with delight. Tanghi, a fine name. I like it. Damned master. Come on, let's build a wooden house and feast. Hyun-Yu said calmly. Oh, sorry, I was about to log out. Tanghi whined. But I was just born a few minutes ago. Hey, you! It grumbled resentfully. My rotten master is so cruel. Hyun-Yu took off his headset and logged out of the game. He let out a long sigh. I've been in here all day. Yang Chan walked in through the door and asked, you done? Get anything good today? He replied with satisfaction, so-so, got a class and a bratty pet. His friend was slightly surprised. You got a class already? Then I guess it's time to get you started, right? Hyun-Yu answered blankly. Huh? He patiently explained. What raccoon you mean? Huh? It's time for your debut as a streamer. What else? He stared wide-eyed at Yang Chan. As a streamer? Hyun-Yu sat and thought. A streamer? Huh. I hear you can make decent money doing that these days. Yang Chan reminded him. But there's something you need to raccoon first. he asked curiously. What is it? He smiled and made his request. Record your gameplay. I'll use those clips to promote you every time you play. I'll post them on War Arena. Hyun-yu gave a strained smile, looking a bit flustered. War Arena? That's easier said than done. Yang Chan said confidently. What are you worried about? I'll be your manager. He said with conviction. If people find out that the former #1 player has started streaming, they'll definitely flock to watch. Hyun-yu chuckled and questioned. Why, Raccoon? You seem more enthusiastic about this than I am. His friend lightly punched his own chest with pride. Of course I am. This is Meligos's debut, after all. How could I not be excited? Hyun-yu had no choice but to accept. All right, I won't let you down. A forest scene appeared with towering trees, where light piercing through the canopy created magical, shimmering sunbeams in the western Black Mountain woods. 3 warriors with pale purple skin and sharp-pointed ears appeared, their faces fierce, and their eyes glowing brightly, ready to attack. Hyun-yu equipped his combat gear. He smiled confidently. Tangi, this is our first hunt. I'm counting on you. It replied with a determined look. Of course, you blockhead master. He swung his sword, his face eager. Time for some crazy leveling today. Tangi jumped up and cheered enthusiastically. Go, blockhead master. I'll cheer for you, Hyun-yu yelled back. Cheer my ass. The skill information appeared. Soul of the Bear, rare rank, proficiency F. Tangi raised its hand, looking proud. Go forth and destroy the enemy. Another skill with the text, Blessing of the Ancient Forest, rare rank, proficiency F. Hyun-yu was stunned, his jaw dropping. Huh? You're a support pet, not a defensive one? The enemy charged at him and roared, Human! How dare you let your guard down in front of us? He dodged swiftly and retorted, Let my guard down? I'll raccoon what I want. Got a problem with that? Hyun-yu was overjoyed. Tangi, that rotten pet. I didn't check it carefully yesterday. I can't believe it can boost my attack, constitution, and defense stats. Plus, it provides continuous healing buffs. It's even more useful than support players around my level. He thought enthusiastically. I'm starting to like this little guy. Ren peeked out from behind a tree, smiling sinisterly, his eyes showing clear interest. He asked his teammates, let's make him our target for today. Ren rambled on. Wind spirit armor and those red chain shorts. He's definitely a rich whale. So, a new party then? CA spoke up, seeming to agree. Crawford replied with a friendly smile. You guys are great actors, so we'll jump him when we get the chance. Ba asked worriedly. What if this is just his alt character? She continued hesitantly. He seems pretty skilled in combat. Ren crossed his arms, smiling contemptuously. Who cares if it's an alt? The guys hanging around this forest are only around level 20. There's no way he can beat a party with an average level of 40 like us, he added smugly. How's he gonna survive getting ganked by a whole group? Kay nodded in agreement. Yeah, right. It's not like this is the first or second time we've done this, Crawford encouraged her, saying she was worrying for nothing. Baxon stammered, Sorry. The man smirked, signaling his comrades. So he's today's target. It's a deal then. Shall we go jack his gear? Hyun-yu gently raised a hand to his forehead, wiping away the sweat after a tense battle with 3 dark elf warriors. He was a little disappointed and sighed. I recorded it, but fighting dark elves just doesn't seem that interesting. Tanji's voice piped up, satisfied. You're pretty good, for a blockhead master. Hyun-yu grabbed Tanji and yelled, I don't feed a little brat like you just to have you hide behind my neck and cheer. And it's not blockhead master, it's just master. With a pout, he argued back, I buffed you, didn't I, blockhead master? Annoyed, he emphasized, so you think you can end a battle just by sitting there and casting buffs? Your physical stats aren't that high, but you should at least show your face and distract the enemy. Jen and his comrades walked out and greeted him. Are you hunting alone? If so, would you like to join our party? Hyun-yu looked at the group of strangers in surprise. A party? He thought to himself. This is surreal. The man stepped closer, his voice friendly. It's lucky to meet another player in the Blackwood Forest. In his mind, he assessed them. 2 warriors, an archer, and a cleric. Their party setup looks solid enough, doesn't it? So why would they want to recruit me when I'm not even a mage? Hyun-yu reasoned warily. Besides, although their gear is all around level 20, that sword requires level 40 or higher to equip. They're hiding their levels and approaching me, which means they're PKers. An idea struck him. Oh, but wait. If they're really PKers, then I've just hit the jackpot. Wow. Are you guys really letting me join? Thank you. Jen's voice was enthusiastic. So, you'll join us then? He thought smugly. I've hooked a total noob. He introduced his members one by one. I'm Gen, the rear guard. And this is Kay and Crawford, our vanguard. The female cleric over there is named Baxon. Hyun-yu gave a different name for himself. I'm Yu-chan, please take care of me. He smiled with a hidden meaning, feeling it was best not to let them know his real name since he seemed weak. The boy popped his head over his shoulder and shouted, "I'm Tangy!" The quiet scenery of the forest, sunlight filtering through the leaves, a peaceful atmosphere right before the storm. Hyun-yu shouted as he landed a critical hit on two dark elf warriors. His face was fierce as he yelled a warning. "Enemy contact!" Sia stood protectively in front of Yu-chin, his large blade at the ready. From behind him, Hyun-yu suddenly lunged forward with a charge attack. After the strike, he used Ka as his shield. The man's face twisted as he roared in anger. This cowardly human bastard. Behind him, Hyun-yu grinned slyly, thinking, these guys are strong. It's like having free bodyguards. At this rate, my level and experience are going to skyrocket. This party is awesome. Time passed. An hour later, Ka yelled in frustration, "What the hell is with this guy? All he does is attack and then hide behind me. How is this any different from us being used?" he said, his voice full of resentment. "Every time I pretend to accidentally attack him, he somehow manages to dodge. It's pissing me off." Jen quickly calmed him down. "Easy there. It's not like we're just here to hunt monsters." Ga looked around impatiently. "So how much longer, Raccoon, we have to wait?" Crawford answered calmly. "Sticking to the script is fine, but dragging it out isn't good," Jen said confidently. "I was planning to drop the curtain early anyway." He laid out the plan. "While we're fighting the Dark Elf Chief, just kill him and pretend it was an accident. We'll just say it was a mistake in the chaos of battle." Crawford agreed approvingly. Nice plan, General." After Tanji recounted what he had heard, Hyun-yu feigned surprise. "They said they're going to ambush me during the boss fight?" The boy confirmed. "That's right, Blockhead Master." He said, "Well, that confirms it. They're PKers." Hyun-yu's voice turned cold. "Thanks to them, I've leveled up quite a bit. I've hit my target, I'd say. In that case, I'll just have to backstab them before they can ambush me," he continued, sounding amused. "A video titled, 'PKers Get Wrecked by Karma' sounds pretty catchy, don't you think? Yu-chan would love that." Hyun-yu made up his mind. "I'll pay you back for daring to backstab me 1,000, 1,000,000 times over." Tanji trembled as he spoke. "Blockhead Master, you're too cruel." Jen and his team walked over, his voice sincere. "Yu-chan, sorry to keep you waiting." Hyun-yu, with a hand on his hip, replied casually, "It's fine." Jen made a friendly offer. "We're going to hunt the boss now. Want to come along?" He feigned surprise. "Hunt the boss?" Hyun-yu's voice sounded hesitant. "Will I even be helpful? I might just get in everyone's way." Jen replied cheerfully. "Get in the way? No way. Your attack power is really high." A sense of unease filled the man. "Are you fucking kidding me? You're thinking of just dipping out now?" He lowered his voice, inviting him again. "If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have made it this far. So please, hunt the boss with us." Hyun-yu pretended to fall for the trap. "Well, if you all insist, how can I say no?" he suggested excitedly. "Then let's stick to the same formation as before." "Okay." Jen played along. "Of course." Hyun-yu grinned widely. "I'll show you all what it really means to carry a team." Kay scowled, annoyed. "Arrogant bastard. Just you wait. I'm gonna send you to your grave." They all charged into battle together. The elf chief's face was furious, his eyes glowing purple as he unleashed a powerful slash with his greatsword at Sia and Crawford. He then swung his leg in a lightning-fast kick. Crawford took a direct hit from the dark elf chief's kick, the force of the attack so strong it sent him flying backward. The chief spoke mockingly. "You're falling apart already, human warrior?" The dark elf chief spoke coldly. "If you came to the Blackwood Forest to test yourself, then courage is the bare minimum for a warrior. It seems you're not quite ready." Kay was tense. He knew he was using low-level gear, but for a level 40, this chief is still this tough? Crawford felt puzzled. When is he going to give the signal? Jen guessed that this guy was definitely trying to grind his skills even during a boss fight. He proceeded with the plan. "I'll shoot a heart-piercing arrow, and at the same time, Baxon will buff everyone. At that moment, we'll turn all our attacks on him." Crawford replied. "Understood." Kay questioned. "Raccoon, we really have to finish him off so quickly?" He smiled gruesomely, sticking his tongue out as he spoke. "Let me play with that arrogant dog for a bit. After he's paralyzed," Jen remarked. "Kay, you're a real pervert." Hyun-yu spoke with a satisfied tone. "Niece, my cooldown's over." From behind, Jen subtly signaled his teammates. "Let's begin." Baxon acknowledged the command. Ka declared dramatically. "Blessing." He rejoiced internally. "It's finally starting." Jen drew his bow, unaware that Tangy was hanging onto his leg. The boy climbed up and got his face right next to the man's. Tangy suddenly yelled "boo," startling Jen so badly that his hands trembled, causing the arrow to be released uncontrollably. Ka seized the opportunity to ambush him. He's let his guard down. Now, how should I make this as painful as possible? Unfortunately, the arrow Jen had fired lodged itself squarely in him, not Hyun-yu. "Ugh!" Crawford cried out in alarm. Ren scratched his head sheepishly. "Sorry, this damn piss-yellow bear distracted me." He spoke up, displeased. He's not a piss-yellow bear. His name is Tangi. The man looked apologetic. Sorry about that. Tangi can be a little mischievous. The guy rasped in pain. I'll fucking kill you, you pig, Crawford asked worriedly. What's wrong? Ren shouted a warning. Crawford, look out behind you. The dark elf chieftain sneered, saying coldly, letting your guard down isn't a luxury for weaklings. Hyun-Yu commanded loudly, let Crawford go, now. He desperately cried for help. Yang-chan, why? He still didn't understand what was happening. The chieftain looked utterly confused. Hyun-Yu wasn't attacking him at all, but the tip of his sword was aimed straight at Crawford. He asked in shock. Why me? Hyun-Yu announced coldly. Ultimate assassination art. Backstab. Ren screamed in panic. What are you doing? Hyun-Yu said sarcastically. What are you getting at? The hunter must always be prepared to become the hunted, no? The man tried to deny it. That's not what we were planning. Tangi, standing beside them, reenacted the plan. While we're fighting the elf chieftain, we'll just kill him and pretend it was an accident. We can just say it was a mistake in the heat of battle. Ren stammered in horror. How did you know? The man grit his teeth, glaring at Hyun-Yu. Damn it. Hyun-Yu spoke with contempt. A straight shot with violent arrow? Is that all you've got? Too predictable, the dark elf chieftain observed from afar. Hyun-Yu struggled to his feet, cursing. Shit, if I could stand, you'd already be dead, you son of a bitch. The chieftain watched him unleash a finishing blow. You shouldn't talk so big when you're about to lose. Hyun-Yu focused and countered, leaning in to land a decisive slash on both opponents at once. The chieftain remarked, that human, he's pretty interesting. After a brief fight, he had completely taken them all down. Hyun-Yu said with a smirk, now, let's see if the recording came out all right. These guys were nothing but high levels, pathetically weak. The viewers won't find it entertaining if the opponents are too easy. He chuckled to himself. Well, I guess that performance was convincing enough. This video's pretty entertaining. Now that the show's over, it would be nice to have a worthy opponent to really show off my skills against. The chieftain, who had been waiting, asked, Are you finished, human? He looked amused. It's no fun unless the opponent is strong, Hyun-Yu said tauntingly. How about level 20 player massacres Dark Elf Chieftain for the video subtitle? The two combatants charged at each other relentlessly. Back in the real world, Yang Chan turned and asked the lucky bastard, How did you manage to take on that whole crew? Hyun-Yu answered candidly. Between the gear those PKers dropped and the reward for killing the boss, I totally hit the jackpot today. Yang Chan added excitedly. Yeah, they dropped a ton of gear because of the PK penalty. This video is gonna blow up. Once we find a decent editor, we can get our plan started. Hyun-Yu caught on. Oh, you mean like streaming? He replied succinctly. Something like that. Hyun-Yu protested. Huh? It's about me, but I don't get to know the address? Yang Chan replied calmly. You'll find out when you need to. A fresh sheet of paper lay in the printer tray. The text on it read, The Kang Hyun-Yu Star Project. Progress, 1%. Yang Chan shook his head and sighed. There are no decent editors. He went through the applications one by one. This one's skills are subpar, and this one's impossible to get in touch with. Maybe I should just offer more money? Yang Chan nodded to himself. Hyun-Yu's footage is great. All I need now is a skilled editor. He suddenly exclaimed with joy. Ah, this is it. I found one. Candidate profile. Alice movie. Specialty. Arena video editing. Achievements. This month's top trending video on ArenaTube. Arena Creator of the Year. Yang Chan clicked on the profile immediately. The requested pay is a little steep, but this person is the perfect candidate. The silhouette of a girl with a ponytail appeared. Alice, a famous faceless video editor in the Arena content creator community. They meticulously edit every single frame and are extremely careful with their background music choices. Their color grading is known for being incredibly captivating. Because of this, the Arena creator community gave Alice a nickname, the Master Editor. That's what they called them. Elsewhere, Alice was staring at their monitor, muttering curses under their breath. This is garbage. This one too. How can you be so bad at PK? You're only strong because you're a pay-to-win whale, you useless loser. He clicked his tongue in disgust. You want me to edit a video of someone who plays like complete ass? Delete. Delete it all. Alice suddenly froze while scrolling past a name. He mumbled in confusion. Yang Chan, the guy Michael recommended to me. Curious, Alice opened the attached video. His eyes widened as he stared at the screen, sweat forming on his temples as he stammered, This is... Alice recognized him. He's the guy who posted the My God video. This solo PK narrative is flawless, and that fight against the elf chieftain was just incredible. He couldn't contain his excitement. I'm absolutely dying to edit this footage. A sought-after editor. Alice Movies. Alice, he declared, from this moment on, you are my idol. I will make you shine in the glorious spotlight of Arena. Hyun-Yu suddenly shivered, breaking out in a cold sweat as a chill ran down his spine. Tangji asked, What's wrong, my blockhead master? He looked around warily. I just got a sudden chill. Is there an enemy hiding around here? Hyun-Yu clicked his tongue, dismissing the thought. Ah, whatever, screw it. Perched on his shoulder, Tangi asked, "What's that, Blockhead Master?" He answered nonchalantly. "Those PKers dropped this because of the penalty. Item information, random rare skill book, rare grade. Effect, receive 1 random rare skill upon use." He cherished the book in his hands. I could probably sell this for a fortune. But if I use it, who knows? I might get lucky and score something incredible. Hyun-Yu turned and posed a hypothetical question. Hey, Tangi, let's say I have an undeveloped plot of land, and I have no idea what it's like. Raccoon, you think I should try to farm it, or just sell it and be done with it? Tangi asked back innocently. Why did you buy the land in the first place? Hyun-Yu hesitated. To plant stuff, I guess? Tangi asked curiously. Then why are you thinking about selling it? Are you short on cash? Hyun-Yu immediately waved his hands in denial. No, that's not it. He thought back to the loot he'd just gotten rid of. I already sold all the gear those PKers dropped, so it's not like I desperately need to sell this. Making up his mind, Hyun-Yu flung the book open. Whatever, it's not like I paid for it anyway. No harm in trying. Notification. You have used a random rare skill book. You have acquired a new skill. The description read, Blood for Blood. Blood for Blood. A passionate type passive skill. Grade. Rare. Proficiency. F. Effect. Ignores 10% of the opponent's defense. Hyun-Yu gasped in amazement. A whole 10%! I totally hit the jackpot. I'm so glad I used it. Tangi, you're my good luck charm. Tangi shrieked in desperation. You blockhead master, put me down now. A few days later, Hyun-Yu's video was uploaded to Arena War, titled PK and the Aftermath. The views and discussions skyrocketed. The video received an explosive reaction, especially from those who had been PK'd back when they were newbies. Yang Chan leaned closer to the laptop screen. Nice, over 150,000 views already, he said cheerfully. I knew it. Ellis's movie edits are top-notch. They must have a thing for Hyun-Yu, charging less than usual. I should post this on my channel too, right? The office building's lights were still on. Kale leaned back in his chair, resting his chin on his hand. A video to bait PKers, huh? Tricking the tricksters. What an interesting idea. Nye Company Office, Business Department Manager, Kale. He exclaimed in surprise. It's not over yet? Chieftain D rushed forward, fist raised, to attack his target. Hyun-Yu spun around and aimed a kick right at his stomach. Chieftain D let out a deafening roar, revealing a set of sharp fangs. He launched a barrage of attacks at him. Confident in his speed, Hyun-Yu cleanly dodged every blow. Kale commented, for a player at this level to easily kill the chieftain. Elis replied, it's thanks to his masterful skills. He tilted his head and stated with conviction, so I've been wasting my time with all those unqualified candidates. This guy has all the makings of a star, Kale said decisively. I have to get him to sign with Nye. Channel Agan, was it? I'd better contact him quickly. The sky was clear, and the bright sunlight pierced through the canopy of the northern Black Mountain forest. An orc shrieked in pain as one of its arms was severed by a slash. The rest of the horde roared aggressively. Hyun-Yu gave a command. Tangi, get him! He jumped up, scrunched up his face, and replied, on it, you blockhead master. Hyun-Yu smirked, thinking to himself that he was leveling up much faster than when he was a Meligot. As a newbie, I lacked both knowledge and equipment. This time, things are way easier. Hyun-Yu rushed in to attack them. Asterisk. But I'm 2 years too late. I have to get stronger. Fast. Asterisk. The screen clearly displayed the status window for Kang Hyun-Yu, level 24, warrior. Title, warrior recognized by Khan. He stood with his hands on his hips and declared confidently, now I can take on the entire orc plains, Tangi boasted. I think I've gotten stronger, you blockhead master. The stats updated. Tangi's status window, level 15, teddy bear. Title, successor of Buing Island. Friendship level, 15. Hyun-Yu was satisfied. You're already level 15? Different types of pets have different stat growth rates. When leveling up, common pets get 3 to 5 points, rare ones get 6 to 7, and unique ones get 8 to 10. With this kind of stat increase, Tangi must be a unique grade pet, he calculated silently in his head. Asterisk, he's good for support, and he'll probably be decent at defense later on. Asterisk. Sitting on Hyun-Yu's shoulder, Tangi whined coquettishly. Blockhead master, I'm tired. Carry me. Hyun-Yu frowned, annoyed. Asterisk, I just need to fix this bratty attitude of his. Asterisk. Hyun-Yu bent down and ordered sternly. Check carefully, don't miss anything, got it? He muttered. You cheapskate blockhead master. He saw something on the ground and exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Hyun-Yu picked it up and asked curiously. A necklace? Why would an item like this drop here? I've never seen this before. A quest notification appeared. New quest received, Heir of the Prairie Wolf Tribe. Hyunyu was a bit confused. A quest? Heir of the Prairie Wolf Tribe. The quest details were clearly laid out. You have obtained the bone necklace of Canaan, the future chieftain of the Prairie Wolf Tribe. Please deliver this necklace to Raccoon, the current chieftain. Hyunyu asked quietly. Is this a delivery quest? What does it mean I have to be recognized by the final bosses? Tangi leaned forward to look. Hey, Blockhead Master, I want to see too. Hyunyu calmly assessed the situation. Killing Great King Dakin will be tough. Chieftain Raccoon is probably just an NPC. He frowned, evaluating it. A hidden quest? Pretty cool. Hyunyu analyzed it seriously. Since it's a D-rank quest, I'll need to be at least level 30 to Raccoon it. So, 4 more levels to go, huh? He said with determination. All right, let's Raccoon it. Hyunyu dashed through the forest, shouting resolutely, Time to grind. Let's go hunting. Tangi cried out, whining. Let's just rest for a bit, you devil of a master. Hyunyu sighed in frustration. So slow. Freaking slow. Oh my god. Hyunwoo ran his hands through his hair. All that grinding just for 1 level. Is hunting alone really this inefficient? Tangi pointed at him, complaining resentfully. What Raccoon you mean, alone? I'm exhausted from supporting you from the back, you know. You blockhead master. He seemed to ignore him. Leveling is much faster in a party, but only if you can find trustworthy teammates. Tangi grumbled. Are you deaf, you blockhead master? He looked up, tilting his head slightly toward the sound. Hyunyu turned his head and speculated. Sounds like an explosion. Magic, maybe? A hand raised in the air was casting a spell, the attack striking the muscular arm of a magic arrow orc. It glared and gritted its teeth, letting out a pained groan. He then unleashed a second skill, Fireball. After the final blow, it collapsed completely, sprawling on the ground. He said tiredly, That's 10. This person was the mage, Ma-sun. Ma-sun panted, slumping to the ground from exhaustion. My mana's dropping like my blood pressure. I'm almost out of mana potions too. Guess I'll call it a day. He looked down with a slightly worried expression. A mage hunting alone really has its limits. A voice came from behind him. Ma-sun reacted instantly. A monster? I didn't even get a second to rest. He shouted, unleashing an attack. Magic arrow. Ma-sun was shocked. Asterisk. Oh crap, it's a person. Asterisk. A part of Hyunyu's shoulder was singed. He apologized profusely. I'm so sorry. He tilted his head, a look of annoyance on his face. That was a close one. Ma-sun was silently amazed by Hyunyu's ability. Asterisk. He dodged my magic arrow from this distance? Asterisk. He shook his head to dismiss the misunderstanding. Don't worry about it. It was my fault for showing up so suddenly. I'm Hyunyu. He introduced himself shyly. I'm Ma-sun. He became wary. What Raccoon you want from me? Ma-sun thought suspiciously. Asterisk. This guy's dressed weirdly, and he's carrying a teddy bear. He's really suspicious. Asterisk. He made a quick assessment in his head. Asterisk. His magic power and casting speed are up to par. He's the one. Asterisk. Hyunyu made his offer. Looks like you're hunting alone too. Want to party up and grind? Ma-sun asked doubtfully. A party invitation? He asserted confidently. I'm pretty strong, you know. He analyzed the other's strength. Asterisk. I've never heard of a PKer who looks this bizarre. Plus, anyone who can dodge my magic arrow is no pushover. Asterisk. Ma-sun thought to himself, weighing the benefits. Asterisk, hunting alone is pretty tough, so this might be a good opportunity for me. Asterisk. He accepted cheerfully. All right then, let's party up. They shook hands and spoke in unison. Let's have a good partnership. Somewhere in the misty pine forest of the Black Mountain, an orc with blazing red eyes and fangs roared in anger, but a decisive slash came down, cutting its body in two. Sun cut him off coldly, his voice annoyed. What a pain. Jian spoke from behind. Sun, since we're here, why not just enjoy it? He grumbled, showing his discontent. It's a real pain, the other replied with humor. Well, they're orders from the guild leader. The man in armor is the guild knight's son. Jian smiled and turned to ask his companion in the back. Junu, what Raccoon you think of this trip? Is it safe? The man with the tied-up orange hair was Jian. Of course, senior. This is the first time I'm being power-leveled like this, he recounted, his tone slightly regretful. I'm Park Junu, a member of a renowned guild. My account was deleted due to an incident, but since the higher-ups value my contributions to the guild, they ordered me to create a new account and sent 2 seniors to protect me and help me get my old level back. Junu continued the story. The reason I ended up in this situation is because of a coward who invaded my territory and beat me by cheating in a character deletion duel. Junu thought silently. Asterisk, I will find you, and with the help of my seniors, I will make you taste our guild's fury. Asterisk, Jian changed the subject, looking around the forest. There isn't a single orc in sight today. You think another party is hunting? Sun spoke up. Today's objective is to get you to level 25. At this rate, that'll be impossible. What a pain, he reflected from under his closed helmet. Clearing everything out like this can't be the work of one or two parties, can it? Junoo exclaimed. Seniors, there's a newly respawned orc over there. He ran excitedly toward the orc. You two stand back, leave it to me, Jian yelled at him. Hey, Junoo! In another corner of the forest, there were piles of orc corpses. Ma Sion smiled radiantly, looking at Hyunwoo with excitement. Hyung, partying up is great. Hunting like this, just the two of us, is much more efficient than hunting alone, he nodded. Yeah, I already leveled up. Hyunwoo described the battle plan. First, I'll lure the orcs into one area, then Ma Sion will use area magic to attack, and finally, I'll finish them off repeatedly. With this tactic, the levels just fly by. Tanji laughed and praised him. Hey, mage, your technique isn't half bad. I'll allow you to serve me, he replied with a chuckle. What a funny bear. He turned to Tangi to remind him, are you sure? He greeted us with a magic missile. He immediately remembered, that's right, how stupid of me. You can't just attack someone recklessly, Ma Sion quickly explained. It was a mistake on both our parts. I just got scared. No one would want to attack another person. Tanji announced loudly, empty-headed master, another monster has appeared. Hyunwoo stepped forward. I'll take care of it. Conserve your mana, Ma Sion replied in a cheerful voice. Okay, Hyung. He focused, preparing for battle. Hyunwoo shouted, charging forward. Suddenly he stopped and looked in another direction. Junoo was running from the distance, wielding a sword and looking furious. Junoo screamed a curse. You damn dog from last time! He remembered Hyunwoo's provocation. You dare challenge a newbie like me to a character deletion duel? Junoo shouted with hatred. I've been looking for you! Hyunwoo's kick landed square on his face. He looked down, baffled. Whoops, I thought you were a monster, my bad. Jian ran to help him up. Junoo! Hyunwoo quickly defended himself. Ma Sion, he scared me, so it's not my fault, okay? Junoo turned to his companions for help. He did it on purpose. Senior, it was him. He straightened up. You're finished, you son of a bitch. You dared to delete my account? Hyunwoo vaguely recognized him. Ah, is that you? Ma Sion thought, shocked. Asterisk. His nose is bleeding like a faucet. Asterisk. Hyunwoo asked calmly. What was your name again? Junoo exploded, screaming in a rage. Park Junoo. I'm Park Junoo, Ma Sion asked, surprised. Hyung, you know this guy? He explained the cause of the conflict. He's some foolish friend who lost a character deletion duel to me. He immediately denied it. Who's your friend, you loser? Today, 2 of our guild's enforcers are here. You're dead. Jian put a hand on his shoulder to calm him. Calm down, Junoo. The other man threatened. Stop right there. My patience has a limit. Hyunwoo interrupted him. Patience? He said in a contemptuous tone. And what raccoon? You plan to raccoon when it runs out. I'm not afraid of your fog guild or whatever. Jian corrected him in a cold voice. It's Willow, the wisp, Ma Sion said with concern. They seem to be at least level 60. They won't underestimate us, will they? Hyunwoo warned seriously. Ma Sion, if we have to fight, you stay out of it. Sun turned away coldly. What a pain. Let's go. Jian agreed. Yeah, we're busy hunting. Junoo called out to them loudly. Seniors, he threatened them. Then I'll have to report you both. Junoo threatened in a low voice. I'll inform the higher-ups that Jian and Son allowed someone to insult the guild and just walked away. He said in a low voice. Please, help me with this and I'll apologize. Son lowered his head and sighed in frustration. He slapped Junoo. Such arrogant criticism. Son suddenly changed his mind. But if there's one less party, hunting will be easier, won't it? Hyunwoo leaned forward and asked defiantly. So you want to fight? I'll risk a bet, a character deletion duel. What raccoon, you say? Ma Seon shouted in alarm. Hyung, if you lose, your character will be deleted too, Tangi asked, stunned. If you lose, what will I raccoon? Hyunwoo answered calmly. Well, I'll disappear along with you, he said, his voice trembling. Huh? He showed no fear whatsoever. If the 3 of you dare, then bring it on. The rule will be winner takes all. The loser deletes their character, and will fight relay style. Sun spoke with contempt. A level 20 guy, full of pride, he said. I accept the challenge. The rules of the duel are as follows. What is a relay battle? 1 representative from each team will fight. The winner stays, and the loser is replaced. The side that runs out of members first loses. The system made an announcement. The battle between player Kang Hyunwoo and player Son will now begin, Junoo said provocatively. This time, you'll shut your mouth, loser, the other one warned him. You're making a lot of noise, Park Junoo. Ma Seon asked worriedly from behind. Will you be okay, Hyung? Tanji shouted angrily. If you lose, I'll curse you to be alone for the rest of your life, you empty-headed master. Hyunwoo smiled confidently to reassure his team. Don't worry, it's a piece of cake. The system announced that the duel was about to begin. Sun spoke arrogantly. We're very busy, so I'll defeat you in a single blow. Hyunwoo smiled defiantly. Because of the level difference, 1 hit is too much, but 10 hits are nothing. Sun took a firm step and roared with laughter. Now I understand why Park Junwoo hates you so much. Sun unsheathed his greatsword, raised it above his head, and prepared a crushing attack aimed at Hyunwoo. The blade descended with incredible speed, but he swiftly dodged the attack and counterattacked instantly. He opened his eyes in surprise through the slit of his helmet. Hyunwoo smiled victoriously. Jian and Junwoo were completely stunned, wearing expressions of disbelief at what had just happened. Ma-sun thought in admiration, wow, incredible. He read the Claymore's trajectory and even countered while dodging. Sun was clearly getting overwhelmed, and he couldn't understand why. Why can't I hit him? Sun thought to himself. Based on my level and gear, I should have won by now. What's going on? Hyunwoo emphasized sarcastically. Surprised? Everyone thinks a higher level means an easy win, but the arena's a different story. He declared confidently. Level and gear don't guarantee a win in PvP. Hyunwoo explained clearly. Even if my level is lower than yours, I can always find a way to beat you. He concluded nonchalantly, it's all about continuously targeting weak points. It's time-consuming, but once you master it, any player at any level can be taken down. Ma-san spoke up, stunned. Hyunwoo Hyung, I knew he was skilled, but I never expected this at his level. Hyunwoo looked at the other two and shouted, what's wrong with you guys? Result of the first round, player Kang Hyunwoo is the winner. He signaled for them to come on. The next match was a complete one-sided slaughter. Unsurprisingly, dazed by Hyunwoo's skills, Jian was knocked out without any resistance, leaving only one member left. Hyunwoo spoke mockingly. How pathetic. He walked slowly forward. You leeched off others to power level a new character, but now that character of yours is about to be deleted. Hyunwoo smirked. I wonder if anyone in your guild will want to carry you after this. He muttered to himself. Why does this guy remind me of Dung Han Big G? Hyunwoo was filled with contempt. They're both arrogant pricks who rely on others to back them up, and they even look similar. He gloated inwardly. This just makes me want to humiliate him more. Hyunwoo pointed to the ground and ordered, kneel. Maybe then I'll spare you. Dunyu's face went pale with panic as he thought, what should I raccoon? What raccoon I raccoon? In the past, Park Yoongu was knocked out in a single blow. Back then he was level 40, now he's only level 20. There's no way he can win. He trembled, clenching his teeth so hard they bled. Sweat poured down his face in utter terror, his heart pounding erratically. Yoongu's eyes flew open wildly, his pupils turning red. The system detected his abnormal state. The arena system decided to grant him a small gift. A system notification appeared. Player Park Yoongu has entered a berserk state. Ma-sun cried out in horror. He went berserk, Hyunwoo stated calmly. I knew you were a brutish type the first time we met. He looked at Yoongu with ice-cold eyes. Well, customer, it's time to send you home. A skill window appeared. Activate Titan's Strength. Your attack stats will increase for a limited time. Hyunwoo swung his fist toward the guy's face. You're not welcome here. He landed an incredibly powerful kick on Yoongu, sending him flying to the ground and creating a huge shockwave. Match result, victory. You have won the duel. 3 treasure chests appeared. Rewards received based on the winner-takes-all rule. Hyunwoo stared intently at the screen. I got all 3 rewards? It's like they were making an offering of their gear to me. This is way more efficient than hunting. Ma-san called out worriedly. Hyunwoo Hyung, he replied calmly. I told you I'd be fine. He cheered in admiration. Hyung, you're so cool. You beat guys with higher levels just with pure skill. From now on, you're officially my idol. He gave a small laugh, thinking mysteriously, I wonder how surprised he'd be if I told him I used to be the #1 ranker on the server. Hyunwoo felt a little embarrassed. Nah, that's a bit too awkward. He announced firmly. All right, let's get back to grinding. The boy replied enthusiastically. Yeah. Ma-sun smiled brightly and said sincerely, thanks to you, today's hunt went really smoothly. Can we raccoon this again next time? A system notification appeared. Player Justin Mason has sent you a friend request. Hyunwoo smiled and agreed. Yeah, let's raccoon that. Tangi waved goodbye. See you next time, mage. Thanks to partying with Ma-sun, my level reached 31 today. Status window, Kang Hyunwoo, level 31. Title, Warrior acknowledged by Khan. Hyunwoo watched Ma-sun's back as he left. It's rare to find a kid that naive in the arena. His skills are pretty good too. I have a feeling we'll get closer in the future. He looked down at Tangi, satisfied. That's enough leveling up. Just then, the creature jumped up and whined. Let's take a break, you blockhead master. I want to rest. Hyunwoo made a firm decision. Time to finish that quest. Tangi's brow furrowed as he broke into a sweat. Huh? He had identified the quest's objective. Deliver the necklace. A quest window appeared. Title, heir of the Steppe Wolf tribe. You have obtained the bone necklace of Kan, the future chief of the Steppe Wolf tribe. Take this necklace to Raccoon, the current chief. Quest details. To meet Chief Raccoon, I first have to find the boss that spawns in the Don Wolf tribe's plains. Boss monsters usually spawn randomly in their area, with a respawn cycle of about 12 hours. It's been more than 12 hours since I got here, so it must be around. Hyunwoo complained aloud in the middle of the forest. Why the hell won't Dakan show up? Tanji tried to persuade him. Let's just rest for a bit. Your blockhead master is too tired to move another inch. He turned to the creature and admitted, yeah, I'm tired too. Tangi pointed to a tree with a door on it. I think that place would be perfect for a break. It's better to get comfortable. Hyunwoo thought to himself. Why is there a place like this here? A sound came from the system. Entering the lair of the great king Dakan, Hyunwoo exclaimed excitedly. Dakan's lair! He picked up Tangi and jumped in excitement. So that was a dungeon entrance. I knew you could raccoon it. Tangi, you really are my good luck charm. The creature complained helplessly. Damn it, I wanted to rest, Hyunwoo said appeasingly. All right, I'll stop teasing you. Calm down. He began to speculate. It doesn't spawn in the field like a normal boss monster. I wonder if it's hiding in this dungeon because of the specific quest requirements. Well, either way, I found it. Hyunwoo pushed the door and walked inside. Excuse me. Suddenly, a massive figure appeared before him, and he offered a greeting. Oh, hey there. Hyunwoo mentally assessed the situation. That colossal body is giving off some insane pressure. He seemed to realize this was Dakan. The figure stared at him and demanded, what is a human like you doing here? He was the great king of the steppes, Dakan. Hyunwoo thought cautiously. I get the feeling that if I try to fight him at my current level, I'm totally screwed. Dakan repeated his question. I asked what you are doing here. He held up his hand and answered directly, I've come to deliver this necklace to Chief Raccoon. The king's eyes widened in recognition. Isn't that Kan's necklace? Has that damn brat been causing trouble again? Don reached out to take it and said, thanks, you can go now. Suddenly, Hyunwoo pulled his hand back, his blazing red eyes narrowed in confusion. He swung the necklace wildly in every direction, not giving Don a chance to grab it. The man crouched low, his voice cold. I told you to hand over that necklace and get lost, didn't I? Hyunwoo kept a smile on his face as he replied, I want to give this to Lord Raccoon myself, he calculated in his head. There's no way the quest ends here if I give him the necklace. Hyunwoo told himself that he had to take full advantage of this quest. Don spoke in a stern voice. Commendable courage, but if you want to meet the chief, you'll need to be strong enough. I will test you. A clear quest notification appeared. A new quest has been received. Don's acknowledgement. You need Don's acknowledgement to meet Raccoon. Fight him to gain his trust. Hyunwoo was thrilled, thinking, I knew it. I knew there was another quest. This necklace is at least a rare grade item. Don's voice was casual. Let the test begin. He threw him straight up into the air. Hyunwoo gritted his teeth, trying to stay calm as a wave of dizziness washed over him. He quickly regained his balance and landed firmly on the ground. Don swung his sword high over his head, his aura flaring. He put all his strength into a powerful downward slash. Don's eyes widened, shock clearly visible on his face. Because the previous attack had completely missed Hyunwoo, he asked, You dodged my critical strike and you're still putting up a fight? Only then did he launch his counterattack. Despite the tense situation, Hyunwoo showed no sign of weakness, but the man's power was truly monstrous. He cried out in pain internally. Level 31 is still so damn weak. He's too strong for my skills to defeat. Exhausted, Hyunwoo told himself. He's really the strongest opponent I've faced since I came back to the arena. Don spoke with a scornful voice. This isn't enough to meet the chief. Is this all you've got? A warning displayed, HP 120 out of 520. He knelt on the ground, supporting himself with one hand and breathing heavily. Of course not. I haven't even gone all out yet. He shouted a command. Summon! Tangi appeared, startled by the order. This is an emergency. Get ready to buff me now, the pet grumbled in annoyance. You blockhead master. Raccoon, you have any idea how long my break just was? Tangi yelled, full of dissatisfaction. What's with all this monster hunting? You're becoming an addict, he replied harshly. What did you say? A pet should know its place. Don interrupted their argument. Are you the troublemaker from Booting Island? The pet exclaimed in surprise. Huh, uncle? He spoke up. It's been a while, hasn't it? Is that guy your master? Tangi replied casually. Yep, you can just call him Blockhead Master. Hyunwoo was stunned and shouted, What the hell? You two know each other? Tangi asked calmly. Are you two fighting? He quickly explained. No, I'm taking a test to meet Raccoon. The pet nodded in understanding. Oh, Lord Raccoon? Don spoke sternly. That's enough nonsense. Don't forget you're still in the middle of a test. If he's your master, I'll allow you both to fight me. Are you in? Tangi stood with his arms crossed and made the suggestion. It wouldn't be right for me to interfere directly, so I'll just cast buffs from the back, you blockhead master. Hyunwoo smiled teasingly. Well, that's all you're good for anyway. 2 consecutive notification windows appeared. You have received the spirit of the bear. You have received the blessing of the great forest, he announced coldly. Come on, human. I won't go easy on you just because you're my nephew's master. He thought cautiously to himself, even with buffs, I don't think I can win this, but I can't just back down now. Hyunyu motivated himself. I'll go as far as I possibly can. Hyunyu lay flat on the ground, his body completely exhausted. Don was a little disappointed. Is that all? He was completely spent. I surrender. Hyunyu reasoned. If I keep this up, I'm going to get myself killed, Tangi said with a smug look. Stop bluffing. You were still fighting him pretty hard. Hyunyu's voice was dejected. So what? If I can't pass, it's all meaningless. Don denied it. Who said you had to defeat me? Sitting on the ground, he stammered. Wait a minute. A large notification window appeared. Quest complete. Don's acknowledgement. He spoke in a stern voice. You have proven yourself. This is your reward for passing the trial. Received Don's necklace. Hyunyu and Tangi were ecstatic. System notification. Raccoon has appeared. The wall behind him shattered, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. A display of terrifying destructive power. Over here, Don was holding Tangi tightly with one arm. As the dust settled, a huge, green-skinned, muscular figure was gradually revealed. He was the chief of the prairie wolf tribe, Raccoon. Hyun-woo looked back, thinking nervously. So that's Raccoon. Now I see why I had to pass the trial. In terms of sheer power, if Don was like a shot of cheap Russian vodka, then Raccoon was a wild and mighty bourbon. No, he's more like a fine whiskey, Don reported. Hyung-nim, this human has come to deliver Cannon's necklace to you, Raccoon asked in surprise. What? Cannon? He grabbed his hand and demanded. You brought Kanun's necklace? Hyun-yu stammered in reply. Yes. Raccoon held the necklace in his hand. This is definitely his. He flew into a rage, grinding his teeth together. Raccoon roared furiously. Kanun, that damn brat. He gave a loud command. Bring him to me at once. A debuff notification appeared. Raccoon's roar reduces all stats to 50%. HP cannot be recovered. Don placed a hand on Raccoon's shoulder, stopping him. Hyung-nim, calm down. He rejected the request. Don, don't stop me. Don had to say it bluntly. How much, Raccoon? You think he hates this thing? This time he even went as far as to hide the necklace. Hyun-yu began to recount the details of the quest. It was like this. Cannon, Raccoon's son, is also the future chief. He hated Raccoon's harsh training and only knew how to run away. He added, to control him, Raccoon made him wear this necklace, which could track his location and also summon him. The necklace was enchanted so he couldn't take it off, but someone helped him, which is how he managed to disappear without a trace, he continued. And the one who helped him break the spell was none other than Tangi. He scratched his head awkwardly. I didn't think things would go this far. Hyun-yu asked in shock. You can even Raccoon that? Tangi looked up at him and shot back. Shouldn't you know what I'm capable of by now? Blockhead master. He widened his eyes. That's insane. Raccoon sighed. My apologies. Anything related to that rebellious son of mine makes me lose my composure. I will reward you properly for bringing the necklace to me. The screen before his eyes filled with notifications. Quest complete. The heir of the prairie wolf tribe. Gained EXP. You have leveled up. HP and mana have been restored. A new skill has been acquired. Mana condensation amplifies one's own power by condensing magic, increasing magic power by 20%. Hyun-yu cheered excitedly in his heart. What an amazing, unique skill. Magic skills are the most essential thing in the arena. He spoke with a word of warning. If you run into that arrogant brat, tell him this Black Mountain forest will be his grave. Prominent announcement. A new quest has been received. Raccoon's message. Raccoon has a message for his son, Cancun. If you meet him, deliver the message. Hyun-yu quickly calculated in his head. Another quest. What a generous orc. I need to get on his good side. He said in a sweet voice. Leave it to me. Mr. Raccoon entrusted this to you. I'm counting on you. Raccoon turned to remind Tani, Little Bear of Bu-Din Island, don't get too involved with Cancun anymore. He replied timidly. Why yes, of course. He also revealed, actually, there was never any enchantment on the ring to begin with. It wasn't your fault. Tani was in shock, his mouth agape as he screamed. So I never had the skill to dispel charms? Hyun-yu thought to himself. That makes sense, doesn't it? Back to reality. Outside a modern building, under the scorching sun, Young Chan's urgent voice called out, Hey, Kang Hyun-yu, get up. He was woken up, slowly coming to his senses. Hyun-yu asked, Did you come to give me a quest? He explained, What are you sleep-talking about? We need to talk. So get up. Young Chan announced excitedly, I've got 2 pieces of good news for you, he said with a satisfied tone. First, our video has become a hot topic in the community because they keep hyping it up. Hyun-yu exclaimed in surprise as he looked at the stats on the playing video. 170,000 views already? Hyun-yu laughed and hugged him. Thanks, Yan. It's all thanks to you, Young Chun said slowly. Don't celebrate just yet. The second one is even better, he said leisurely. We received an email from Nai. Hyun-yu asked curiously. Nai? Young Chun shared. Nai, a major fashion brand that's just starting to get into the arena streaming scene. Right now, they're the top corporation in this field, he said casually. They want to recruit you. Hyun-yu felt like he was choking. The world's #1, he thought in disbelief. The world's top company wants to recruit me. Hyun-yu was still stunned by the news he'd received. I haven't even been back in the arena for a week, and an opportunity has already opened up right in front of me. Hyun-yu involuntarily remembered his painful past, the days of watching his mother struggle to care for his sick father in bed. Next came the time he worked part-time at a convenience store to make a living. The image of Ham's provocative face was still seared into his memory. Unable to control his rising anger, he had thrown a punch straight at his face. Back then, Hyun-yu felt like he had nothing left but the sole goal of revenge. He unconsciously clenched his fists, emotions churning in his chest. Young Chan asked for his opinion again. So, you've decided? Hyun-yu replied softly. Yeah, he suggested bluntly. They put their contact info right below. Want to contact them now? Hyun-yu agreed decisively. Okay. Immediately, at the Nai Company headquarters building, Kale was reporting the situation. Chairman, we've just signed a contract with the player from that video. He presented the information. His name is Kang Hyun-yu. He decided to set his streamer nickname as Ali Leader. If it's hard to pronounce, you can also call him Mr. G. He raised an issue. But the problem is, what does Mr. G stand for? He frowned, his gaze sharp. Milligam? Are you messing with me? Kale, the powerful man in front of him, was the chairman of Nai, Jai. He smiled and said, Can you think of anyone else, sir? Jai answered hesitantly. Could it be? Kale said with a mysterious smile. So you understand now, sir. He revealed, he's the #1 ranker who disappeared 2 years ago. He looked out the window, praising him. You've recruited a superstar, haven't you? Jai said with satisfaction. 2 years ago, the number of arena players began to skyrocket, making arena popular worldwide. Now, it brings in enormous profits, while also developing into another world. Jai emphasized. And now you're telling me that gaming legend has returned? He said with some anticipation. I wonder, with his return, just how much can that legend shake up the arena? Setting, Aslan, integrated auction house. Hyun-yu examined the items in his inventory. Sell this one's usable. He began to calculate. After I dealt with the gear from the PKers and good luck, I earned 5,100 gold and a pair of boots. Item description, swamp frog boots. Boots made from frog skin that help you jump higher. A proud look appeared on his face. I also got an item from Da's quest. Hyun-yu suddenly remembered that he almost forgot about this because of Raccoon's reward. He praised in amazement, Da's necklace. The effect is no joke. Hyun-yu assessed aloud. If I add up all my equipment, my stats are about the same as a level 60 player's. He considered, since I'm only level 32 now, it would be awesome if I could find a unique weapon with the remaining money. Auction window. Hyun-yu tapped his finger on the display panel. The most important thing right now is attack power. Defense doesn't have much value for me at the moment, he told himself with satisfaction. As expected, finding a unique item for 5,000 gold is pretty tough, huh? Hyun-yu suddenly exclaimed, There's one, and it's only 1,000 gold, 10 times cheaper than its actual price, he thought decisively. Some guy must be quitting the game and liquidating his stuff, right? Buy. Just as Hyun-yu got a great deal. Somewhere else in the auction house, he was known as Glow, the guildmaster of Sweron. Jay approached and asked, What's wrong, guildmaster? Sweron stammered. It's sold, she said calmly. Isn't it good that it's sold? Sweron shouted in regret. But I was missing a 0 when I listed it. Before I could take it down, some guy snatched it up, JTI exclaimed in shock. Huh? He ordered urgently. Go find that guy and drag him here for me. JTI replied in fear. Why? Yes, sir, Hyun-yu said excitedly. I got it. Don't know who sold it, but thanks, comrade. This recent incident will surely mean the conflict between Glow and Kang. Hyun-yu won't end until hell freezes over. He motivated himself. I still have 3 days before I sign the contract with Nai. Until then, I should get as strong as I can. Grinding quests is probably the best option, right? Hyun-yu smiled excitedly. I still have the quest from Khan. Time to go see LeBron, I guess? Quest details. Meet Knight Emissary Ki Hwan. Hyun-yu hoped. The reward from the Stepwolf tribe was already great. I wonder what I'll get from the Empire's strongest knight. He walked down a small, old-fashioned alley. If I'm not mistaken, Khan LeBron is at his home in Yuzma. I wonder if the teleport scroll to Yuzma is expensive. Scenery of a Central European medieval city, the Yuzma Empire. Hyunyu looked up, overwhelmed. This is LeBron's mansion? He exclaimed. Whoa, this is incredible. You can really tell he's the Empire's strongest knight. Hyunyu was thrilled. I've never met him before, I'm so excited. The guard spoke sternly. Civilians may not enter. Please turn back. He presented the proof. I was recommended by Khan. He said, with this, I should be able to meet LeBron. The guard's voice became respectful. The Duke is currently in the training grounds at the center of the estate. Hyunyu replied cheerfully, thanks. The passersby stared, wide-eyed in shock, thinking, the gates to the LeBron estate are opening? Does that mean that guy is entering the main scenario? No way, we have to follow him. They all scrambled to lie. I'm his teammate! Hey, you, let's party up! He thought with contempt. There are freeloaders everywhere you go, Hyunyu guessed to himself. Now that I think about it, I've never seen a video of LeBron. Am I the first one? Start recording, he mused to himself. They said LeBron is in the training grounds at the center of the estate. He gasped in surprise. That's him, LeBron's voice questioned him. Are you the one Khan recommended? He nodded in reply. Yes, I'm Kang Hyun-yu, the man stated grimly. It's been a long time since an adventurer came to see me. If Khan recommended you, you must be quite skilled. Hyun-yu questioned internally. So someone has come here before? I thought I was the only one who got a coin. Khan, you played me, didn't you? LeBron wondered. Did you come here to test your own strength? Hyun-woo muttered to himself. I'm here on a quest, old man. LeBron continued calmly. Seeing is believing. A quick match should tell me everything, don't you think? He turned and walked toward the weapons rack. So, want to fight? LeBron made an offer. I teach a skill to anyone who accepts the challenge. He frowned, annoyed. Damn it, why raccoon? I have to fight everyone I meet. Hyun-yu made a counteroffer. If my performance is outstanding, could you teach me 2 skills? LeBron replied nonchalantly. If you like, 3 would be fine too. But of course you have to pass the test first. Pre-match stat update. All stats have increased significantly. Fighting spirit. When the opponent is stronger than the player, stats will increase further. Hyun resolved, I'm definitely getting a unique skill this time. He said confidently, please, teach me well. The man observed him critically. What an unusual stance. I've never met a strong person with such a careless form. LeBron seemed to realize something. Hyun-yu's expression surprised him. He's ready to fight? The relaxed air he had a moment ago is completely gone. He dashed forward, initiating the attack, but LeBron easily parried it without much effort. He assessed his opponent as they fought. Every strike is filled with power. How much must he have honed his techniques? He's not someone I can beat just because I have better form. LeBron analyzed him objectively. He's even using his feet. Most knights would probably fall to him. He assessed him casually, even while on the attack. But, kid, only 50 points. You're not much different from the others who came to challenge me. LeBron considered. About 10 people have challenged me so far, but none have scored over 50 points. He wondered to himself, will he be just like the others before him? Hyun-yu gritted his teeth, sweat dripping down his face. If I can't win, I'll give it everything I've got. He acted decisively, shouting, charge! The man parried the blow, pushing back his powerful spinning attack. LeBron tensed, his face scrunching up as he thought, using charge at this distance is quite surprising. He focused his observation. Did he even calculate how far he'd be thrown back? Hyun-yu confidently sized up his opponent. Gotcha. With a swift slash of his sword, Hyun-yu regained his balance and landed perfectly. LeBron was impressed. You knew full well the difference in our levels, yet you still dared to execute such a risky move. Not only that, but you managed to maintain your balance and launch an attack from mid-air? He praised him with satisfaction. You have an interesting talent. 80 points. Hyun-yu was still stunned. 80 points. I got 80 points, so how many skills will I get? LeBron squinted and laughed loudly. Now, I believe it's my turn, right? He uttered, stunned. Huh? The man repeated seriously. I said it's my turn to attack. LeBron said enthusiastically. Get your guard up. LeBron was currently in a state of high excitement, having unexpectedly met a talented individual. Hyun-yu's entire head was visibly swollen. He stood there dazed, with a weary face. LeBron walked up close and shook his hand. Excellent, young man. I admit, your technique is truly good, Hyun-yu replied softly. Thank you, he thought to himself. He just kept hitting the exact same spot. At my current level, there's no way I could have beaten him. LeBron held up a shining gold coin. I gave 10 swordsmen a coin each, and now all of them have found their way here. There were 9 challengers before you, and you are the 10th. He praised him profusely, and also the strongest. You're better than all 9 of them combined. A system notification appeared. Quest complete. You have received EXP. You have leveled up. HP and mana have been restored. Received the title, the Transcendent Star, acknowledged by LeBron. Hyun-yu was ecstatic. I even got a title, and the effect is insane. The man spoke awkwardly, as promised. This is for you. Forgive me for only being able to give you one skill. But the rules are the rules. There's nothing I can raccoon to change them. He slowly opened the book. Inside was the skill, Master of Combat. Hyun-yu's eyes widened in amazement. Another 10% increase to all stats. That's a total of 20%. LeBron spoke decisively. I have fulfilled my promise regarding the coin. You may leave. He called out to him loudly. Wait a minute. Hyun-yu wasn't satisfied. I came all this way for just this? You can't just say the quest is over and kick me out, can you? The man turned back to him with a confused look. What? Hyun-yu offered earnestly. Is there anything I can help you with, Sir LeBron? He grinned broadly and said, As a matter of fact, there is something I need done. I suppose I can entrust it to you. LeBron began to explain grimly. A lot of them have suddenly appeared in Briok. The king suspects a dark magician is the one behind this. He looked at him, seeking his agreement. Will you investigate this matter for me? A system announcement rang out. You have received a new quest. Investigate Briok. Hyun-yu's jaw dropped, the words echoing only in his thoughts. An S-rank quest is a main scenario quest. A large map appeared with a note below it. A main scenario quest is a quest that has a major impact on the game's storyline and the development of the world of Arena. LeBron warned him carefully. I've heard that summoning and spiritual magic are his specialties. Be careful not to let him manipulate you. He answered confidently. Understood. I guarantee I will bring the truth of this matter to light. Hyun-yu clenched his fist, showing his determination. He hasn't been back for long and he's already shot straight to the top. I'm only level 33, but Niem Nien is now the one holding the fate of all of Aren in his hands. He thought to himself that he'd need to prepare carefully before heading out. The scene shifts to the Aslan Integrated Exchange Hall, where Swearon was shouting in shock. What? He demanded loudly. You still haven't found him! Swearon ordered impatiently. Go find the bastard who swiped the sword and bring him to me. Are you waiting for me to help you raccoon it? Is your head just for decoration? D cursed internally. Asterisk, stupid people die. What the hell is there to cry about? Asterisk, she had no choice but to obey. Forgive me, sir. I'll find him for you immediately tomorrow. Hyun, who was passing by, felt annoyed. Asterisk. Who are these losers causing a scene in the exchange hall? Asterisk. Swearon screamed, losing his composure. There won't be any more chances. Bring that son of a bitch who stole the dwarf sword here and make him kneel before me. Got it? Hyun was suspicious. The guy who just sold the dwarf sword? What does he want with me? He was startled as he realized, wait, isn't that the GH guild emblem? Hyun thought sarcastically. Asterisk, a hatred that will never fade. Asterisk. He removed the headset and logged out of the game. As the one driving this main scenario, Hyun figured it was best to deal with troublesome things like this as quickly as possible. He calculated coldly. Should I take them out one by one with character deletion matches? Hyun was torn. No, that would take too much time. And time is money. Or maybe I should just take out the high-ranking members one by one. Maybe the guild will just fall apart on its own. Yang Chan smiled and called out gently. Hyun, dinner's ready. He asked in frustration. What should I raccoon? Yang Chan. He replied. What is it? Just say it. Hyun answered softly. It's about that. Yang Chan offered a solution. It's simple. Just post a video taunting them, he suggested. Post the challenge on the forums. Dare them to a PK match. Hyun looked up and asked, what if they refuse? He stated calmly. Once you post the challenge on the forums, they won't be able to ignore it. Isn't this the perfect opportunity to wipe out the entire guild at once? Yang Chan added, you'll also become the hottest topic in Arena. It's killing two birds with one stone. Hyun mumbled his name. Yang Chan said with satisfaction. You're a genius, he humbly replied. Hardly. That's only if you can actually beat them in a one-on-one fight. Hyun laughed confidently. Who raccoon you think I am? I'll just slaughter the whole guild and get rich. What are we waiting for? No more waiting. And so, the next day, Hyun's challenge flooded the forums. At the GH guild base, JTI ran in from outside, shouting in a panic. Guildmaster, we have a problem! Swearon demanded. What's all the commotion about? She stammered. It's... JT reported in terror. Some guy posted a video challenging us all over the forums. He exclaimed in disbelief. What? Swearon recalled the video he had just seen. Oh, I'm an arena player, the back alley master. I'm making this video because of a message I just received. In the video, Hyun explained that the message was from a newbie, thanking him for his video about punishing the scummy high-ranking members of GH. He exclaimed furiously, Who is this damn bastard? Hyun declared in the video, So, I've decided. I'm going to make every single one of their characters vanish. Or in other words, I'm getting their accounts deleted. They've hogged the hunting grounds and dungeons for far too long. Hai-un revealed his plan. As I understand it, GH has a total of 15 high-ranking members, including the master. But since I already took care of 2, that leaves 13, and I have challenged them to one-on-one solo duels. He reminded everyone, don't miss the moment their accounts are deleted. Swearon slammed his hand on the table in a rage. That sword, he growled in anger. So the guy who deleted our high-ranking members' characters and the bastard who stole my dwarf sword are the same person? G asked nervously. You've seen the video then, Guildmaster? She asked, offering her thoughts. Should we just ignore him? Getting involved might just make things worse. He repeated coldly. Ignore him? Swearon commanded. Gather all the high-ranking members. G didn't dare refuse. Yes, sir. He roared furiously. We're going to beat that little brat to a pulp. Get them here. I accept his challenge. In the large conference room of the GH headquarters, JT began her analysis of the situation. From what I know, the back alley master is around level 30. However, the fact that he was able to take down 2 of our top players means he must have a few tricks up his sleeve. She continued, the character deletion bet he proposed is too risky. Even if we win, there's nothing in it for us. Isn't it just better to ignore him? Swearon shot back angrily. Ignore him? Are you kidding me? He leaped to his feet and snarled, what about my dwarf sword? What about the reputation of GH? Someone else suggested. How about this? We agree to the duel, and then we all jump him. Swearon nodded in agreement. So you're saying we should set a trap for him? Dungu suddenly appeared and spoke. You're all so pathetic. All the members exclaimed in unison. Commander, he looked at them with contempt. You're all subordinates of the New World Guild, and yet you're planning to ambush a level 30 player? The man before them was Dungu, the acting commander of the New World Guild. Swearon hurried forward to greet him. Commander, what brings you all this way? Dungu cut him off. Chu, come here. The man answered obediently. Yes, sir. Dungu landed a hard punch right in his stomach. Chu's face twisted in pain as he crumpled to his knees. Dungu accused him, how dare you monopolize a dungeon without reporting it to us? And to top it off, 3 GH members were humiliatingly deleted. My patience is wearing thin, he called out sharply. Swearon. Startled, he replied, Yes, sir, Dungu commanded. Film a response video to his challenge immediately. You will settle this matter honorably. It's the law of nature. The strong win, and the weak lose. He warned sternly. I expect your guild to be the one left standing when this is over. Elsewhere, Kale was waiting for someone in a luxurious restaurant. He suddenly turned, smiled, and exclaimed, Oh, hi, unapproached with a friendly greeting. You must be Kale? Kale remarked. Mr. G, you look even better in person, he replied politely. You as well. He continued to praise him. I could tell when we spoke on the phone, but your English is excellent. Hyun answered modestly. I studied it a bit a while back. Kale said calmly. Well then, let's continue our talk while we eat. The dishes were already served on the table. He handed Hyun a contract, instructing, This is the revised version. Please take a close look. He celebrated internally. Just as Yang Chan said, their offer is the best in the business. Hyun stated frankly, just what I'd expect from Nike. This is excellent. Kale then added a reminder. Check out the last part. A few new clauses were added. Look down here. It says the contract term is 2 years. For every 10,000 subscribers, you'll be paid 10,000 US dollars. There's an additional bonus for every 100,000 subscribers. And each month, you get to choose 1 rare skill book and 1 unique material. A unique material every month? Hyunyu thought to himself. With that, I can finally craft items using the secret recipes I got back when I was Melagos. Kale looked at him and asked casually, Are you satisfied? Hyunyu was a little skeptical. Are these terms for real? He replied pleasantly. Of course. Mr. G, or should I call you Meligos? To be honest, I don't think even this is enough for someone like you. Hyunyu was surprised. Meligos. It's been a long time since I've heard that name, he thought. How does he know that? I guess this is NAI we're talking about. Kale laid out the terms. Our only request is that you attach the NAI logo to your gear. A designer will be assigned to you, so please consult with them at least once a week. Kale asked politely, May I ask what your plans are for the near future? Hyunyu answered truthfully. I'm planning to start live streaming around next week. You should look forward to it, he added confidently. I've got something pretty big planned. Big by Meligos' standards? Kale wondered. He gave a warm, satisfied smile. I'm very much looking forward to it. When Hyunyu got home, he announced, I'm home. Yang Chan asked eagerly, Did you sign the contract? Of course, Hyunyu replied confidently. Oh, by the way, Yang Chan added, the GH Guild posted a response video. Hyunyu asked calmly, What'd they say? Yang Chan replied with a grin. They're challenging you to a fight at Yusma Arena in 2 days. Is that right? He replied nonchalantly. Hey, Aren't you gonna watch it? Yang Chan asked. Total waste of time, Hyun-Yu said flatly. I'm going hunting. He entered the game's swamp region. A lizard man with ferocious, glowing yellow eyes. One of them opened its mouth wide, revealing a row of sharp teeth. The lizard men in the swamp area are around level 60 to 70, Hyun-Yu thought. I'm only level 34, so there's a level gap of about 30. But why are they going down so easily? Is it because I've gotten so much stronger with all this unique gear and my skills? He wondered. I guess I've been so focused on grinding monsters that I underestimated just how OP I've become. He calculated his opponent's strength. The GH guild leader has to be around level 85, and I hear the average level of their top members is about 70. I'm pretty sure I won't lose to them, he thought. But if I'm gonna put on a show, the stronger I am, the better. And so, I grinded for 30 hours straight. I took a few breaks, but it was still basically 30 hours of hard work, Hyun-Yu reflected. He gripped his sword tightly and sighed in exhaustion. I'm dead tired, Hyun-Yu sighed. I'll just check my stats, and then go to bed. Thanks to 3 days of intense grinding, his skill proficiency had increased, and he had even leveled up 6 times, reaching level 40. Finally, the day of the battle arrived. An aerial view of Yuzma Arena. A large red and black banner was hanging, displaying the images of today's 2 opponents. In the stands, a blonde spectator said in surprise, The arena is usually crowded, but it's completely packed today. What raccoon, you think? Will the GH Guild win with their overwhelming numbers? His friend beside him mused. It's true they have the advantage in numbers, but instead of fighting all 13 at once, it's obviously more advantageous for him to fight them one-on-one. I hope the alleyway boss wins, he said. Hyun-Yu's mocking voice rang out. Are all 13 of you here yet? Or maybe one of you got scared and ran off? Swearon laughed arrogantly. I'm just glad you decided to show up. I'm going to crush you and take back that dwarven sword without spending a dime. He shot back. But what if you get taken out by your own sword? How humiliating would that be? What did you say, you bastard? Swearon yelled furiously. Hyun-Yu, ready for battle, signaled. Shall we begin? He then addressed the crowd loudly. Thank you all for waiting. I'm sincerely grateful to all the players who have gathered to watch this match today. Hyun-Yu's voice boomed across the arena. I guarantee that not a single one of you will go home disappointed today. So let's enjoy the show. Watching intently from a screen, Yang Chan thought, that guy, he's really become a celebrity, hasn't he? He continued, announcing the terms. As you all know, the rule is winner takes all, and the loser deletes their character. Yang Chan choked on his drink when he heard Hyun-Yu's final declaration. The team battle begins. The alleyway boss versus the GH Guild, he announced grandly. Hyun-Yu pointed his finger forward, full of confidence and defiance. 1 versus 13. It's time for a slaughter. A team battle? Yang Chan muttered to himself. Huh? Did I hear that right? A spectator in the stands asked in shock. The person next to him immediately confirmed. You didn't mishear him. He confirmed it again. It really is a team battle. The system prompted Swearon. Please select the members for the match. What is this bastard planning? He wondered. Swearon was baffled. He didn't stand a chance in a one-on-one duel to begin with. So what makes him think he can win against all 13 of us at once? What trick does he have up his sleeve? Hyun-Yu urged them loudly. Hurry up and decide. Personally, I want all of you to join in. If you only send out a few people, the match will be over too quickly, and that's no fun at all. Shut your damn mouth! Swearon yelled. He then calmed himself, thinking decisively. It doesn't matter what he's planning. All we have to raccoon is win. Donggu watched intently from the stands. Yang Chan said, half joking, if you lose, don't even think about coming home. After a long wait, the match finally began. Here we go, Jong-gu said excitedly. Huh? Guild leader Swearon asked, startled. One of his guildmates was eyeing Hyun-Yu's gear. His equipment looks pretty sweet. If I take him down myself, can I have all of it? He agreed to the request. Sure, everything except the dwarven sword is yours. Chu smiled. Deal, he jeered. Alleyway boss, you're finished. You're cocky because you have good gear and skills, but you know what? There are some things you'll never be able to beat us in. Chu continued aggressively. First, our levels. And second, our numbers. Raccoon, you really think you can handle all 13 of us with an average level of 70 to 80? So skills and gear can't beat numbers, huh? Hyun-Yu shot back. He raised his voice, asking, Then why are you the only one here? Chu asked, confused. Ah. Suddenly, Chu's body was sliced in half by Hyun-Yu's sword before he even knew what happened. Swearon, witnessing it from behind, thought in terror, What? He just one-shotted Chu, the second strongest in our guild. Soo-hyun spoke up accusingly. He's saying that this is playing dirty. Hyun-Yu shot back. Hasn't the match already started? Se-gang said to his teammate beside him. We shouldn't have underestimated this guy. Se continued his assessment. I can't believe he's strong enough to make both of us step up. He he realized the two people standing before him were the Seo Seo killer duo. He thought to himself, the most in-sync killer duo in the guild. If you block the spear, the sword stabs you. If you block the sword, the spear gets you from behind. Hyunwoo felt no fear in his heart. It's over, Ali boss. He easily grabbed their weapons, his voice dripping with sarcasm. The spear and sword duo? How boring, Hyunwoo remarked with disappointment. One of you should have attacked my blind spot, but your attacks are just too simple. With just one light swing of his sword, Sae-gang was easily finished off by him. Sae let out a cry of disbelief. He won, he screamed in horror as he was cornered. Huh? Hyunwoo analyzed his opponent's tactics. The spear user is incompetent. Once an opponent gets in close, he immediately panics. In an instant, Sae was also turned to dust by Hyunwoo. Hyunwoo was pleased with his weapon. This dwarven sword isn't half bad, huh? He continued his taunt. That's 3 of you down. What are you still standing around for? Get him! The cheers from the audience in the stands echoed relentlessly. They chattered excitedly. The alley boss has already taken down 3 of them. What if he actually wins this? Hyunwoo calculated in his head. I should probably add a little fuel to the fire, right? He raised his voice to expose them. You guys monopolize dungeons and kill other players with these trash-tier skills? He pointed his sword at them, his voice filled with contempt. I bet you can't beat anyone other than complete noobs. Why don't you just call good game and get it over with? Your characters are going to get deleted anyway. The audience watching the match roared with encouragement. Go on! You scared? If you're scared, just good game. What are you waiting for? Soo-hyun felt a sense of unease. The audience is starting to side with him. Hyunwoo analyzed his opponent's psychology. Landing the first blow is crucial when fighting multiple enemies. Once you take down the first one and show off your superior skills, the rest of them will start to panic. He concluded confidently. Even if they were confident in their victory before, they'll start getting scared and making more mistakes. Soo-hyun's eyes widened as he looked at his teammates in surprise. Let's all gang up on him. Come on. There are still 10 of us left. He grinned, letting out a taunt. Did you really think I'd give you time to get into formation? Hyunwoo explained his thought process. If they can't coordinate in time, then this is basically no different from fighting multiple one-on-one matches at the same time. He was incredibly satisfied. This is the price you pay for messing with me. You're all going to become content for my video. Everyone present at the match was stunned. Another series of overlapping bright blue sword slashes pierced through the fighter's armor. Another member of the Black Tower Guild fell at his hands. Hyunwoo's voice was a warning. Now, there are only 3 of you left. Soo-hyun tried to shout encouragement. It's not over till it's over. If we beat you, none of our accounts will be deleted. Once we win, you're finished. Turu dropped his sword, his voice filled with helplessness. I surrender. He quickly questioned him. What's wrong? We can still win, Turu said mournfully. You know it too, guild leader. Continuing this will only bring us more shame. JT's voice trembled as he spoke. I want to stop here too. Soo-hyun tried to stop them. Wait, she let out a soft sigh. I was so focused on leveling up and getting items that I stopped enjoying the arena like I used to. JT reminisced. I liked our guild better back then. We were just having fun. What? I want to go back to those days. She made a firm decision. I surrender. Soo-hyun thought bitterly. How did it come to this? He confessed to himself. When I first started the guild, I just wanted to have fun hunting with my friends. Soo-hyun questioned himself. Since when did the joy of leveling up turn into an obsession to get stronger at any cost? A bitter thought echoed in his mind. And since when did our Black Tower Guild become the villains in this story? The audience above roared in unison. Kill him! Kill him! Kill the Black Tower's guild leader! Hyunwoo was worried and skeptical. I never thought they'd actually surrender. What if people say this was staged because I won too easily? Soo-hyun suddenly stepped forward, startling him. His heart was heavy with thoughts. As the guild leader, everything that's happened is my fault. I'll end this fight with my own hands. Soo-hyun spoke up, his voice full of challenge. The Black Tower won't end here, alley boss, he said with determination. Even if we lose all our accounts, it's not over. We'll start again from scratch. Soo-hyun stated firmly, and the next time we meet, the Black Tower won't be the villains in your story. Hyunwoo let out a teasing remark. What a surprise. I didn't think you still had the will to fight. His voice was calm, but he sincerely thanked him for staying. Let's wrap up this match. Alley Boss versus the Black Tower. Despite being outnumbered, Kang Hyunwoo was still victorious. From that day on, the name Alley Boss spread like wildfire, and he became known as the embodiment of justice. Hyunwoo held his head high after the glorious victory. You have won the duel. Confirmation notice. You have received the reward based on the winner-takes-all rule. Everyone noticed that because of this incident, many people had started paying attention to Hyunwoo. Donggu's voice was calm but tinged with disappointment. I wasn't expecting much, but I didn't think they'd actually fail so miserably. He mused, Alley Boss, huh? Donggu let out a cold threat. You dared to destroy a guild under our protection. You will definitely pay the price. Hyunwoo thought to himself with a smirk. Big hall, big hall. Kale was sitting at an outdoor cafe, watching the match. He seemed quite pleased with Hyunwoo's abilities. Mr. G, so this is the promising prospect you were talking about? Kale followed the match's progression. You single-handedly took on 13 players in a character deletion match. So, this is what Melagos considers a big deal? He exclaimed, impressed. If you had told me beforehand that you were going to participate in a character deletion match, I probably would have stopped you. But seeing the way the entire community is going crazy over you, you've definitely made a huge name for yourself. Kale felt proud of his choice. You achieved your own goal while also reaping a worthy profit. That choice really paid off. The waiter spoke politely. Here is your order, sir. He smiled in response. Thank you, Kale affirmed with certainty in his heart. How many more times will you surprise me in the future? I'm really looking forward to it, Mr. G. Hyunwoo sat on the sofa, his face scrunched up in annoyance. Yang Chan, standing nearby, asked, What's wrong? Didn't signing the contract and dealing with the Black Tower Guild go smoothly? He answered grudgingly. Look. He stared at the television in shock. Huh? Golden Eagle Loa K? The reporter asked. Or should I call you Dung Hamb? The guy replied in a relaxed tone. Call me whatever feels right. Senior? Yang Chan asked in disbelief. Since when? Dung Han Beach debuts as a pro gamer. Hyunwoo stared at the TV screen, his eyes filled with hatred. I wonder, if I hadn't seen his face, would I have forgotten my revenge? It's decided. Hyunwoo was filled with determination. My main goal now is to become a pro gamer, he said in a firm voice. So I can destroy him in the arena, Hyunwoo declared resolutely. I can't be lazy anymore. I have to keep training my skills and get stronger. I'm logging into the game, Yang Chan exclaimed in surprise. Huh? He was worried about Hyunwoo. Are you planning on being glued to that capsule all day? A large, solid wooden gate appeared in the middle of the stone wall south of the capital, the Great Gate of Briac. Hyunwoo frowned, thinking to himself, I just dealt with the ghouls. Now I can finally raccoon the main scenario quest. Very few people know about the 4th main scenario quest. If I gather all the relevant info, I can monopolize even the 5th main scenario quest, he thought excitedly. If I want to find the dark mages in Briac, I'll have to face the undead. It'd be better to party up with a priest, but I don't have anyone to ask for help. For now, I'll have to go solo. You're not alone. Your foolish master still has me. Hyunwoo tilted his head, still thinking. The problem is, I don't even know where to start in Briac, he shouted, annoyed. Don't ignore me. I know the terrain well. The cemetery is to the south, and the dark cave is to the north. The dark cave is a popular hunting ground because of the large amount of EXP you get from defeating the Skotans, Hyunwoo said in a grim voice. But ever since the poison ghouls appeared and made it extremely difficult to defeat them, very few players come to this area. Where should I go? The cemetery was desolate, the landscape dominated by bare trees and large stone crosses. He felt a little anxious. I came to this cemetery because it wouldn't be good if others bothered me while I'm doing the main scenario quest. Seok-jong hurried after him and shouted, Hey, why raccoon? You insist on going alone. I told you it'd be better if we went together. Hyunwoo walked on without a word, feeling annoyed. But I don't get why this guy keeps following me. He remembered that, according to him, he was half Korean and Chinese and was building a farm. His name is Kim Sok-dong. He vaguely realized, Isn't that guy in the weird clothes the alley boss? Hyunwoo felt uneasy. He recognized me at the south gate and started following me. Seok-jong looked at Hyunwoo quizzically. Hey, are you planning on ditching me? He replied coldly. Not at all. I plan to hunt in the cemetery area, so... See ya. Hyunwoo was annoyed, thinking to himself, Damn it, I want to get rid of this guy, but I don't want false rumors spreading in the community. Seok-jong grabbed him by the shirt and pulled. You planning to hunt ghouls too? Hyunwoo confirmed honestly. Yeah, I plan to hunt ghouls. Not many people are there, so it'll be a perfect place to level up, he thought in amazement. He stopped me easily, even though my strength stat is over 200. How much did this guy invest in his strength stat? He lowered his voice and asked directly. Don't tell me you're planning to look for the dark mages. Seok-jong spoke in a mysterious and curious tone. How did I know? It's a secret, Hyunwoo wondered. How does he know about my quest? Could it be that he's also doing the main scenario quest? He proposed enthusiastically. I have business with the dark mages too, so let's go together. What raccoon, you say? I know where they are, so I don't think you'll leave me behind, right? Hyunwoo asked, surprised. You know where the dark mages are? Seok-jong said in a smug voice. Of course. I'm proposing this because I know how strong you are, and I've already mastered my second class. Hyunwoo stammered. Seriously? Hyunwoo thought in a panic, a little suspicious because taking me with him wouldn't benefit him at all. But if he wanted to kill me, he would have done it already. He planned his escape route. If anything happened, he would just have to run. Hyunwoo smiled and agreed. All right, Let's go together. He praised him. Good choice, kid. Seokjong led him to a cross-shaped tombstone. He said confidently, The dark mage's hideout is here. Hyun-yu asked skeptically. It's just a grave. Seokjong replied calmly. What's the rush? Be patient and wait a bit. Hyun-yu looked in surprise at the gear in his hands. Those are the gauntlets given to a Liru monk, Seokjong confirmed. You know about it too? That's right, this is the class reward. Hyun-yu revealed some info. The famous secondary class, monk, where the strictest monks belong to the Temple of the Sunday, the Liru monks. Seokjong clenched his gauntlet-covered fist to smash the cross-shaped tombstone. He thought to himself, that place has a ton of absurd requirements. Basically, if you're not acknowledged by the head monk, you can't change your class. It's rumored that not many people are suited for this class, Hyun-yu thought to himself. It's probably true, because this guy isn't just any ordinary player either. He gestured to him, Hey kid, the entrance is ready. Let's go down. A ferocious ghoul appeared, its bony face a bluish gray, and with just one blow, Seokjong easily defeated it. Hyun-yu was stunned, sweat beading on his temple. He watched from behind, thinking, he really is a Liru monk. Every strike is elegant yet full of power. He was still baffled. But I've never heard the name Kim Seokjong before. How can he be this strong without any fame? Hyun-yu refocused his objective. This was no time to be admiring him. The top priority is to complete the main scenario quest. He silently praised Hyun-yu's fighting style. Every move was so fluid. Seokjong complained with a grimace. That guy, Dunggu, said he was curious about the one who cleared the ghoul's lair alone and made me look for him, he said in an excited voice. Wow, he's quite promising. I'm starting to like him. At some point, 3 ghouls had latched onto Seokjong, but he defeated them easily without much effort. He looked with interest at Hyun-yu, the alley boss. I wonder what I should raccoon with you. A dark mage apprentice lay dying on the ground, an expression of absolute terror on his face, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He said in a weak voice, Damned adventurers! He screamed in fear. No! Hyun-yu straightened up, thinking, maybe because he's just an apprentice, it doesn't affect the quest's progress. He praised him. Nice work. Hyungnim replied, You too. Hyun-woo had his own thoughts. Even though the dark mage was defeated, the quest wasn't over. The number required was indefinite, which meant they had to kill more. He turned to look at Seokdong, thinking, well, we just took down a dark mage, but how raccoon I get away from this guy? Hyun-woo's mind was a mess. What now? He thought carefully. Based on his personal skills, he's probably a top ranker, so it's best to just stay on his good side, right? Seokdong thought grimly. He seems pretty cautious. If I try to recruit him into the guild now, he'll definitely be suspicious. If he already has a guild, this'll be so embarrassing. I have to make a good impression. Hyun-woo made an excuse to leave. Oh no. What raccoon I raccoon? I have to go. I'm going to be late for a hunt with my friend, he said calmly. Yeah, you should get going then. Friends are important, right? If you have plans, I won't bother you. Hyun-woo hurried off, not forgetting to say goodbye. Thanks for your help. Hyungnim Seokdong just watched Hyun-woo's back as he disappeared. He let out a soft sigh and put a hand to his head. Sigh. I didn't even have the guts to ask. I'm such a loser. Seokdong opened his screen, its pale blue light reflecting on his face. He spoke in a serious tone. Guildmaster, it's me. Seokdong made a firm request. Yonggu, stop investigating the back alley boss, the man cried out in shock. Why all of a sudden? He emphasized coldly. I said stop, so stop. Are you going to make me repeat myself? And drop any thoughts of revenge or anything like that? Seokdong smirked, his eyes full of confidence. That kid is about to become one of my boys. The next time we meet, I'll definitely make you join our big family. The system has launched the Stream Arena AG platform. It includes an integrated sensory feedback feature. Purchase a digital room. Service fees will be set by the uploader. Users will be able to pay and experience the sensations of the arena video in their Cooper. It was a high-tech feature that allowed players to experience the video from every angle. Hyun-woo clicked on the screen and suddenly exclaimed, The video of the Black Tower fight already has this many views? He said, stunned. 18 million views and 10,000 sensory feedbacks? Hyun-woo's eyes widened. Each sensory feedback cost 50 cents. Multiplied by 10,000, a wave of joy washed over him. That meant he earned $5,000 from just one video. He crossed his arms and turned to look at the Cooper device. The device was shaped like an egg lying on its side, with a transparent, emerald green lid covering a pod inside. Yang Chan walked in from outside and said warmly, Hyun-woo, what raccoon you want to eat? He could only scream 3 words in his mind. What the hell? In his room, Hyun-woo was on his knees, bowing deeply before the game device. Once again, he entered the world of Arena. He was intently pointing at the screen. He rechecked his quest. So, How many dark mages raccoon I have to kill? Exactly. A notification appeared on the screen. Defeat the dark mages. Hyun-woo wondered aloud. Since the number is indefinite, does that mean I have to kill 2, 3, or even 10 of them? Hyun-woo looked around, observing his surroundings, before making an assessment. The Black Cave really is crowded, Hyun-woo thought anxiously. I'm pretty famous now. What if someone recognizes me? A voice suddenly called out. Hey, isn't that Hyun-woo Appa? It was a girl's voice. He thought smugly. I knew a female fan would recognize me eventually. Hyun-woo turned completely around, his eyes wide in shock. Huh? She said excitedly. See? I told you it was him. The friend next to her praised her. You're the best. He was startled to realize it was Yuri and Yoon. She greeted him cheerfully. It's been a while, hasn't it? I didn't think we'd run into each other here. Yoon asked eagerly. Hyung, have you been doing well? Hyun-woo stammered. Long time no see, huh? He stood there cringing. What kind of joke is this? Hyun-woo thought in a panic. I can't believe I ran into Yuri here. Yuri looked at him with concern. What's wrong? Appa, are you hurt somewhere? Hyun-woo recalled the past. Both Yuri and Yoon. We were all really close when we were kids. But the reason I'm a bit scared of Yuri isn't because she's Yang-chan's little sister. She linked her arm with his, tilted her head and asked, I heard you're living at my brother's place now, right? Hyun-woo answered, flustered. Yeah, Yuri said cheerfully. That means you're part of our family now, right? He revealed the old story. It was because Yuri had confessed to him before. Hyun-woo thought in fear. I barely managed to dodge it that time. But her actions after that, I just couldn't handle them. He stammered, well. Yoon frowned and said, annoyed, Nuna. He reminded Yuri, stop teasing him, you're embarrassing him. She turned back and said playfully, nah, just kidding. I only see you as a friend. Yoon tilted his head and asked, Hyung, did you come to the Black Cave to hunt? He extended an invitation. We were just about to go hunting. Want to join us? Hyun-woo said in surprise. A party? Yoon replied confidently. Our party has 3 people. That friend over there is a warrior. Just trust us. We'll carry you, Yuri said warmly. Let's hunt together, Appa. Hyun-woo considered it. Right. They don't know that I'm the back alley boss. Or about my glorious past. He made a decision in his mind. Yang-chan's family is always taking care of me, so I guess I can play with them for a bit to pay them back. Hyun-woo nodded decisively. All right, deal. I'll be counting on you guys to carry me then. The 3 of them shouted in unison. Let's raccoon this. Hyun-woo was in the vanguard position, holding his sword in both hands, ready to fight. Before he could even make a move, the 2 undead in front of him were destroyed. Hyun-woo quickly turned his head, his gaze firm. He praised them internally. Their skills are pretty good. At first, when I heard it was a 3-person party, I was a bit skeptical about their level. But at this rate, I think we could even conquer a level 90 undead dungeon. Hyun-woo observed Yoon's combat skills. Yoon's arrows were always accurate. The kid could even fire a volley, 1 arrow per kill. He silently noted, over here, Yuri is constantly calculating the timing so her blessing spell doesn't run out. The blessing buff is hard enough to manage, but she's also timing her armor buffs perfectly. He smiled confidently. I think I can let them help me with my quest. Yuri ran over and asked worriedly, Appa, stop spacing out. You're getting hurt. After a period of non-stop fighting, the undead were defeated. Yoon and Yuri said, stunned, an indefinite dungeon. Hyun-woo shared what he had to raccoon next. I got a quest to defeat dark mages, and that indefinite dungeon is supposed to appear here in the Black Cave. He silently made a decision. Asterisk, better to hide that this is a main scenario quest. Asterisk, Hyun-woo asked curiously, so, how many hours are you 2 planning to play today? Yang Run replied politely, around 8 hours. He nodded and said, that should be enough. Hyun-woo made an offer. So, you 2 want in? UD immediately agreed. Yes! Yang Run excitedly declared, the rewards from an unstable dungeon are bound to be insane. Of course we have to go. Hyun-woo smiled brightly. All right, let's raccoon our best, he thought smugly. Asterisk, real hell is waiting for you 2 up ahead. Asterisk, the new battle began. 1 hour passed, then 3, and finally, it had been 7 hours. Yang Run called out, his voice trembling. Hyun-woo, what's going on? We've been looking for this dungeon for 7 straight hours. Are you sure it's even going to show up? He said tiredly. I feel like we're about to explore this entire black hole, he wondered to himself. Asterisk, it should be around here somewhere, right? Asterisk, Hyun-woo suggested, let's take a short break. He admitted to himself, asterisk, I've hunted for a whole day straight before without any problems, but the kid really is tired. Asterisk, Hyun-woo was a little surprised. Asterisk, but UD doesn't look tired at all. Asterisk. Asterisk, a talent for arena, huh? Asterisk, Yang Run collapsed onto the stone floor. I'm completely drained. Let's just rest for a bit, Hyung. He suddenly fell backward as a system notification popped up. You have discovered the Apprentice Dark Mage's laboratory. Confirm entry. Hyunyu said proudly. Nice one, Yang-run. Cold, dark stairs stretched down into the so-called laboratory. Inside the room, Elo was busy at an experiment table, his hands moving ceaselessly. He spoke in a sinister voice. If this research is recognized, I'll be able to advance to a full-fledged dark mage, he declared aggressively. Once I succeed, I will expand my undead army and take revenge on those who dared to look down on me. He laughed maniacally. This is just the first step of my ultimate plan. Hyunyu's voice shattered his joy. So you're the one who created that horde of undead? He covered his mouth, smirking sarcastically. Thanks for blurting out your entire plan. Elo recoiled in shock. How did you people get in here? Hyunyu, sword in hand, said confidently. We're all tired, so let's make this quick. He laughed maliciously. You cowardly adventurers will regret ever stepping foot in my laboratory. Elo raised his hand and began to summon. A ferocious, beast-like monster with green eyes burst through the wall, appearing in the middle of the room. The three of them stared at it, stunned. Elo shouted in excitement. Become food for my masterpiece! Great Bone Bear, go! Bibi, tear them to shreds for me. Hyunyu assigned the roles. I'll handle the bear. You two attack the dark mage. Ud yelled a warning. Hyunyu, watch out! It's coming at you from behind. Bibi unleashed a powerful attack, creating a blinding streak of light aimed straight at Hyunyu. Ud cried out in shock. Oppa! Bibi growled fiercely, then looked up and roared. Its blazing green eyes showed terrifying power. Furious, it watched its prey slip away. Hyunyu reassured his teammates. Don't worry, but this skeleton probably isn't his full power. We can't let our guard down. Its bright green eyes stared forward, full of menace. Ud stammered in shock. It looked up at the ceiling and let out a ferocious roar that shook the air, and another notification appeared. Great Bone Bear uses the skill. Pressure. He was stunned. Asterisk. It can use pressure. Asterisk. Update. Due to the effect of Fighting Spirit, Great Bone Bear's pressure has been nullified. He thought in shock. Asterisk. Pressure is a wide-area crowd control skill that only high-level boss monsters can use. Asterisk. In the worst-case scenario, the whole party could get wiped out by that thing. Are they okay? Hyunyu said in surprise. Huh? Elo spoke with arrogance. What raccoon you think of Bibi's skill? An arrow shot out at high speed, becoming a blur as it flew straight towards him. The arrow embedded itself in Elo's chest, his face contorting in pain. The silhouettes of Ud and Yang-run were faint in the dust cloud. Hyunyu praised her internally. Asterisk. Amazing. Ud. Asterisk. Asterisk. She timed the duration of the pressure skill perfectly, and knowing it was a CC skill, she immediately used an immunity skill on Yang-run. Asterisk. He felt a surge of pride. Asterisk. Her senses are incredible. Asterisk. It stood tall, watching as Elo collapsed to the floor. He whispered weakly, Babe. It remembered its childhood. From now on, your name is Bibi. Eat up and grow big and strong. Bibi. Bibi. It raised its head to the sky and cried for its master. Bibi went completely berserk, its eyes blazing with uncontrollable fire. Yang-run asked in alarm, What's happening? Is it angry because its master died? He made a cold decision. Round 2. Is it? Guess I should summon my ultimate weapon. Hyunyu raised his hand and shouted, Summon! Tangi spoke grandly. A summon? That means you're in trouble, right? You, blockhead master. No need to worry, for I am here now. He suddenly lowered his voice. Sorry to bother you. Tangi bounced up and down, urging him to destroy the disgusting thing. Hurry up, blockhead master. He replied, I know. Go get it for me. A system notification appeared. Bear's soul acquired. Stamina and strength stats increased. Received blessing of the ancient forest. Defense stat increased. Health will now continuously regenerate. Hyunyu charged straight at Bibi. His sword, enveloped in a green light, was ready for a head-on clash. Ud hugged Tangi tightly. You're so cute! Yang-run walked over and asked gently. Is that Hyunyu Hyung's pet? She asked in a sweet voice. What's your name? He said, annoyed. I am Tangi. Unhand me, human. Ud adored him. Why are you so cute? Want to come with me? Tangi hastily cried for help. Blockhead master, save me! Hyunyu grumbled while fighting. Can't you two see I'm in the middle of a battle? You just stand around doing nothing after taking care of the dark mage? Seriously? Hyunyu said, stressed. Let's just finish this thing quickly. He powered up. Activating Titan's strength. Attack stat will now temporarily increase. Hyunyu landed an extremely powerful blow on Bibi's weak spot. He launched himself high into the air, preparing the finishing blow. Hyunyu swung his sword, creating a series of lightning-fast slashes. Bibi's body lost all its strength, collapsing to the ground in pain. Elo watched in anguish as his pet was defeated. He uttered a final word in his mind. Asterisk BB. Asterisk. It used its last ounce of strength to try and reach out its hand. Asterisk. What a touching end. Asterisk. Hyun-woo exclaimed in surprise. Oh, wow! The system chimed with a congratulations, he said joyfully. Sweet. Quest complete. Requirement. Defeat dark mages, 2 out of 2. Return and report to LeBron to complete the quest. Elo's research journal acquired. Yang Run had an excited look on his face. Hyung, what should we raccoon with these item drops? He asked with interest. What did we get? He replied. The dark mage dropped a staff and a mage skill book, and the bear dropped some weird marble. Yang Run added, I'm not sure what it is either. You should try appraising it. Hyun-yu held the red marble, feeling a bit curious. He was thrilled. He never expected to get something like this here. So cool, Hyun-woo happily announced. I just need this orb, you two can have the rest. Yuji spoke up shyly. Is that really okay? It was your quest after all? Yang-jun stammered a bit. You handled all the hard parts. Hyun-woo cheerfully explained. It's fine. Just think of it as a gift from me. It's been a while since we've seen each other anyway. Moved. Yang-jun and Yuji called out his name. Hyun-woo said his goodbyes. It's getting late. Shall we log out? Yang-jun obediently replied. Yes. The narrator's voice explained that Hyun-woo didn't even bother to mention that, for him, the orb was more than worth it. He returned to the city and went to the fortress where 2 guards were standing watch. LeBron was already there waiting. You're back already? Sooner than I expected, he asked in a serious tone. What's the status of the investigation? Hyun-woo explained. This is the Dark Mage's research journal. LeBron stared intently at the journal in his hand. His Majesty will be pleased with this, he told Hyun-woo. Now, let's get ready to go. Startled, he asked again. Huh? What raccoon you mean? He turned his head and replied calmly. We must go see His Majesty. You're the one who investigated this case, so if you don't go, who will report it to him? Hyun-woo stammered. The Emperor? The story goes that in the 3 years since Arena's launch, not a single person had been allowed to set foot in the Yusma Imperial Palace. That was also why so many gamers loitered around LeBron's residence, believing he had a connection to the main scenario. LeBron stared thoughtfully ahead, and they were right. And so, the first player to set foot in the Imperial Palace had appeared. An announcement sound played. You have received the title. First to enter the Imperial Palace. Hyun-woo looked around, a bit dazed. So, this is the Imperial Palace. He turned to encourage him. Don't be too nervous. His Majesty is a refined man. Even if he holds a grudge, he is always full of grace and tolerance. Hyun-woo bowed his head and replied, I understand, Sir LeBron. But inwardly, he thought otherwise. A grudge? Raccoon, I really look that nervous? Hyun-woo thought to himself with a smirk. Since the Yusma Imperial Palace is the focal point of the main scenario, I wonder how many quality items the Emperor will grant me. LeBron's voice cut in, introducing, This is the main hall where His Majesty holds court. He already knows you're an adventurer, so there's no need to be overly formal. LeBron nodded and gestured. You may enter now. His face paled slightly as he whispered in his mind, This is where the Emperor sits? He was sitting imposingly on the throne, waiting. Alexander smiled brightly. You've arrived. Hyun-woo looked up, thinking, That's the Emperor? He's younger than I thought. LeBron respectfully reported, Your Majesty, this adventurer is the one who investigated the truth of the Briok incident. He widened his eyes, observing him from head to toe. Alexander spoke mockingly. So this is the adventurer who runs your errands for you? A system message displayed. You are paralyzed by the power of a ruler. Hyun-woo's face changed in fear. What is this? I can't move? Hyun-woo trembled and whispered to himself. It's similar to the pressure I felt when I met Raccoon. No, it's even stronger. A chill ran down his spine at the power the Emperor possessed. What kind of monster will he become in the future? LeBron bowed, his voice restrained. Your Majesty, this is not the time for games. His face still pale, Hyun-woo thought to himself, I can move again. Alexander's voice was ice cold. LeBron, Raccoon, you think I'm playing games? He suddenly vanished from the throne and appeared in front of LeBron. Are you prepared to pay the price for your insubordination? LeBron remained completely silent, his cold gaze unwavering. He glared back and retorted, You were the one who summoned us here, and now you're starting this nonsense. What now? Pay the price? Raccoon, you wish to risk challenging my title? Alexander was stunned as LeBron glared at him. Hyun-woo frowned, unable to help but wonder. LeBron? Is he always like this? What the hell is wrong with this screwed-up empire? Hyun-woo thought suspiciously. If I remember correctly, I saw something about these two when I was looking up information on the main scenario. The story of Yusma's emperor, Alexander, who was now asking in frustration, Then why are you always cooped up at home, huh? You damn bastard. Get to work. And the empire's strongest knight, LeBron, laughed loudly in response. Raccoon, you think you can threaten me? A duke like myself has the right to be lazy. It is you, the emperor, who must worry about all the work. They were both students of the Imperial Knight Captain. Basically, the two of them were friends. That's why they could argue so freely. You get to work. No, you get to work. Watching this, Hyun-woo was speechless. One is an emperor, and the other is a duke, but they talk like a bunch of old ladies haggling at the market. Helpless, he spoke up. Can I leave now? Only then did the two of them hesitantly realize. Ahem, we forgot about you. A moment later, Alexander smiled and began. It is good that you have come, adventurer. I have summoned you here because I have a quest to entrust to you. However, the imperial budget isn't exactly overflowing, so it is necessary to appraise your skills. Hyun-woo couldn't help but be surprised. Now he's acting normal. He continued. I will test whether or not you are suitable for this task. A quest was immediately issued, requiring him to prove his level of skill. Alexander assigned it nonchalantly. The request is simple. Just show me how amazing you are. You have 2 weeks, which means the test will end in 15 days. If you exceed the time limit without any results, don't expect to see me a second time. Hearing this, Hyun-woo was secretly pleased. Another hidden quest? What luck. If he could gain the Emperor's trust by winning 100 matches, it was nothing. Immediately after, he bowed respectfully. If you'll allow me, I will display all of my skills. Back to the present, Yang Chan asked in amazement. So you completed a main scenario by yourself? He continued with a hint of jealousy. I'm glad you finished the main scenario, but you didn't even need my help. I'm a little jealous. It was too easy for you, wasn't it? Hyun-woo scratched his head and gave a wry laugh. Haha, isn't luck a type of skill too? He paused for a moment, hesitating. But the thing is, the plan was to only fight in the arena during events after I become a streamer. But now that things have turned out this way, I think it's best to just start streaming from the arena starting next Monday. Yang Chan wondered. So what are you going to Raccoon for the remaining 5 days? He answered honestly. Well, I'll post some promotional videos and grind to level 50. Yang Chan suddenly remembered. Oh, I heard you met Yuji and Yun, right? They said you gave them items for free. Did they also snitch on me for letting you stay here? Hyun-woo replied. They deserved them, and I found what I needed, so it's not a big deal. Yang Chan teased. You villain, I hope I get to witness it again. The glorious reign of a chairman. Hyun-woo looked at him, smiled expectantly, and gave him a sincere fist bump. Of course, just you wait and see. The scene changes to a lush, green forest. Here, Hyun-woo gazed delightfully at the magic manipulation scroll in his hand and marveled. It really was a good idea to sign a contract with Nai. This thing is crazy expensive. He told Tangi, this skill book is from the contract with Nai. A magic stat of 60 is all you need, so I'm going to put it to good use. After speaking, Hyun-woo grabbed his sword and started training. He pointed the tip of his sword to the sky, and in an instant, a massive amount of aura gathered. Hyun-woo unleashed a single sword strike, instantly tearing through space. He shouted in excitement, Let's go! I'm a swordsman now! Seeing this, Tangi excitedly ran over. Dumbass master, didn't you say you had something for me? Hyun-woo then took out the Great Bear's essence. Ah, you mean you forgot about this? Tangi asked back in astonishment. Give me the essence. He intentionally provoked the creature. I'll give it to you if you call me master from now on. Without hesitation, it immediately shouted 3 times, Master, 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 Tangi excitedly threatened. Tremble before me! Dumbass master, I have become powerful! Hyun-woo snapped back in annoyance. I told you to drop the dumbass part. Looking at the information windows popping up one after another, he froze for a second. It even picked up a new skill. Isn't it growing way too fast? Its stats are even higher than mine. Tangi immediately hopped to the ground with a sinister grin. I think it's time for our roles to be reversed. Dumbass master, are you ready to serve me for the rest of your life? As it finished speaking, it gathered a massive amount of power in its hand and looked at him. Hyun-woo angrily bonked it hard on the head. I told you to just call me master. The day of Hyun-woo's stream was drawing closer, and at the same time, his channel's subscriber count was skyrocketing. His new video, The Bear Dog Massacre, had also hit 500,000 views. The number of sense replications was also increasing, and Hyun-woo's already full pockets were getting even fuller. The most viewed video was the 1-minute clip uploaded with it. That video announced the date of Hyun-woo's debut as a streamer and his upcoming matches. Rumors began to spread among those who watched the video. They all chattered. Ali Leader said his debut will be a 100 consecutive win streak in the arena. A 100 win streak. Are the arena rankings about to be turned upside down? Elsewhere, a loud laugh echoed next to a monster's corpse. Seok-jung praised him with satisfaction. That kid of yours really knows how to make people laugh. Yong-gu wondered. Raccoon, you think Ali Leader can really pull off a miracle? He calmly affirmed. Of course. It won't be long before he reaches my level. Hearing you say that makes me want to fight him too. Seok Jong asked smugly. He said he's going for a 100-win streak. Raccoon, you think you could beat him? I have a lot of faith in that kid. Meanwhile, Tanji was continuously casting lightning flash, lightning flash, lightning flash. The level up notification rang out instantly. Exhausted, Hyunyu wiped his forehead and sighed in relief. He joyfully yelled, I finally hit level 50. Tanji, sitting nearby, complained in exhaustion. Dumbass master, I want to rest, Hyunyu said with a hint of disappointment. Lightning flash is an overpowered skill, but man, it sure drains a lot of mana, huh? Alright, let's take a break. He clenched his fists in anticipation. All his equipment had been upgraded. Now, the preparations for the stream are complete. Suddenly, a giant bird landed unexpectedly. Startled, Hyun-woo stepped back. He was stunned to recognize the PKP delivery agent. The agent spoke with amusement. As Hyun-woo looked at the small chest in his hands, filled with suspicion, a small letter appeared, addressed to Ali Leader. This is a small gift from my boss. It has nothing to Raccoon with the contract. I hope you'll like it. P.S. I'm really looking forward to my G's return. Hyun-woo opened it with a puzzled expression. A gleaming set of armor quickly appeared. He swiftly equipped the outfit. Hyun-woo said aloud, pleased. The Black Panther set I used back when I was Myeongil-deok. Did he send this for the arena stream? The requirement to enter the arena rankings is 20 wins, so I just need to win 80 more. He declared with determination. The goal is to be number 1 in the Myeongil-deok arena. Let the entire server know that the legend has returned. In the past, there was a time when streaming platforms were collapsing one after another. With the rise of virtual reality games, many problems arose with transmitting stream data on PCs. The latency issue that occurred when transmitting information was never resolved. As a result, the stock prices of many streaming platforms plummeted. But then, one company bought up all those platforms. That company was QC, the developer of the game Arena. Its leader had spoken out. Raccoon, people only want to watch streams through a monitor. Don't you want to watch inside the cube? These words from the QC company created a revolution in the streaming industry. And so, a system allowing people to watch live streams inside the cube began to flourish. In addition, the QC company eliminated the commission fees they took from streamer donations, and donations would be paid in Arena Gold instead of cash. During the 2 years Hyun-woo was serving in the military, this was the reason Arena maintained its undisputed top position in the industry. Looking at the system window, Hyun-woo exclaimed in shock. The stream hasn't even started, and there are already several thousand people in the waiting room. I can't believe so many people showed up for my first stream. I'm starting to get a little nervous. With that thought, he carefully put on his mask and resolutely stepped forward. Let's begin. The live stream started. A flood of comments appeared one after another. We've been waiting, Ali Leader. Hello, Ali Leader. Watching you fight those Black Tower guys was so sick. Let's get this started. Hyun-woo announced enthusiastically. Hello everyone, I'm a new streamer. My name is Ali Leader. He thought anxiously to himself. Ali Leader's first stream has begun. At the same time, a few yellow notification windows suddenly appeared, startling him. Huh? Hyun-woo's eyes widened. Thank you, Jack. Love me. And Saigon Rich Kid has donated gold. He wondered dubiously. Are these sudden donations what Yang Chan was talking about? He emotionally recalled his friend's advice. You might feel awkward at first, but things will officially kick off when you start receiving gold and get a fan club. Hyun-woo thought with a start, Yang Chan, I guess it's officially begun. The viewers, astonished, said to each other, he just started and he's already getting showered with gold? It's making Ali Leader all awkward. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke. As I've already announced, I will attempt to win 100 consecutive matches in the arena during this first stream. Some commenters were scoffing. Says who? You think he can win 100 matches in a row like it's a piece of cake? With the back alley captain's class, it'll be a total breeze. Hyun-woo meticulously explained, this is my current level in class. I will proceed with the character set at level 50, as I announced earlier. Seeing this, they exclaimed in surprise. Wow, he's really level 50. I wonder what level he was when he filmed those previous videos. It'll be tough to win 100 straight. His level is too low, Hyun-woo confidently announced. I will now enter the arena. The arena has only one mode, one-on-one duels in a vast Coliseum-style arena. The winner's rank increases, while the loser's rank drops. In other words, a ranked match. Matchmaking is based on internal criteria. Winning consecutively can lead to a massive rank up. A system notification sounded, stopping him. Hyun-woo thought to himself, the first 20 matches are considered a placement test. They say a streamer went from rank 400 million to rank 100 million after winning 20 consecutive placement matches. Starting the ranked match, he felt a little tense. Placement matches are so important that it's rumored if you mess them up, you have to start a new character from scratch. However, Hyun-woo easily parried the opponent's attack. This made his opponent freeze. For a moment, he was at a disadvantage. Hyunyu's opponent trembled in fear. What kind of power is this? He looked at him and smirked to himself. Usually, when you first enter the arena, you get matched with level 30s or 40s. Of course, for me, this is a piece of cake. Meanwhile, at a certain company, a coach burst through the door, calling out loudly. "Where's Manager Yudong?" she asked excitedly. "Have you heard? The back alley captain is actually Kang Hyun-yu," he continued doubtfully. "Kang Hyun-yu," Yudong exclaimed in shock. "Kang Hyun-yu? Don't tell me. It's Melagot, the one who rejected our offer before?" The coach confirmed. "Yes, it's that Melagot. He's streaming arena content right now." He then asked, "Can we recruit him this time?" She hesitated, speculating. "It'll probably be difficult. If he joins another team, can we even compete? Because with just Hanbik, our team doesn't seem to be enough." Hearing this, Yudong snapped. "I told you not to talk about that here," he said worriedly. "Hanbik's father is a big shot. What happens if we get on his bad side?" The coach pressed on. "If the back alley captain debuts as a pro gamer, Hanbik won't stand a chance. What raccoon? We raccoon." Faced with this situation, Yudong sighed helplessly. "How's his arena match going?" she replied honestly. "He's already won 40 matches in a row." Hanbik, standing to the side, trembled with anger. "That guy called the back alley captain. Is he better than me?" Meanwhile, Hyun-yu was cheering with delight. "Oh yeah, 50 wins in a row." Exhausted, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Everyone, I've now made it into the top 100 million, a bored viewer commented. "All he does is fight noobs. Boring as hell. I'm out." This left Hyun-yu dumbfounded. "Huh?" He thought anxiously. "Come to think of it, I won those 50 straight matches way too easily. It was nothing short of a massacre. Maybe that's why people are getting bored?" Hyun-yu wondered. "Isn't there some exciting element I can add so the viewers don't get bored?" Ah, he suddenly remembered. "That's right. I've seen other people take on challenges. I was thinking of trying it too. Does anyone know how to raccoon it?" Right after he said that, someone donated. A message popped up. "I'll give you a challenge." Hyun-yu scratched his head, flustered, and asked, "What kind of challenge would you like?" The person immediately requested that he fight the 51st match bare-handed. He was stunned by the words. "You want me to fight? Bare-handed?" Hyun-yu asked excitedly. "How did you know my left hand knocks people unconscious with one punch, and my right hand kills them with one punch?" Contrary to his confidence, people were saying the stream would probably end at 50 consecutive wins. Thanks for watching the back alley captain up until now. Very quickly, Hyun-yu found an opponent, and the ranked match began. He looked at the person before him, carefully guessing the opponent was a spear user who looked to be around level 70. "Everyone, please pay close attention to the combat tutorial section. Fighting bare-handed isn't hard at all." Seeing this, the opponent grew annoyed and launched a skill. "Bare-handed? Are you trolling?" The attack was unleashed with immense power. But luckily, Hyun-yu dodged it. This sight made the opponent's eyes go wide with shock. Hyun-yu confidently said right away, "The first move. You just need to dodge the attack lightly, and right after that, attack the opponent's vital spot quickly and decisively." His opponent was immediately stunned. Hyun-yu seized the opportunity to unleash a flurry of attacks. Next, you deliver a continuous barrage of hits as soon as the opponent is stunned. Getting excited for a moment, he clenched his fist. Finally, Hyun-yu decisively threw one last move and declared it a one-punch kill. He watched with satisfaction as his opponent went flying, then asked the audience, "What raccoon you all think?" Hyun-yu winked smugly. "Super easy, right?" The comment section erupted into chaos. "Professor, I'm not sure if I can follow your lecture." "He's that insane even when fighting bare-handed. I knew you'd win." Someone suddenly commented, "I want to issue a challenge too." Hyun-yu scratched his head awkwardly. "I'm ready to take on the challenge. Go ahead and give me your requests, everyone." And just like that, his first stream was a great success. Looking at the quest board before him, Hyun-yu couldn't help but be amazed. "Oh!" he exclaimed happily. "Everyone, because I won 90 matches in a row, I got this quest. If I win 100 consecutive matches, I'll get a title." Everyone scrambled to comment. "So you get a quest for winning 90 straight matches? So what? It's not like we could raccoon it anyway. We can't even win 3 matches in a row, let alone 100. Someone suddenly donated. Hyun-yu cried out with joy. "You're saying if I complete the quest, you'll give me 10,000 gold?" He rejoiced internally. 10,000 gold is 10 million. Won. Right after that, Hyun-yu found an opponent. The ranked match began. His opponent was immediately frozen in fear. Without hesitation, Hyun-yu grabbed his sword and charged. "Die. I've got to get that 10 million won." And just like that, player Kang Hyun-yu was victorious. Not long after, another victory announcement rang out. Hyun-yu let out a devilish, excited laugh. "Heh, my 10 million won, the 99th match." He won yet again. Exhausted, Hyun-yu wiped his sweat away and joyfully exclaimed, "I've finally won 99 matches in a row. Everyone, I just need to win one more match." Just like that, he's about to touch 10 million. The audience is speechless. Damn, look at that money-grubbing fiend. The power of money is terrifying. Hyunyu pointed directly at his opponent, issuing a challenge, ready to fight his final target right here and now. Come on out, you sacrifice for my 100th victory. The very next second, he was scared speechless. Huh? Hyunyu realized in shock. Isn't that Sei Kober? The forum immediately blew up. If it's Sei Kober, doesn't that mean he's way over level 100? Level 119. His rank must be somewhere around 1 millionth, right? He thought, terrified. The highest level opponent I've faced so far was only around 80 or 90. Besides, being over level 100 means he's probably completed his second job advancement. This opponent could be really dangerous. In that case, I have no choice. I'll have to play my trump card. With that, Hyunyu immediately summoned Tang-hee. Come on out, Tang-hee, he shouted excitedly. Tang-hee, get over here. Tang-hee asked innocently. Stinky Master, what is it now? The audience was stunned when they saw him. Aw, my heart. Oh, so cute. I'm gonna go buy an egg to raise too. Hyunyu wondered in amazement. What's with this reaction? How is Tang-hee more popular than me? Seeing the donations pour in, he leaned in and whispered in Tang-hee's ear. Tang-hee, a lot of people are watching us right now. You better watch what you say. He looked around in a panic and shouted, Where? Who's watching? Tang-hee complained irritably. You mean Stinky Master lied to me again? The audience spammed the chat. He's so cute even when he's angry. Shouldn't we make Tang-hee a TikToker? Thieves are scum damn dogs? The ranked match began. His opponent cursed in annoyance. This mumbling is giving me a headache. Hyunyu urged him. Tang-hee, hurry up and buff me. Tang-hee refused sulkily. I don't want to. Apologize to me. Then I'll buff you. The audience commented one after another. A cutie like that can give buffs? Looks like he's at least a unique grade pet. Out of options, he said loudly. I'll let you ride the wooden horse later. Satisfied, the little guy replied. Well, I guess there's no choice. I told you Stinky Master can't raccoon anything without me. Right after that, Hyunyu was quickly buffed with skills. He thought confidently, with all these buffs, I can easily fight for 5 minutes. The opponent charged, and Hyunyu managed to block in time, but it wasn't long before he was sent flying. Hyunyu tensed up and clenched his teeth. If it weren't for Tang-hee's buffs, I probably would have died in an instant. He fought back cautiously. Every attack was incredibly fast and powerful. Level 110, ranked 1 millionth in the arena. As expected, he didn't get here by luck. But I still have one more trump card. Hyunyu didn't give up. He immediately dashed forward and landed a devastating blow on his opponent. Unable to block in time, he wondered in shock. Where did his strength suddenly come from? Seizing the opportunity, Hyunyu lunged forward to land a finishing blow on the opening, but he quickly realized the slash was too shallow. The opponent said in surprise, I was wondering why someone with such a low level ended up as my opponent. He praised him. You're really skilled. Are you one of times those asterisk? Hyunyu gritted his teeth in annoyance. Does he think I'm an arena booster? He firmly denied it. No, I'm a streamer named Ali Leader. I'm live right now, and if I can just beat you, I can end today's stream. As he finished speaking, Hyunyu surged forward, radiating killing intent. So please just lose so I can get some rest. As he attacked, he worried. Giant Strength has 2 minutes left. Tang-hee's buffs have 3 minutes left. If the buffs wear off, my chances of winning will become very slim. It's a shame I have so few skills right now. Besides my stun and heavy strike skills, if I just had a flash step ability, I could fight so much more easily. Backed into a corner, his opponent roared in fury. You bastard, you're getting too cocky. Without hesitation, he furiously unleashed an attack. Hyunyu flinched and wondered, is that sword key? What raccoon I raccoon? It's too late to dodge, but if I try to block it, I'll definitely lose. Just then, an idea flashed in his mind. Then there's only one way. Hyunyu immediately moved to block the attack. The next second, he skillfully redirected the sword. The sight stunned his opponent. He managed to parry my heavy slash. The moment he let his guard down, Hyunyu decisively struck and finished him off. The moment he landed, his opponent fell. A victory announcement rang out. Exhausted, Hyunyu sighed in relief. Phew, what an intense match. The audience immediately erupted. Ali Leader, what the hell are you? You're not human. A level 50 beating a level 119? Anyway, thieves are scum. Damn dogs. He trembled as he thought, I'm so exhausted. I can't believe I've been streaming for 10 hours straight. I should just end the stream, take a shower, and go to bed. Just then, another notification popped up. He stared blankly. Huh? Hyunyu cheered with joy. It says, if you win, I'll donate 10,000 gold. Thank you for the 9,999 gold donation. He celebrated inwardly. All my fatigue just vanished. This is the power of money. Standing to the side, Tang-hee backed away in fear. Stinky Master is muttering. What's wrong with him? Has he lost his mind? Hyun-Yu continued. That's all for today, everyone. I'm ending the stream here. The next stream will be on Friday at 6 p.m., so be sure to tune in. With that, he vanished, leaving the audience frustrated. He gets 10,000 gold and doesn't even raccoon a thank you dance? At least leave Tangi behind before you go. Yeah, thieves are scum. Damn dogs. That night, in an apartment building, Hyun-Yu was sprawled out on the sofa, completely exhausted. Oh man, I'm dead tired. Streaming really is no joke. I have to play arena, read the chat, and talk at the same time. Yang Chan walked over and asked, You that tired? You'll get used to it in a week or two. He then wondered, But didn't you make a ton of money? Hyun-Yu immediately shot up. That's right, my money! Yang Chan quickly opened the computer. Let's see, we should be able to check it on platform A. Huh? He suddenly froze. Why does it look like this? The number doesn't seem right. It's not a bug, is it? Hyun-Yu asked curiously. How much is it that you think it's a bug? Instantly, Hyun-Yu's total gold count was displayed. He questioned it. Hey, how raccoon I have 57,384 gold? Yang Chan blankly calculated. 1 gold is worth 1,000. The next second, both of them froze. That means he earned 57,384,000 won. Hyun-Yu's first live stream marked the debut of Ali Leader, who became a hot topic on numerous websites. The name Ali Leader spread far and wide. Taking this opportunity, countless advertisement offers from sponsors and streaming platforms came flooding in for Ali Leader. And Arena was no exception, Marco exclaimed in shock. What? A subordinate nervously reported. The amount of sponsorship money flowing into the guild has decreased, sir. Also, the sponsors have said they will either not renew their contracts or will reduce their deposits. He slammed his fist on the table in anger. How did it come to this? It's not like our guild's stocks have dropped recently. The other person stammered an explanation. It's because of a streamer named the Alley King, sir. It seems like all the sponsors' attention has shifted over to him. Marco asked doubtfully. The Alley King? His face soured as he questioned. What did you say his level was again? The subordinate answered honestly. Probably around level 50, sir. He won a match yesterday, so I think at most he's probably only level 53. Hearing this, Marco's head spun with rage. He growled furiously. Only level 50? Recruit him to our guild. If not, then destroy him. The frightened subordinate stammered. Yes, sir. At the same time, elsewhere, a witch spoke with concern. The Emperor of Yusma has revealed himself for the first time. They've contacted the Beamos Guild and the New World Guild, the core guilds for the main scenario quest. After that, they each went to meet the Yusma Emperor personally, even ahead of us. It seems their relationship progress with LeBron is also at a high level. What should we, Raccoon? Guild leader Carrie answered calmly. What else is there to Raccoon? Obviously, we find the Alley King. Right now, that guy is on the front lines of this scenario. Hyun-Woo looked at the notification board and cheered excitedly. The reward is awesome. This title is useful for everything from PvP to siege battles. He looked expectantly at the gleaming ring in his hand. And most of all, this thing. Who would have thought that this reward ring and the one I got from the new player tutorial were part of the same item set? Thanks to one unique grade ring, all my stats have increased. As expected, someone destined for success will succeed no matter what they Raccoon. Seeing him grinning to himself, Tangi asked, Stinky Master, what are you doing laughing alone like a crazy person? Did the sky fall or something that you bought me food? Does watching me eat really make you that happy? Hyun-Woo eagerly played along. That's right, Tangi. Just seeing you eat is enough to make me happy. The creature said doubtfully. Stinky Master, you're acting different than usual. He looked at Tangi smugly, thinking to himself, I never expected Tangi to be so popular with everyone. I'll have to bring him along for my streams more often from now on. He really is my mascot. Besides, I still have rewards I haven't received from the Emperor. I wonder what kind of items they'll be. Coming from an Emperor, the rewards must be on another level, right? Hyun-Woo excitedly told Tangi, Tangi, once you're done eating, let's go visit the Imperial Palace. The creature asked happily. Does that mean I get to eat palace food next? A while later, the two of them had arrived at the Imperial Palace. There, Alexander let out a sound of awe. He asked with anticipation, You're here already? It hasn't even been a week and you've already returned. It seems you're quite capable, just as LeBron said. Hyun-Woo bowed his head in fear. Thank you, Your Majesty. He thought to himself, even with my stats increased, the Emperor is still a monster. He must be at least level 200. No, I probably won't be able to stand up straight until I'm level 300. The Emperor tossed him a treasure and said, Take this and go. Alexander instructed, Take that orb and find Andre, who is in the Arti Desert. And I've also received reports that the rebel forces in the desert are growing stronger. At this, he gave a furious command. It must be some more insolent fools. Find out everything you can about those involved with the rebel army for me. An instant quest was issued. Hyun-Woo's face paled as he accepted the order. I will raccoon my best to find out as quickly as possible, sir, he cursed internally. Can't you talk without radiating this goddamn pressure? The desert. This area was opened up by Arena's first main scenario quest, the RTI Desert, the very place that appeared when Hyunwoo did the main scenario quest as Melig. A desert scorpion recoiled in momentary fear, and Tangi seized the opportunity to unleash a lightning strike. Hyunwoo landed the finishing blow from behind, and a series of victory notifications rang out. He turned to look at Tangi and asked with satisfaction, "The experience points are nothing to complain about, right? Right, Tangi?" The creature replied with delight. "I feel myself getting stronger. Stinky master." After speaking, Hyunwoo looked around worriedly. To top it all off, Rifa City doesn't have a teleport scroll, forcing me to walk across this enormous desert. Tangi wondered, "Where is that guy anyway, Stinky master?" He pointed towards the distance and guessed, "He must be somewhere in Rifa City over there." The creature snapped in annoyance. "Huh? You're not even sure about that?" Tangi was clearly scolding him for his uncertainty. Hyunwoo forced a smile to reassure him. "Don't worry too much, Tangi. Your master is the lucky type." Looking at the figure ahead, he carefully judged, "It seems that person has come looking for us from over there." The next second, Andre's face went blank. "Huh?" The scene shifted to a large city in the middle of the desert. "There," Andre asked in amazement. This is definitely from His Majesty," he exclaimed joyfully. "I ran into you while I was on patrol. What a stroke of luck. I must give you a reward worthy of someone sent by His Majesty." Hyunwoo clenched his fists in excitement. "Awesome. I'm about to get a reward." Andre then took out a book and handed it to him. It's the Half Moon / Skill book. Hyunwoo immediately accepted it with joy. "This is a skill that can help me attack from close to long range, and I was just lacking in attack skills too. If I use this right, my hunting speed could double." He quickly composed himself. I got a little too excited." Hyunwoo cleared his throat and continued. "Ahem, Sir Andre," he asked cautiously. "Raccoon, you know anything about the rebel army?" The man was immediately startled. "How did you know about that?" Hyunwoo continued. "The reason I came here was to deliver the Emperor's proof, but I also received orders to investigate the rebel army." Andre understood. "It seems His Majesty has great trust in you." He proactively handed Hyunwoo a map. "In that case, take a look at this. It's a map I drew while investigating the desert. I suspect the 3 places that are marked." Opening the map, Hyunwoo couldn't help but be surprised. "Rifa City is marked too?" The man confirmed. "That's right. I believe they have accomplices within Rifa City. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to secretly move such a massive amount of supplies." Then Andre said with anticipation, "I hope you can safely complete this mission to scout the rebel army." Hyunwoo replied with determination, "Please leave it to me." The 3 places marked on Andre's map were Rifa City, the Tama tribe, and Briang Lake. Of the 3, the easiest to deal with was the Tama tribe. This is a level 90 hunting ground, primarily inhabited by desert scorpions and desert goblins. Hyunwoo calculated as he walked. "Back in my Migo days, there was a secret near the Toma tribe that only I knew. That will be the key to this quest." At that moment, Tangi was lounging by a cliff. He asked blankly, "Stinky Master, what are you doing just standing here?" Hyunwoo hinted. "Tangi, Raccoon, you trust me?" Startled, Tangi blurted out. "Huh?" The very next second, he suddenly jumped. Tangi screamed in horror. "What the hell are you doing? You damn master!" Hyunwoo thought smugly, "If I can complete this mission, I'll definitely widen the gap between me and the players doing the main scenario. I wonder what reward is waiting for me." Just like that, the 2 of them fell straight into the giant cactus. They cried out in pain, "Arg!" Over the past 2 years, countless players had passed through the desert, but not a single one had found the dungeon Hyunwoo discovered back when he was Meligot. Full of anticipation, Hyunwoo pointed at the cactus and said loudly, "All right, this has to be it." He charged forward aggressively. "Let's move out." Tangi hurriedly stopped him. "Wait a minute." Right after, Hyunwoo fell face first onto the ground. Confused, Tangi demanded, "You damn master, are you insane? Why did you just charge into a cactus?" He explained in annoyance. "The dungeon is in one of these cacti," the other replied in disbelief. "Don't bullshit me. Just 5 minutes ago, you were covered in thorns like a porcupine. My damn master has definitely lost his mind." Before Tangi could say more, Hyunwoo pushed his head down. "Oh, that reminds me." Hyunwoo immediately threw Tangi towards the cactus. "I totally forgot about this method." Tangi cursed furiously. "You crazy, damn master." But a strange phenomenon occurred. Tangi passed right through the thorny barrier. Hyunwoo exclaimed with satisfaction, "Bullseye." Without any hesitation, he entered the dungeon. Whoa. Looking at his surroundings, Hyunwoo marveled in awe. "It's been a while, so I don't remember it that clearly." But I'm finally here, a desert hidden within the Ardi Desert. At that moment, Tangji was sulking in a corner. He says he cares about me, but then he throws me into a cactus. You damn master! Asterisk hic asterisk. Hyunyu quickly tried to calm him down. I'm sorry, Tangji. From now on, I won't raccoon that again. Please stop crying. But he just turned away decisively. Yeah, don't talk to me, you damn master. Hyunyu suddenly froze. Huh? He asked doubtfully. A mutated desert lizard? Does a monster like this even exist? I've never heard of it, nor have I ever seen this monster appear in the arena community. The only thing of a similar species would be the last boss I hunted. That was a monster of the dragon family, the ruler of the jungle called the Komodo dragon, I believe. He looked at the monster, thinking, the Komodo dragon was about 20 meters tall, but this one is only about 5 meters, so it doesn't look that big. Anyway, this is just like last time. First, I'll just try to fight it and see what happens. Without a second thought, Hyunyu dashed forward to attack, but his blade couldn't penetrate its armor. Hyunyu wondered, it's this tough? He silently speculated. Considering this thing's stamina, strength, and speed, it must be at least level 100. If I don't use my power correctly, I'll never be able to pierce its scales. Having no other choice, Hyunyu yelled, Tangi. His companion resentfully turned away, still sulking. He quickly offered him 4 hours on the wooden horse, to which the other replied with satisfaction, I'll let you off the hook this time. With that, Tangi quickly gave him a full power buff. Hyunyu immediately tightened his grip on his sword and landed a powerful blow directly on the monster's tough armor. It let out a terrible roar of pain. Hyunyu thought with a start, I actually managed to damage it. The monster suddenly started running wild, causing him to freeze. Whoa! Hyunyu was mercilessly dragged along by the beast. Seeing this, Tangi complained. You damn master. Why'd you ditch me and start riding the beast by yourself? Let me join in. Hearing this, he couldn't help but get annoyed. How in the world does this look like a rodeo to you? At that moment, Hyunyu subconsciously noticed something strange. Huh, what's this spot? He laughed excitedly. Could it be, if I'm not mistaken? Hyunyu immediately unleashed a critical hit. In that instant, the desert lizard was stunned by his attack. Hyunyu shouted with determination. Let's end this. The monster was immediately sent flying. Hyunyu wasn't doing too well either. He collapsed onto the ground. Exhausted, Hyunyu panted heavily. I got a lot of experience points, but I don't think I can hunt anymore. Since I've discovered their weak spot, it should be a bit easier next time, right? Still, discovering a new monster like this is great. I can use it for my live stream content. Hyunyu laughed excitedly. I've got to ask Alice to make a clip for me. The day he sent the video of him with the Emperor, Alice had sworn that if it was Hyunyu's video, she would edit it for him for the rest of her life, even for free. And once again, Alice felt that her vow back then was absolutely not a mistake. Looking at the footage before him, Alice exclaimed in amazement, "This is insane! The courage to solo a monster with such a huge level difference, not to mention the ability to figure out its weak spot." He was so thrilled he trembled. Taking on the job of editing videos for the alley leader was definitely the right choice. The alley leader is truly the best of the best. Let's watch it one more time before making the video. Okay, one more time. Time passed. It was now Friday. This was the day Hyunyu had announced he would stream. The video of the mutated desert lizard hunt, posted on Friday morning, had viewers buzzing with anticipation. Eager to watch the live broadcast, viewers commented one after another. At this rate, he might be even better at hunting than the pros. For real. Can he be compared to Donghan B? Of course not. He's on a whole other level. Hyunyu read the comments and let out a satisfied laugh. I wonder what that bastard Donghan B's face would look like if he saw these comments. With that said, he quickly put on his mask and said, I'm feeling full of energy today. This might be the best I've felt since I started playing Arena. About 50,000 viewers are already here. Guess it's time to start the stream. Instantly, Hyunyu appeared with a different face. He started with a bright smile. Hello everyone, this is the alley leader, Tangi. Say hi, and I'll give you 30 minutes on the wooden horse. The audience immediately joined in. Hello, hi there, hi Tangi. He continued. As you all saw in the video posted this morning, today's content will be my solo boss hunt. The lizard that appeared in that video. I found the location of their leader. At these words, the audience went into an uproar. What did he just say? I didn't mishear that, did I? Nope, you heard right. He's soloing a boss today. Whatever. Netizens are a bunch of bastards anyway. A series of donation notifications chimed. Hyunyu happily thanked them. Thanks for all the gold, everyone. I can't react to your gifts while I'm hunting a boss, so please be patient. If you want to gift something, please wait until after I've killed the boss. I know some people complain that my reactions are lame. They're like, why even bother reacting if you're so half-assed about it? But I feel bad if I don't acknowledge it at all. At this point, he suddenly stopped talking and looked up. Also, from now on, I probably won't be able to read you guys' chat messages, Hyun-woo explained, because I need to focus on having some fun with this thing. Just then, the mutated desert dragon appeared before him. It angrily spread its wings and shot up into the sky. Hyun-woo trembled with delight. Guys, this is it, the boss. It's freaking huge, but in a few hours it'll just be a pathetic wreck on the ground, so don't you worry. He thought confidently to himself, I've already done my research. There should be a round spot on the back of its neck. Hyun-woo decided to start with a weakness common to dragons and other monsters, attacking them while they're charging up. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed the half-moon/critical strike, and the mutated desert dragon was momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Hyun-woo dashed forward, confronting the massive beast head-on. Hyun-woo smugly declared that his solo dragon boss hunt had officially begun. A status window popped up. Hyun-woo had leveled up straight to 63. A boss raid refers to conquering high-difficulty bosses in a game. For a typical boss raid, the party always includes a tanker to draw the enemy's attention, a DPS to deal damage per second, and a healer for healing and buffs. Each person must perform their role well to help shorten the raid time and reduce the chance of failure. That is the standard formula for a boss raid. That's why, until now, no one had ever dared to attempt, let alone succeed, in soloing a boss. And right now, Hyun-woo was facing the mutated desert dragon all by himself. He continuously launched attacks at it. Soon, Hyun-woo gained the upper hand. He burst forward with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he landed a critical blow on the monster. The monster, struck by the painful blow, was temporarily stunned. Frustrated, Hyun-woo gritted his teeth. Once again, he recklessly charged forward to face the beast. But Hyun-woo was quickly pushed back. The audience went into an uproar. Whoa, has it already been 3 hours? Just hunting a monster for 3 hours is exhausting enough. Fighting non-stop for 3 hours? I'd probably be puking my guts out. Don't tell me he's actually going to succeed in soloing it. If he pulls this off, you could say Ali Leader has the most insane skills in all of Arena. After the raid began, Hyun-woo maintained an incredible level of focus, just like when he first encountered a new monster. And the joy of completing the main scenario on the front lines back when he was Mi-God. Thanks to that memory, the feelings from his prime were gradually being reawakened. He thought anxiously, I'm out of mana. I can't use half-moon slash to stop its charge up anymore. Whether he had mana or not would decide the success or failure of this raid. Hyun-woo was determined to recover his mana at all costs. Tangi, sitting on his neck, complained irritably, You stubborn, stinky master, it's already been 3 hours, he declared loudly. I'm going on strike now. Hyun-woo quickly tried to calm him down. We're about to finish it off, he speculated cautiously. With my experience from raiding bosses hundreds, no, thousands of times before, I know that dragon has to be exhausted by now. And just as he said, the monster suddenly bolted, making the audience gasp. It's running away! A boss is actually running away? Hyun-woo stared after it, dumbfounded. It's not running away. He looked at it, explaining grimly. Its final phase has begun. The enormous wings immediately unfurled, unleashing an attack of terrifying power. Right after, Tangi froze in fear. Whoa! Hyun-woo nimbly dodged back just in time. Tangi cried out in terror. Holy crap, that was fast! In the distance, the desert dragon appeared, its eyes glowing red. He whispered in fear, Stinky Master, let me fall back. Can't you just put me away again? Just then, the monster started leaping erratically all over the place. Tangi burst into tears. How did that dragon suddenly get so freaking fast? Stinky Master, why are you just standing there instead of moving? Why aren't you answering me? Hyun-woo thought to himself. All bosses in the game have a specific way to be defeated. First, you have to understand their different action patterns before you can strike their weak points. And applying that in my own way is the real joy of being a gamer. Right now, Hyun-woo stood perfectly still, his face devoid of emotion. The monster charged at him relentlessly. He was focusing all of his senses to read the dragon's movements, and very quickly, the mutated dragon suddenly appeared behind him. Hyun-woo's eyes blazed with fury as the monster lunged, its bite shattering the earth where he stood. But in the next second, it froze. The monster realized with horror that Hyun-woo and Tangi had silently vanished. By then, he had already launched himself high off the ground. Hyun-woo whispered, Tangi. He replied, What is it, Dad? Aim for the weak spot on the back of its neck, he ordered. Then use lightning strike. Now, the words had barely left his mouth before Tangi obediently complied. Electrocuted, the mutated desert dragon let out a horrifying, pained scream. Seizing the opportunity, Hyun-woo got into position. He stomped on the ground, channeling all his strength into his legs to launch himself high into the air, then poured his remaining mana into his sword aura. Tangi was immediately thrown off. Ugh! Hyun-woo shot resolutely toward the dragon. He gritted his teeth in fury. Now, die! A single strike aimed decisively at its weak point. For a moment, Hyun-woo looked like a god. The monster coughed once in pain as victory notifications began to ring out continuously. Exhausted, Hyunyu clutched his sword tightly. He thought grimly, I finally killed it. The second I let my guard down, all the fatigue from the past few hours just washed over me. Come to think of it, I was hyper-focused for 3 straight hours. From a distance, Tanji came running frantically, calling out, Stinky Master! He immediately snapped back to reality. Tangi kicked him right in the face and yelled, Who asked you to suddenly flip like that and make me fall so hard, huh? The viewers spammed the chat. Alley leader, aren't you reading the chat? I'm getting dizzy over here. Check the chat already. Hyunyu explained sheepishly. Sorry everyone. I forgot I was live streaming. He lay down helplessly on the ground and asked, I'm so tired right now. Raccoon, you guys mind if I just chat while lying down? The audience immediately chimed in. Anyway, NetGameum and its fanboys are still a bunch of sons of bitches. I've really got to hand it to you. Alley leader. An alley leader is the equivalent of a desert dragon. That combat power is insane. He's not even human anymore. He's a whole other species. Where did he even get that crescent slash? As a constant stream of donation alerts rang out, Tangi grumbled resentfully. Stinky Master, as punishment, you have to give me a piggyback ride. Exhausted, Hyun burst out laughing. I feel like I'm on cloud 9 right now. And just like that, the raid was a massive success. Hyun stood up and sighed in relief. Today's stream had also been a huge success. He lamented, staying focused for 3 whole hours. Man, I'm exhausted. Looking at the treasure in his hands, Hyun couldn't help but feel satisfied. This raid was definitely worth it. I'll just quickly sort the items I got from the raid, then get some rest. Just then, an unexpected voice called out, Found you, alley leader. Hyun stopped in his tracks, startled. Huh? He scratched his head awkwardly. Seriously, am I so famous now that fans are tracking me down in person? Hyun wondered. Are you guys my fans? Coming all this way to see me puts me in a bit of an awkward position. The other person flatly denied it. We're not fans. We are the Great Mono Guild, and we have a proposition for you. Alley leader, join our guild. This left Hyun speechless. Hyun muttered doubtfully, the Mono Guild. He wondered for a moment. The Mono Guild? Who are they again? The man immediately snapped. You've never heard of a great guild like ours? Hyun scratched his ear, annoyed. So, in short, you're not my fans. Great guild, whatever guild, I don't care. But we've just met, so why are you talking to me so rudely? With that, he turned to leave. I don't know who the Mono Guild is, and I have no intention of joining you. This made the man's face darken. So that's a refusal, is it? The members of the Mono Guild immediately surrounded him. If that's how it is, then we have no other choice. Using their numbers to bully him, they drew their weapons to pressure Hyun. He thought to himself in confusion. Are these guys seriously trying to PK me right now? Judging by their gear, they must be at least level 110. I'm already exhausted, and now I have to fight this many of them. From a distance, a voice suddenly called out, Alley leader, you seem to be in trouble, don't you? A bewildered Hyun looked up. The man on the high cliff jumped down. Run-ho appeared with a confident air, saying, Finally, something for me to raccoon. After speaking, he bowed respectfully. Run-ho introduced himself. It's an honor to meet you, alley leader. I am Yoon Jun-ho, a sitter affiliated with Nai, Hyun asked with suspicion. A sitter from Nai? He quickly realized. Ah, are you the one C mentioned? Junho nodded. Yes, I am responsible for resolving any troubles or concerns. I handle the worries of star-level players affiliated with Nai. You could call it a type of nanny service, sir. A Mono Guild player, who didn't know what was good for him, snapped. Who the hell are you? Run-ho glanced at him and asked. From what I can see, you gentlemen seem to be causing trouble for our client. First, allow me to make a very polite suggestion. I will allow you all to leave on the condition that you no longer loiter around our client here. But in response, they shamelessly cursed him out. What the hell are you yapping about? We have business with the alley leader punk. The leader made the call. Let's just kill them both. Run-ho could only sigh helplessly. Honestly, it would have been better for you if you had simply accepted my goodwill. Please leave this to me, alley leader. He drew his sword and charged forward. There were 9 opponents in total. I won't keep our client waiting long. I'll take care of this bunch in 3 minutes. The first man he faced was terrified the moment they clashed. Very quickly, the man was taken down in an instant. Run-ho glared at another one of them with disgust. The leader asked in shock, What the? Before he could finish, Run-ho had suddenly flashed towards him. You're the leader, aren't you? The man was immediately on the defensive, demanding, What? In an instant, the leader was subdued. The surrounding underlings rushed over. Run-ho began to threaten the leader. The Mono Guild is a very large and famous guild after all. He said this while torturing the man. To be honest, I'm quite curious. I wonder what the members of this guild would raccoon if they were to lose their leader. Witnessing this, Hyun thought nervously to himself. When I heard they were sending someone to follow me, I wondered just how skilled they would be. But now, I have to admit, this guy is the real deal. I wonder if his level is that much higher than mine, but if we were at the same level, he'd definitely be no match for me. A moment later, Run-Ho had finished off the last member of the Mono Guild. He turned back to Hyun with a bright smile. "Alley leader, my apologies for keeping you waiting," Hyun exclaimed in amazement. "You're incredible," he humbly denied it. "You flatter me. Hearing such words from you is quite embarrassing," Hyun asked. "Your level must be really high, right?" Junho answered honestly. "My current level is 170, Hyun blurted out in shock. "Level 170? He pressed. "At that level, doesn't that make you a ranker, and you're doing this kind of work?" Runho laughed. "A high level doesn't exactly pay the bills," he added with a knowing tone. "Besides, if I just bury my head in games all day instead of earning money for diapers and formula, I'll get kicked out of the house. As the alley leader, I'm sure you understand my situation, right?" Hyun nodded in understanding. He thought to himself in admiration, he's married but still can't quit gaming. A true gamer to the core. The two then shared an awkward glance. "Getting married is a good thing, sir. I understand completely. A true kindred spirit." Several days passed. Hyun and Tangi walked wearily through the desert. He sighed as he walked. Sigh. In the end, all this effort with the Tima tribe was for nothing. Ever since the dragon raid, I've been searching for days, but only goblins have shown up. I still haven't found a single member of the rebel army. It would be great if I could just find something here at Briang Lake, Tangi grumbled irritably. "Stinky master, I'm dying of heat out here. You're not even fighting, so why did you summon me?" Hyun replied nonchalantly. "Walking alone is boring. I summoned you so we could suffer together for fun." These words sent Tangi into a rage, and he kicked him. "That's the only reason?" he admitted honestly. "Yep," Tangi roared in frustration. "You keep summoning me over and over. Are you torturing me like this for such a stupid reason?" Hyun pretended to cry pitifully. "But I'm a solo player. It gets really lonely and boring at times like these." Huh? He suddenly stopped when he saw large tracks on the ground. Hyun was suspicious. Human footprints and wheel tracks? Could it be? That night, in a luxury building, Thien Hao asked in shock, "You're pulling the sponsorship for my stream?" The voice on the other end of the line explained, "This is a directive from the head office. We'll need you, Mr. Thien Hao, to remove our advertisements from your stream." Thien Hao immediately screamed, "I told you I don't need the money! The only thing I wanted was that Porcher commercial!" The person on the other end continued, "I've already relayed that to my superiors, but we've received instructions stating that the alley leader seems to be a better fit for our company's image. I'm sorry to have to deliver this bad news to you. I'll be hanging up now." The call ended. Thien Hao repeatedly smashed his phone on the floor. "Not a good fit, huh?" He growled. "The alley leader. You're telling me I'm not as good as that little punk? How dare you use that shitty tone with me?" Lu Thui, from behind, suddenly spoke up. "Bro, did you just mention the alley leader?" he asked casually. "Isn't the alley leader that guy who won 100 consecutive matches in the famous Super Rookie Arena recently?" Thien Hao replied irritably. "Lu Thui, Porcher unilaterally canceled the ad contract." Lu Thui guessed, "Don't tell me they're planning to choose the alley leader as your replacement, so they canceled your contract? I can't believe they think that little brat could replace a famous Chinese star like you. Porcher really has no eye for talent. What's your plan? Or should I take care of it for you?" Thien Hao said, a bit startled. "If your Nine Dragons Guild steps in to help, of course I'd be grateful. Let me send a few of my guys too." Lu Tui bluntly refused. "No need," he continued arrogantly. "Aren't we longtime brothers? Just let me handle this directly for you. Dealing with little punks like that is my specialty. You don't need to worry." Elsewhere, "Hi," shouted as he ran. "The footprints disappear at this big rock." He looked suspiciously at the cave before him. If it was covered by an illusion like when he entered the cactus. "Hi, exclaimed with satisfaction. "So this is where you guys were hiding. I've found the rebel base." Hi couldn't help but marvel at the scene before him. "Whoa," he exclaimed in amazement. "The rebels' base is pretty damn impressive, huh? It wouldn't be wrong to call this a castle or even a village." As he walked quietly, Hyun thought to himself, "Weapons and medicine. Did they move these supplies for war?" He wondered in confusion. But why hasn't the mission complete notification popped up? "Raccoon, I need to investigate something else." Someone suddenly appeared and yelled, "Hey, you! What are you doing skulking around by that cart?" Hyun was startled. "Oh crap, I let my guard down." The man's face went blank. That bear is. Don't tell me you're the disciple Master Fen mentioned?" Hyun looked at the man with momentary suspicion. I feel like I've seen this guy somewhere before." He suddenly remembered. "Of course, it's that dark mage I took down when I partied with Ud and Yun." Hyun answered swiftly. "Yes, I am Master Fen's disciple. My name is Hyun. This bear is my masterpiece. It's Chimera PB." Tani quickly denied it. I'm Tani." But thankfully, he managed to cover its mouth in time. The man exclaimed happily. "PB, exactly as Master Fen said. Tani stubbornly insisted. You rotten human. What PB? I'm Tani. Hai-un, in contrast, continued with a bright smile. Yes, I'm here to see my master. The man took the lead. Master Fen is managing the chimeras in the large prison in the center of the camp. He'll be very happy to know you've come. Hai-un said happily. Thank you. He then muttered smugly to himself. Thanks. I didn't expect that guy to be so gullible. All the while, Tani was still punching and kicking him. I'm Tani, not PB. A while later, a sturdy fortress, a shadowy figure appeared on the observation tower. Fen asked, annoyed. Is that so? You mean the Sheng Kingdom might interfere? The person on the other end replied, Yes, that's correct. The old man gave his order gleefully. Then we must proceed with everything as quickly as possible. Gather all the dark mages in the south as well. The Lord of Rifa City has decided to side with us. 3 days from now, upon receiving the signal from the Lord of Rifa City, we will advance on Rifa City and launch a fierce attack. The other person asked, What about preparations? The old man reassured him, There's no need to worry. I have already gathered several hundred andets and chimeras. We just need to pray that Lady Luck smiles upon us. Fen was suddenly startled and turned around. He demanded irritably, Who's there? A skull flashed away in an instant, and Fen couldn't help but watch it with suspicion. The old man said in confusion, I definitely felt a human presence. Was I mistaken? At the same time, elsewhere, Hai-un was running for his life. He let out a smug sigh of relief. Phew, that was a close call. I almost got caught. So the Lord of Rifa City is a traitor. This is getting intense. 3 days? I have to hurry. Reaching an alley, he suddenly bumped into a figure. Ah! The other person screamed in pain. Oh my goodness, my hip! At the same time, the guards had also caught up. What's all this noise? Hai-un cursed resentfully. Damn it, he wondered nervously. What raccoon I raccoon now? Chara quickly recognized its sword. At that moment, 2 guards had caught up and were making threats. Hey you, turn around and face me. Hai-un thought tensely. Am I gonna have to fight? Just then, a large hand suddenly pushed his head down. Oof. Ichan spoke up, I apologize. My assistant was careless and dropped a weapon we were transporting. Sorry to have troubled you. One of them recognized him suspiciously. You're the dwarf from the weaponsmithing room, right? He clicked his tongue in distaste and turned away. Shh, just don't make any more noise. Hai-un, wincing in pain, wondered, What's this? Did an NPC just cover for me? Chan asked suspiciously. You? He questioned. Where did you get that sword? A while later, the 2 of them arrived at a forge. There, they gathered around a small table. Chan laughed excitedly. It's true. This is a sword I made. To think I'd meet the person using a sword I forged right here. So it is possible to meet a decent person in this place. Hai-un looked at them and asked curiously, Are you guys set up to be people who were kidnapped by the rebels and forced to forge weapons for them? Set up? What raccoon you mean? But, in short, yes, that's the situation. Hai-un astutely thought to himself, This smells like a quest. He took the initiative to introduce himself. I'm an adventurer from the faction opposing the people who kidnapped you. If you agree, I can help you escape from here. Chan's resolve softened a bit. Escape? That doesn't sound too bad. The person standing next to him quickly tried to stop him. Chief, he asked worriedly, wouldn't it be better for us to just stay put and wait? Didn't they promise to let us go after this is all over? The chief shouted in frustration. You idiot! You actually believe the words of the people who kidnapped us? They'll definitely raccoon whatever it takes to keep us imprisoned here. You'll see. Chan immediately turned to Hai-un and laughed heartily. I accept your offer, but I can't leave behind the weapons I've created. They're like my children. He accepted the order without hesitation. Leave it to me. He thought with satisfaction, a quest whose reward is another quest? I'm really looking forward to that final reward. Meanwhile, in a tavern in the Yusma Empire, Vel and Kieri were in a tense meeting. Across from them were Jungu and Sokjong. Kieri said in a serious voice, So you're saying you want to raccoon this quest with us? Sokjong replied, annoyed. I've already told you. How many more times are you going to ask? She asked, confused. Information about the main scenario is classified. Not even guild members are allowed to know it. Compared to the Great New World Guild, our Phoenix Guild is falling behind in the main scenario quest. What's your purpose in doing this? He explained hesitantly. Well, I want to widen the gap with other guilds even more. That's why I'm doing it. Aren't we in the same situation? And one more thing. I heard the Phoenix Guild is targeting the alley boss, right? Drop that idea. In fact, that's why I asked you to raccoon the quest with us. Seokjong interrogated her with his eyes. You understand what I'm saying, right? Kieri thought to herself nervously. Is he trying to create a reason for the guilds to fight each other? Is the alley boss connected to New World? If we go up against New World, the Phoenix Guild will have no future. With no other choice, she agreed. I understand. The muscles in his face relaxed. Oh, is that so? Seukjong cursed inwardly. What a petty person. Every single one of them is so boring. The news about the cooperation between the New World Guild and the Phoenix Guild immediately went viral in the arena community. There were many predictions and a great deal of interest focused on this matter. Arena players predicted that both guilds would monopolize the main scenario quest. However, the next day, a video shook the arena community. Junggu ran over, calling out in alarm, "Brother, brother!" His expression confused Gokjong. "Junggu, what's all the fuss about?" He continued with tension. "Did you see the video they uploaded to the community? It's about the alley boss." Gokjong was immediately startled. "What?" At the beginning of the video, Hyunyu was greeting them with a smile. "Hello everyone. I'm the alley boss. In a situation where the big guilds are monopolizing the main scenario, I think there will be many who won't have the courage to keep participating in the quest. However, I, the alley boss, have prepared something for you." As he said this, he winked and shouted, "And that is that I will publicly reveal some of the information I obtained about the main scenario quest. Those interested in the main scenario, please gather in the city of Rifa in 3 days." Hearing that, Gokjong was stunned. "What is this? You can't even buy information on the main scenario quest with money. And he's going to share it for free?" He wondered with curiosity. What kind of game is he playing? Man, you're definitely about to raccoon something interesting. Meanwhile, Hyunyu repeated, "Remember this well." 3 days later, in the city of Rifa, a familiar voice echoed in the magnificent castle. Then, Alexander asked, "Did you get anything?" Hyun-woo answered honestly, "Your Majesty, I have found the location of the rebel troops in the Arty Desert. They have been hiding in Lake Bryan and using magic to conceal the entrance." He wondered. "Your countenance seems more and more relaxed, doesn't it?" He continued with confidence. "It's all thanks to you." His Majesty cursed inwardly. "That damn emperor." Hyun-yu continued. "And while I was infiltrating, I freed the dwarven prisoners from the rebels, cutting off their supply of weapons." Alexander asked, "Did you find out anything about the traitor?" He replied calmly, "Count Lamon, the Lord of Rifa, is conspiring with them. They say they will attack in 3 days when everything is ready." The king understood immediately. "Is that so?" Alexander expressed with satisfaction. "I sent many adventurers to find information, but in the end, none compare to you." Hyunyu was startled and moved. His body felt lighter. The king continued, "Then I will give you the final order. Help Onder stop the rebel attack from the west." And so, a new quest was created. Hyunyu bowed respectfully. Understood. He thought with excitement, the reward this time is a unique item. This is the last quest. Looking at the computer screen, Hyunyu exclaimed in surprise, "I can't believe this guy is the guild master of New World. How can that Henry guy be so strong?" The New World Guild and the Phoenix Guild received their quest in the southern city of Kasia, while I'm in charge of Rifa in the west. As he thought about this, he grabbed his head in frustration. "This means we're seriously short-staffed here. How am I supposed to raccoon a large-scale main quest like this alone?" Suddenly, Hyunyu remembered something and his eyes widened. "Ah." Hyunyu smiled devilishly for a moment. "I have a way. If everything goes well, I might be able to gather the minimum necessary personnel. I'll try to use my fame a little." Shortly after, the news that Hyunyu would share information about the main scenario spread like wildfire in the arena community. As a result, the alley boss's popularity skyrocketed, and that popularity would become evident in his livestream 3 days later. Hyunyu thought, satisfied. The viewership has doubled compared to usual. He began with a smile. "Hello everyone, it's the alley boss again. Today I'll be talking about the main scenario, something you're all very curious about." A flood of comments quickly appeared. "But will you really let us follow you? This isn't just a boast, is it? I only trust the alley boss. If it's true, I'll join immediately." Hyunyu stated confidently, "Of course it's not a lie. Today, there will be a siege battle in the city of Rifa. The objective of the mission is to protect the city of Rifa from the rebels. Although it's a shame that due to the arena system regulations, I can't share the details of the mission. However, instead of monopolizing a unique quest like this, I think it would be much better to raccoon it together with everyone, which is why I'm sharing it with you." This sparked even more controversy. In the end, he's probably asking for help because he can't raccoon it alone. Why does this guy like to twist things around so much? True. It's not easy to get a chance to participate in a siege. He's giving you a chance and you're not even grateful. What a bunch of haters. He smirked to himself smugly. "People are reacting positively, just as I predicted," Hyunwoo continued. "From now on, I'll start the quest to get the main scenario rolling." Meanwhile, elsewhere, a large number of rebel soldiers had been defeated. Andre roared in fury. "You damn bastard, Lamoon. His Majesty trusted you and gave you Rifa to govern, and you dare to side with the rebels?" Count Lamoon retorted furiously. "What would someone like you know? Someone who has the Emperor's trust like you could never understand my position. With that, he gave a desperate command. All troops, advance. Elsewhere, Hyunwoo was casually eating popcorn. The viewers were thrilled, saying they were getting to watch something for free that they'd normally have to pay for. It was worth following the alley leader's stream. But where did that Bap gang come from? Right after, a fierce battle erupted right before his eyes. Hyunwoo thought to himself, satisfied. Even though I know this is a preset skin, this battle is actually pretty interesting. Andre is so fired up. At this rate, this is just going to end boringly with Andre's victory. Try a little harder, Count Lamoon. Meanwhile, Count Lamoon had been cornered. He ground his teeth in resentment. He suddenly burst out in frustration. Andre rushed forward, declaring, "If it weren't for you, victory would have already been mine," Andre retorted decisively. "Even if it wasn't me, someone else would have stopped you," Lamoon shouted stubbornly. "Don't get in my way." Andre, how long are you going to pretend to be so righteous? If you were in my situation, you would have done the same thing. Just then, Andre suddenly knocked him away. He glared furiously. "Don't you dare think that you and I are the same." With that, he immediately landed a fatal blow on Lamoon. Lamoon coughed violently in pain, and with his last breath, he wheezed regretfully. "Ale," Andre cut him off in annoyance. "Don't you dare say His Majesty's name with that filthy mouth." Standing to the side, Hyunwoo clapped in amazement. "Whoa, Andre is so damn cool." He turned to Hyunwoo gratefully. "Hyunwoo, thank you for leaving Count Lamoon for me to handle. But why are you wearing a mask?" Hyunwoo stammered an explanation. This is kinda like a tenet of my faith." The audience burst out laughing. "The alley religion, the leader of the alley religion." Andre continued, "We finished the first step. All that's left is to punish the undead army that this wicked traitor gathered. I need your help. Let's protect Rifa together." Looking at the hand offered to him, he thought to himself, "It's finally my turn." Meanwhile, in a desert near Rifa, an unlucky player was cornered. What is this?" he asked in terror. "What kind of monster?" Just then, a huge horde swarmed him. In moments, he met a gruesome end. Up on the high castle walls, a soldier noticed something unusual. He said to his comrade doubtfully, "Over there." In the distance, a faint flag appeared. Soon, it was followed by an entire army, and finally, the undead horde appeared in massive numbers. Hyunwoo let out a surprised whoa. He scratched his head, flustered. "They're swarming like ants. Way more than I expected. What should I, raccoon?" Andre turned to him and asked, "Are you worried we can't win, Hyunwoo?" He continued, "Our mission is to stall for time until the Keon Knights, led by Duke LeBron, arrive with reinforcements." Hyunwoo quickly denied it. "Worried? I'm not worried at all," he added with a bright smile. "Actually, I'm worried about something else. I just didn't expect so many people to show up. Don't tell me they're going to steal all my kills." Just then, a large number of players suddenly appeared, facing off against the massive undead forces. In the blink of an eye, the two sides were ready for battle. Arena's main scenario quest, the Siege of Rifa, begins. The undead horde swarmed forward like a disturbed anthill. Gripping his sword tightly, Andre worked to cut them down. He shouted tensely, "Support me!" A large group of mages responded in unison. "Use all our magic to support Sir Andre." A series of massive explosions followed. Looking at the devastation, Andre cursed worriedly. "Damn it! This is just their vanguard, and they're already this strong," he thought with concern. Even with magic, it's barely making a dent in their numbers. On top of that, the main rebel force at the back hasn't even moved yet. I don't know if we can hold out until the Keon Knights arrive. Just then, a holy light was suddenly unleashed, and a large number of players appeared. "Move it! Hey, old man, with a mob this big, we can grind so many levels." Andre was speechless for a moment. "What?" The players started arguing. "Hey, don't steal my kill! What are you talking about? I hit it first!" One player smiled smugly. "I'll probably gain 2 levels today." Another group rushed in without hesitation. "That zombie orc is mine! Fireball! Hey, I told you I called dibs on that one!" Andre exclaimed in horror. "What the hell is going on?" A moment later, a giant mammoth appeared. Fen, riding atop it, cursed tensely. "Shit, what the hell is happening? Why are there so many of those adventurers here?" According to the original plan, the city's lord, Count Lam-un, was supposed to open the gates, and we would have taken Rifa smoothly, without any losses. How the hell did the information get leaked? Thinking about this, he couldn't help but grind his teeth in fury. "Damn it!" Fen roared in anger. "Release that thing! Crush all of those adventurers!" His subordinates immediately complied. "Understood, Sir Fen." A large number of dark mages began to cast their spells, while the oblivious players continued to fight hard. One even laughed excitedly. "Heh, I thought a main scenario would be tough, but it turns out it's nothing special." "Huh?" But in the next second, they were all restrained at once. What is this? A magic circle on the ground? A whole group of players was instantly captured, and a giant chimera appeared. He screamed in panic. "Help me!" But it crushed him. In an instant, the terrified players yelled to each other, "It's a chimera!" A sharp blade slammed into the ground as a giant, growling chimera appeared. Without hesitation, Andre shot forward to attack it. Seeing this, the soldiers behind him called out worriedly. "Sir Andre," he replied, "I'll handle that ogre. I'm leaving the rest to you all." Just then, the giant monster suddenly grabbed one of its own kind by the neck and finished it off without hesitation. The giant monster then used the unfortunate creature's body to repeatedly smash into the crowd. Andre shot forward in a rage. "Damn it, your opponent is me." He landed a decisive blow, but unfortunately, Andet was immediately thrown back. He worriedly wondered, "What raccoon I raccoon now? The battle has been raging for hours, and my stamina hit its limit long ago. But if I fall here, Rifa will fall too. I have to stop them, no matter the cost." Andre resolved, "I must stop them." Very quickly, the body of the unfortunate monster began to change unexpectedly and disappeared completely. Andet, covered in wounds, shouted stubbornly, "I must stop them. As long as I'm alive, you won't set a single foot in this city." He had barely finished speaking when the giant monster launched an attack, unlike the player's resurrection. In the arena, there is no resurrection system for NPCs related to the main scenario. This means that an NPC's death is no different from death in reality. Andre thought helplessly, "Your Majesty, please forgive this servant for departing first." But at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "Don't give up so soon." Andre froze for a moment. He turned to look beside him doubtfully and recognized Hyunwoo with disbelief. The Tagi on his shoulder shouted excitedly, "Attack, you stupid master!" Hyunwoo launched his attack. "Sir Andres, step aside and leave this to me. It's time to switch opponents." He had barely finished speaking when a critical hit landed. The monster was immediately forced onto the defensive. Hyunwoo continued his assault, and his strike instantly pierced through the monster's body. Its momentum carried it flying straight into the sky. Andre looked up to follow it, a clear expression of surprise on his face. Andres' death was one of the predetermined events in this main scenario. Hyunwoo exclaimed with satisfaction, "The cut is deeper than I thought. What a surprise. Is it because the armor penetration stat is high? Well, now the arena system will have to write a new story for Andres' future. Your life has been saved by an adventurer, and you have witnessed an adventurer's true passion. You hold respect for an adventurer and have witnessed the birth of a hero who can save the entire empire." Hyunwoo trembled with excitement. He had already leveled up for the second time. How could he miss such a great farming spot? He shouted excitedly, "All these chimeras are mine!" Andre was speechless watching him. Well, as long as he's alive, that's enough. Suddenly, his eyes flew wide open. Andres warned urgently, "Hyunwoo, look out!" Hyunwoo seized the opportunity to quickly dodge the blow. Andres recognized the opponent before him with horror. "Your Fion?" The old man glared at them and snarled, "I didn't expect to have to make a personal appearance. You damned slave dogs of the Emperor. I'll burn every last one of you to ash." Looking at him, Hyunwoo stammered, "Awakening." He smiled nervously. This isn't going to be an easy fight. The notification panel displayed the remaining time until the knight's arrival. 1 hour, 22 minutes, and 53 seconds. This new quest is a tower defense game. Before LeBron's Knight Corps arrives, players must join the Empire's army to protect the city of Rifa. But, unexpectedly, so many players joined that the game's difficulty was no longer appropriate. Therefore, the arena system quickly found a very simple countermeasure, activating the rebel faction's awakened state, to adjust the balance of power. At that moment, Fion, floating in the air, extended his hand and declared, "You insolent adventurers, I will send you all to hell." The Tagi on his shoulder was sweating nervously. "Sir Andres, please find shelter. I'll take care of this." Andre hesitated behind him. "I'm sorry, Hyunwoo. In my current state, if I stay on the battlefield, I'll only be a burden to you." Then, he turned to leave while making an offer. "I have something I want to give you. Come find me after the battle is over." Hearing that, he wondered, could it be a hidden reward, just as I hoped? At the same time, Fion roared in anger. "Andre, you dog of the Emperor!" He lunged forward, yelling, "Did you really think you could escape my grasp?" Suddenly, a sword struck the shield directly, startling Fion and making him look. Hyunwoo smirked from below. "Can't have that. I still need to get my reward from Andre." Seeing his path blocked, the old man asked angrily, "Are you the adventurer who destroyed the little chimera I created? You want to stand in my way again?" At the same time, Hyunwoo was sweating, wondering to himself, why raccoon all dark mages give their chimeras such cutesy names? Then, Fion extended his hand and growled, "Grasp of the enemy." Immediately, a magic circle appeared on the ground, and from it emerged skeletal arms that grabbed Hyunwoo's feet. Countless skeletons appeared and clung to him. Tagi, seeing this, screamed in terror. "Stupid master." Skeleton soldiers just popped up out of nowhere. Confused, he also yelled, "What? What is this? What kind of cheap trick is this skill?" Then, it quickly leaped away but didn't forget to leave a message. "Stay alive so we can meet again, you stupid master." Hyunwoo was stunned to see he'd been abandoned. "You're just gonna run off by yourself?" The skeletal arms held him tight as he sweated and looked up. The sound of a large explosion was heard, and dirt and dust flew everywhere. Fionn smiled smugly at the scene, but then the expression on his face suddenly showed surprise. Fionn then shouted, "Who in the hell are you?" A man holding a shield sighed in relief. "Phew, almost didn't make it." Then, that person announced loudly, "The alley leader is here. The alley leader is challenging the boss." The others, hearing this, chattered excitedly. "What? That guy's the alley leader? Awesome. We might get on camera. Tagi is here too." And with that, they rushed over. "Alley leader, thanks for sharing this sweet hunting spot with me. I'll send you some gold later." Little Tagi was sweating with a bewildered expression. "What is this? Humans are gathering." Hyunwoo, beside him, also hesitated. In an instant, he was surrounded and protected by countless knights. Those people shouted in unison with fierce determination, "Protect the alley leader." Hyunwoo could only manage a bitter smile at the scene, thinking to himself, "Have the viewers from my stream and the players I shared info with all gathered here?" Then, Hyunwoo raised his weapon to the sky. He then smiled and called out, "Everyone, follow me. This is the real thrill of a main scenario siege battle. The arena really is an interesting game." Not long after the battle between the players and Fleon broke out, Fleon couldn't hide his bewilderment. He snarled with an angry look on his face. "You damn adventurers." At the same time, Hyunwoo raised his hand to signal the defense team. "Prepare to defend at the 12 o'clock position." Flynn's attack slammed into the defense team's shields. He turned back again and said, "There's an opening." Then Hyunwoo signaled the attack team, "Unleash your skills now." When they all counterattacked at once, he was flustered and muttered to himself, "What is this frustration? There are no openings in the adventurers' movements anymore. It's all because of that bastard." Hyunwoo, still full of passion, commanded, "Prepare to defend again. Those of you who are out of mana, heal up first." Fleon continued his train of thought. It all started the moment that masked guy began commanding the adventurers. Hyunwoo looked back and smirked. This really is much easier than playing solo. And then, the man held out his arm, covered in incantations, and clicked his tongue. "I didn't want to use this." And then Flynn shouted in anger, "But if you're going to fight with numbers, then I'll just have to respond in kind." Instantly, a large magic circle appeared at their feet, and countless monsters emerged from it. Tang Gui, with a bewildered expression, questioned, "What's this? Stinky Master, don't tell me we're in trouble now?" At the same time, the man declared in a loud voice, "This is my elite OGR Chimera army, prepared to fight the Emperor." Then, he commanded, "Trample every last one of them for me." The OGR Chimera then slammed its fist down right where the others were, causing them to scream in terror. Watching this, Hyunwoo couldn't help but break into a sweat. We might be facing a terrible crisis. At the same time, the system screen appeared, and seeing it, he was slightly startled. Suddenly, Hyunwoo's pupils shrank as if he had just seen something unbelievable. Then he immediately glanced back to assess the situation. The OGR Chimeras were now charging straight towards Hyunwoo's position. Suddenly, a figure on a horse appeared from the distance. Then that person raised their hand. Next, the mysterious person swung their hand down, and instantly a wave of power appeared and annihilated all the skeletons. That ray of light headed towards Fleon. Seeing this, his eyes widened in bewilderment. Fleon fell, sweating as he gasped, "This is impossible." At the same time, the monsters were all annihilated. The others cried out in unison, "They've disappeared." Watching this, Hyunwoo let out a sigh of relief, cutting it a little close. Talk about perfect timing, huh? As he looked at the person in the distance, he thought to himself, "Duke LeBron, is this the true power of the Empire's first knight?" At that moment, LeBron signaled the Knight Order. He continued, "Take them all down." Upon hearing the command, the Knight Order immediately charged towards the enemy. Fleon, with a long gash, lay on the ground, coughing violently. He sweated as he whispered with a look of resentment, "You damn Imperial soldiers, don't you think this is over? A mere death is nothing to a dark mage like me, Fleon." Suddenly, he let out a cry, and then Flynn angrily yelled, "What the hell are you doing? You damned adventurer." As Hyunwoo stabbed him, he raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, "I guess landing the final blow doesn't give any extra rewards." After the Keon Knight Order appeared, everything progressed in a flash. The Keon Knight Order, led by LeBron, wiped out the entire rebel army in an instant. The Empire's first Knight Order had demonstrated its power with overwhelming force. Just like that, within a few minutes, the Empire's flag was raised, signaling the end of the battle. The coded mission had concluded with the victory of the Imperial Army. And then the system displayed a notification that Hyun Yu had completed the mission to protect Rifa Castle and received a contribution to the royal family as a reward. He was seen sitting with his legs crossed, looking at the item in his hand. Hyun Yu couldn't hide his curiosity at this point. This is the only thing he said he'd give me? The object in his hand was a scimitar. Andres' proud voice echoed in his head. This is something I obtained while wandering the continent when I was young. Though it looks like a broken sword, the dwarves said this is its complete form. Hyun Yu frowned with a displeased look and commented, "You're stingier than I thought, Andres." But then he consoled himself. "It's fine. I leveled up a lot at once. That's good enough." At the same time, a voice came from behind him. "Hyun Yu, so you were here." Seeing the person before him, he called out, "Lord LeBron." LeBron smiled. "I've heard about your active role." As expected of the adventurer, I acknowledged. He continued cheerfully, "His Majesty will surely be very pleased." Hearing this, Hyun Yu replied, "I only did what I had to, Raccoon." LeBron sat down next to him and announced, "I heard they've also eliminated the Dark Mage in the south. It seems an adventurer who is a monk was very active over there." Hearing this, he was startled and thought to himself, "Could it be New World's big bro? Looks like things went well over there too, huh?" Then he asked, "But why were you looking for me?" The man raised his hand to his mouth and coughed a few times before speaking. "I came to you because I have a proposal." Hyun Yu couldn't hide his curiosity. "A proposal?" "Next," LeBron hesitantly suggested, "I was wondering if you would like to become my student?" After hearing these words, he broke into a nervous sweat without realizing it. At the same time, the system asked if Hyun Yu wanted to change to a special class. He was startled and wondered to himself, "LeBron's student?" A question mark appeared instead of a class name in his head. This is a complete gamble. But considering LeBron's power from earlier, I could definitely get better titles than with other classes at this point of class change. There's no reason to refuse. And so, he gave his answer, "I will become your disciple, master." Hearing this, LeBron looked pleased. "A wise decision, my disciple." The system then lit up with a flurry of notifications about Hyun Yu changing his class to a Knight of Kion and then to a disciple of LeBron. Along with that came countless new skills that were unlocked. After reading them, Hyun Yu thought in amazement. One rare skill and one unique skill. When I had my second class change, all my stats increased by about 100 to 150, but now they've increased by 250. This is absolutely top tier. Then he turned and asked with a curious look, "But is that it? Aren't there skills that let me shoot sword energy from afar or make things go boom, master?" At the same time, Hyun Yu thought to himself, "No matter how good the passives are, it feels half-baked without any actives." LeBron looked down at the power in his fingertips and smiled. "Those things are unnecessary for the Knight's Order. The only thing we value is magic. And so," he gestured with his hand, "as for how to swing a weapon, you'll have to learn that yourself, won't you?" Instantly, the nearby brick was sliced into pieces, to Hyun Yu's astonishment. LeBron glanced to the side. "If you know how to use magic properly, this kind of thing is a piece of cake. Just keep practicing and you'll get it. If you can't, you have to make yourself able to. This is basic knowledge for the Knight's Order." He then added, "Now, everything here has been settled. Your special training will begin after your audience with His Majesty." Hearing this, he worriedly thought to himself, "Asterisk, can I really raccoon that? Asterisk." At the same time, Hyun Yu replied in a loud voice, "Yes, master." The scene changes to inside the castle, where Alexander spoke with an excited expression, "I've heard everything." Then, he walked towards the two of them with a slight smile. "I heard you were very active in the city of Rifa. Is that right? From what I heard from Andres, you are a man of unparalleled courage." Then Alexander cheerfully encouraged him, "And you've also become LeBron's disciple, have you? The training for the Knight's Order is no ordinary task. I believe you will be able to overcome it." LeBron was seen breaking out in a sweat as he glanced at His Majesty, while Hyun Yu stood frozen in place, drenched in sweat. He looked at the ring of lingering affection in his palm and asked, bewildered, "You're giving him this as well, Your Majesty?" Next, LeBron spoke up. "Isn't that ring a treasure that the previous Knight Commander gifted to you, Your Majesty?" Alexander replied nonchalantly, "It's no longer useful to me, so I want to give it away." He continued, "Besides, he is your first disciple, isn't he?" Hearing these words, he chuckled softly, "Your Majesty." Holding the precious item, Hyun Yu thought to himself in bewilderment, asterisk, a 10% increase to experience points gained, asterisk. This is the first time I've ever seen an item with this kind of feature since I started playing Arena. He continued his train of thought. The only things I know that can increase skills and experience points are support-type items. But this ring doesn't just increase experience points. It also increases skill proficiency. I can't believe the reward I've been waiting for is such an overpowered item. He looked up, with tears of joy streaming down his face. Is this the power of an emperor? And so, Hyun-woo loudly pledged his lifelong loyalty, Your Majesty. The special training with LeBron began after Hyun-woo arrived at LeBron's residence. LeBron, sword in hand, asked in a serious tone, Disciple, Raccoon, you know anything about using magic? At the same time, the blade emitted a faint blue light. Next, he suggested, channel magic into the sword as gently as possible. Can you raccoon that? As he made the weapon glow, Hyun-woo asked calmly, You mean like this, master? With a confident smirk, he thought to himself, Asterisk. Judging by his expression, he's definitely testing me. Asterisk. I've always been very confident in my use of magic, master. Using magic is all about controlling the mana that's trying to run wild and forcing it down the path it's supposed to take. Just think of it like a balancing game. You just have to adjust it so the mana doesn't stray to another direction. At that moment, Hyun-woo covered his mouth and laughed. Don't tell me that's all there is to it, master. Hearing that, LeBron flusteredly denied it. Of course not. At the same time, he thought to himself, Asterisk, I can't believe there's a talent like this among the adventurers. No, this isn't talent. He's a monster. Asterisk. Countless wooden targets equipped with iron armor appeared before them as LeBron proposed. Now, let's move on to the next lesson. Seeing them, Hyun-woo asked, Training dummies? LeBron glanced back and said, This is a secret technique reserved only for candidates for Knight Commander. And then, LeBron smugly suggested, Watch closely, disciple. He then decisively slashed forward, his attack aimed at one of the dummies. The target was sliced in two by LeBron's blade and fell to the ground before Hyun-woo's amazed eyes. Witnessing this scene, he thought to himself in confusion. He silently analyzed. Asterisk. The sword aura expanded and then contracted in an instant, then pierced right through the middle of the dummy. Asterisk. After showing off his skill, LeBron wore a confident expression. What raccoon, you think? Can you raccoon it? The scene then shows Hyun-woo, sweating, as he looks at the glowing sword in his hand. His entire body trembled like a leaf, while LeBron waited so long he got sleepy and let out a yawn. But this time, Hyun-woo didn't create the same surprise as before. Seeing this, LeBron immediately burst out laughing. He looked at the man before him and shouted in embarrassment, Master, you have to actually teach me something for me to be able to raccoon it. Wiping a tear from his eye, LeBron grinned. From what I can see, your ability to control magic is already excellent. You are more than capable of mastering this technique. But even with the skill, you still lack the will to control it. He continued, Will is desire. Desire is thought and aspiration. You must picture a powerful image in your mind. Picture what your magic must move toward from the deepest part of your soul. After hearing that, Hyun-woo thought to himself, Asterisk. Picture an image? Asterisk. And so, clutching his sword tightly, he continued his train of thought. Asterisk. To create a long sword aura quickly, I'll need. Asterisk. A longer path for the mana than the current one, and to picture its movement happening instantly. Next, Hyun-woo closed his eyes, channeled his magic, guided the mana so it wouldn't go astray, and then pictured the image a more precise image. The image of mana piercing through the dummy in front of me. Clearer. 2. More. Even more. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and a powerful energy burst forth along with it. A powerful beam of light shot straight from Hyun-woo toward the dummy's position. Watching the scene unfold before him, LeBron broke out in an excited sweat. Just as I thought. After unleashing the attack, he stammered, Did you see that, master? At the same time, the thought crossed his mind. Asterisk. You've gotten yourself one hell of a disciple. Asterisk. The scene changes to a deep, dark cave, where Tian-hao is shown relentlessly punching a monster. As he threw his punches, he furiously cursed, Die, die, die. His teammates, standing to the side, saw this and began to whisper among themselves. The captain doesn't look too happy today. I think his sworn brother, Liu Shui, from the Nine Dragons Guild, cut ties with him. An expression of hatred flashed across his face as he gritted his teeth and thought, Asterisk Liu Shui. You think you can refuse my request just because you've gotten a little famous? Asterisk. At the same time, an image of Liu Shui appeared, scratching the back of his neck with a grin on his face. Model. Bro, that alley boss guy is getting even more famous because of this coded mission. If I go after him, my public image could take a hit. I don't think I can help you with this. You know I'm a public figure. After venting his anger, Tian-hao ground his teeth, panting. Suddenly, a man's voice called out, Guildmaster. Hearing this, he snarled irritably. Damn it! Tian-hao's subordinate, sweating nervously, offered a suggestion. Sir, if you're angry about the alley boss, I have a way. What if we publicly humiliate that guy while he's streaming? Tian-hao frowned and questioned him. What are you talking about? The subordinate proposed. We can just hire some boosters to raccoon it instead. Then, Tian-hao's subordinate spoke up. I know a booster. His name is Clear. He's the best dual swordsman out there, dominating the arena rankings with his dual blades. He continued, as long as we pay, we can completely crush that alley boss. With a blank expression, Thean Hao muttered, boosters, huh? Then, he smirked. So all it takes is money, right? Thean Hao said, turning away as he gave the order. Clear, you say? Let's see. Hire every single booster you can get a hold of. Hearing this, his subordinate replied, yes, Guildmaster. And then, he growled triumphantly, alley boss, you're first. The scene changes to a forest covered by a river and lush green trees. Tengu trembled, hugging Hyunwoo's leg with a doubtful look. Stinky Master, is this for real? But he calmly reassured him. I already told you there's nothing to worry about. He looked at the hideous creatures before them and demanded, nothing to worry about? Then Tengu screamed, how can I possibly not worry in a situation like this? You stupid master, he shrieked in terror. Why did you lure so many monsters? What were you thinking? Hyunwoo spoke with amusement. What was I thinking? The sword pulsed with a powerful energy, and he couldn't hide his anticipation. I was thinking about testing my new skill, of course. As he finished speaking, Hyunwoo delivered a few basic slashes to the monsters with the weapon in his hand. The system displayed a notification that he had received experience points. Seeing this, Tengu looked confused. Stinky Master's magic. It's getting longer and then shorter. Hearing that, Hyunwoo was incredibly smug. This is the true power of your great master. He looked at his screen and thought happily to himself, I'm already level 4. My hunting speed has gotten several times faster since I changed my class. And then, Hyunwoo held out his weapon with excitement. If I could record this sword aura, it would be epic. But I'm sure there'll be a time when I need it later. So for now, I should probably save it. Next, he raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, the problem now is that I need to find some great content for the live stream. But Tengu, flustered, pleaded from the side, Stinky Master, please teach me. Meanwhile, Hyunwoo was still muttering to himself, this main scenario is over. It'll probably take a while until the next main scenario is discovered. And then he smirked, intrigued. Or maybe, I should gradually start rolling out times content. At the same time, Tengu yelled with an angry expression, Stinky Master, are you ignoring me again? Meanwhile, at night entertainment, before a large building, Jamie was seen staring at the person in front of him with a baffled expression. He asked, confused, how long are you planning to wear that mask? Hearing that, Kale put his hands on his hips and declared, until you give me your feedback on the plan. Sir, Jamie looked at him and thought to himself, the Masked Battle King? Is that why he's wearing a mask? Kale then explained that it was the plan for the broadcast program they would be producing this time. Don't you think it's great broadcast content that we could use for a whole year? Sir. Suddenly, Jamie spoke. My thinking is a little different from yours. After hearing that, he looked surprised. Raccoon, you mean I failed? Jamie said cheerfully as he placed the folder on the table. No, I think we can get at least 2 years out of it. Then he added praise. Kale, you've gotten a lot better recently. Kale immediately denied the credit. It wasn't my idea. Jamie couldn't hide his curiosity. Then whose was it? For an idea like this, I'll have to give out a huge bonus. And then Kale said, it was the alley boss's idea, sir. In fact, it's also the content he's going to be doing on his stream. Hearing that name, Jamie was shocked. If it's the alley boss, then that's even more amazing. Kale reached up to take off the mask, then smiled and explained. To be honest, I was also really surprised when I first heard the idea. The Masked Battle King is exactly what it sounds like. We'll have celebrities put on masks and compete in PvP matches. Suddenly, an image of Hyunwoo winking appeared, accompanied by his confident voice. Isn't this proof that my die-hard fans are deliberately trying to imitate me? Below, positive comments from the viewers scrolled by. Next, he said cheerfully, everyone, if you watch my broadcasts a lot, your own skills will improve too. Just look, everyone is so outstanding. Suddenly, a few people started suspecting Hyunwoo's fans were boosters. Seeing this, he blurted out, boosters? A booster is someone who gets paid to log into someone else's account to help them rank up. They are the main culprits responsible for destroying the game's balance. At that moment, Hyunwoo thought to himself. He recalled what Wai-chan had once told him, his voice echoing in his mind. There are a lot of boosters in the arena these days, especially around the 1 million to 10 million rank range, so it's better to be careful. Then, he thought with disappointment, so they aren't my fans after all. The viewers couldn't help but laugh at Hyunwoo's expression. At the same time, a figure appeared before him. Hyunwoo looked up and saw that the system had already found his next opponent. Suddenly, he was startled when he saw the opponent before him. Hyunwoo looked at the opponent's appearance and immediately questioned them. A mask? Is this another booster? At the same time, a thought crossed Hyder's mind. That mask? No way, right? It has to be an impersonator. As he watched the person rushing toward him, he thought to himself, This guy's on a long winning streak. Could he be a booster too? Why did I have to run into one? I don't know. If I lose this match, it'll be tough to get the gold medal tomorrow. Meanwhile, Hyunwoo charged forward, yelling, "Die." Hyunwoo decisively slammed his weapon down. Hyder reacted instantly, blocking the blow. Seeing this, Hyunwoo frowned and growled, "You managed to block my attack? You bastard. You're a booster, aren't you?" Not to be outdone, the other guy ground his teeth and retorted, "Takes one to know one." Hearing that, Hyunwoo unleashed a flurry of attacks, roaring with rage. "Who are you calling a booster, huh? That bastard." Hyder broke out in a sweat as he parried the attacks, thinking to himself, is there really a booster this skilled? I've never seen anyone this strong in the community before. Could it be the real one? Suddenly, Hitler wondered if he was the famous Dead End. Hearing that, Hyun-woo immediately backed away. Then, he scratched his cheek and replied, "Yeah, that's me." The other guy jumped and said loudly, "So it was true." Then Hitler spoke, "Dead End, I'm your fan." Hyun-woo, his face pale and sweaty, asked, "A fan?" He, with a serious attitude, clenched his fist. "I've been following your streams from the very beginning. Could you take a picture with me?" The viewers watching this started to have mixed opinions. At that moment, Hyun-woo shouted, "Tangi, get out here right now!" Seeing that, Hitler couldn't hide his excitement. "It's Tangi, too. It really is Dead End." As soon as Tangi appeared, it complained annoyedly, "What is this? Why'd you summon me in a fair one-on-one fight? You stinky master. What a coward." The viewers started to show their displeasure with what they were witnessing. Meanwhile, Hitler was petting the little creature's head and commenting, "Tangi is so adorable." Hyun-woo suddenly asked, "You said you were my fan, right?" He immediately affirmed, "Yeah, I'm your biggest fan." Hearing this, Hyun-woo started to speak. If that's the case, then suddenly his mask transformed into the image of a demon. Hyun-woo's voice also became terrifying. "Tangi, attack." The system kept displaying notifications that all his stats had increased. Hyun-woo, with power emanating from his body, said in a deep voice, "A fan of mine is a booster?" Those watching the stream were shocked, but he continued, "If a fan goes down the wrong path, it's a streamer's job to set them straight." Tangi quickly left the arena, while the other guy was sweating in confusion. "Huh?" Hyun-woo approached Hitler and growled with a grim face. "In order to guide my fans down the right path, this Dead End, a true streamer, will endure the pain and whip them without mercy." The more he listened, the more confused he looked. "What the hell are you talking about?" They just watched as he launched a skill while declaring, "This is the burning love I have for my fans." Seeing the scene, Hitler awkwardly tried to stop him. "Wait a minute." Hyun-woo didn't hesitate and threw a punch straight at his face. The powerful attack hit Hitler, giving him no time to react. With a single blow, he sent Hitler flying backward. Hyun-woo didn't stop and continued to attack. Dead End's secret technique, Fist of Resurrection. After finishing off his opponent, he said seriously, "I hope that in your next life, you're reborn as an honest player." The viewers, after witnessing Hyun-woo's impressive move, got excited. Hitler, who had taken the full brunt of the attack, was lying on the ground, groaning. Seeing him, he clicked his tongue. "You're not dead yet?" Next, Hyun-woo pointed his sword downward and said, "Erase your past mistakes and live a new life." At the same time, the other guy muttered something. Hearing it, Hyun-woo was a little startled. "What did you say?" Hyun-woo quickly bent down and put his ear closer to listen. "What?" The viewers couldn't hide their curiosity either and wouldn't stop commenting. And then, he shouted excitedly, "Please, congratulate me. This man has promised to mend his ways." Hyun-woo was moved to tears. This Dead End is so happy to hear those words. To commemorate this, I'm going to stop the ranking battle for a moment and start a different kind of content right here, he continued. "This is an interview with a retired booster. Let's begin, shall we?" Scene changed to a forest. Hyun-woo suggested cheerfully, "First, say hello to the viewers." Hearing that, Hitler introduced himself, sweating. "Hello everyone, I'm Hitler. I currently work as a booster in the arena." The viewers at that moment seemed to recognize his identity. Hearing that, he turned to look. If it's Hitler, isn't he a famous person? There are only a handful of people with your skill. That's what the viewers are saying. Hitler narrowed his eyes and explained, "At that level, I'm just a commoner. I'm just a little better than the other boosters." Hyun-woo asked, "How many boosters are there?" He replied, "Among those I know, about 30 people have a gold medal." Hearing this, Hyun-woo was surprised. 30 people? That's fewer than I thought. Tangi was just seen eating and thinking to itself, "Why was I told to just sit here and eat?" The viewers were only paying attention to its adorable mukbang. Then Hitler said, "Not to brag, but if you get a gold medal, you can raccoon almost anything. Normally, people either stream or go pro." Hearing this, the viewers raised many questions. Hyun-woo suddenly changed the subject. "All right, let me move on to the next question. A lot of people are curious about this. How much raccoon you make, approximately?" He scratched his head and answered, "In my case, It's a bit expensive because I have to transfer all my items to the client's account, Hitler continued. Normally, people want to get the bronze medal. I get about 5 million, and it takes me about 3 days to get the bronze medal. Hearing that, he couldn't help but be surprised. So, you make 50 million won a month? Suddenly, Hitler said in a serious voice, but there's one thing I consider when accepting, and that's level 100. After the second class change, I can't help those who haven't done it yet. Not even me. At the same time, Hyun-Yu got serious and brought a hand to his chin. Thoughtful. Seeing this, the other guy called out to him, Mr. Dead End. Then, Hitler said, I think someone like Dead End would earn a lot more as a streamer. Hearing that, he jumped. What are you saying? I've never thought about quitting streaming. The viewers couldn't help but laugh at his expression. Suddenly, Hitler started to sweat and suggested something. By the way, Mr. Dead End, there's something I want to ask you. If you don't mind, could you mute the stream's mic for a moment? Hyun-Woo looked surprised. Mute the mic? And as he turned it off, he announced, Guys, I'm sorry. I'm going to mute the mic for a moment. He says he has something personal to tell me. The viewers immediately protested, helplessly. Then Hyun-Woo gave a signal. You can talk now. Hitler immediately asked in a serious voice. Raccoon, you have some kind of conflict with the people from China? He answered, sweating. Not at all. I don't even know them well. Hearing that, the other guy informed him, surprised. The Chinese side has posted a notice recruiting boosters to hunt you down. Hyun-Yu was startled and asked again. Hunt me down? Next, Hitler said, a booster named Clear has already been recruited. That guy is famous for being a money grubber in this business. The more he talked, the less I understood, wondering why it had to be me. He then warned me seriously, saying he's a very distinctive guy. He uses dual swords, so you'll recognize him immediately. Be careful, back alley captain. After hearing this, Hyun-Yu offered his thanks. Thanks for the heads up. How can I ever repay you? Hitler immediately waved his hand. Don't worry about it. It's what a fan should, Raccoon. Then he raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, China, huh? No matter how many times I think about it, I still can't figure out why they'd raccoon that. The scene changes to a large building in the heart of the city. At the same time, Thien Hao's underling reported, Chairman Thien Hao, Clear has contacted us and said he's going to kill the back alley captain. Hearing this, Thien Hao turned and said, Is that so? Then he wondered, This Clear guy, can we trust him? The underling happily replied, Yes, sir. From what I've heard, he's the top mercenary player out there. Thien Hao's underling continued, Clear said he didn't want to use his main character, so I gave him a level 140 account with rare grade gear. Thien Hao stood up and said in a low voice, As long as he can take down the back alley captain, that kind of support is no problem. Then, he questioned, We can watch it if we go to the back alley captain's channel now, right? And then, Thien Hao smirked smugly, Well then, let's go watch the end of the back alley captain. At the same time, in a peaceful city, Hyun-Woo looked up. He asked in a serious tone, You want to bet on a character deletion match with me, right? Hearing this, Clear spoke smugly. That's right, back alley captain. I came here to fight an overhyped piece of trash like you. The viewers who heard this couldn't help but snicker. Seeing his opponent's attitude, Hyun-Yu was displeased. We've only just met. Why are you speaking so disrespectfully? At the same time, he questioned in his head. I'm in the middle of a stream, and this guy just pops out of nowhere demanding a character deletion match. What the hell is this? Suddenly, Hyun-Yu had a realization. Wait a minute, are those dual swords? Don't tell me this guy is Clear. The man, however, remained arrogant. Don't tell me you're chickening out and won't accept. Hearing this, Hyun-Yu suggested. Hold on, let me calculate something. Clear looked confused. Calculate? At the same time, Hyun-Yu thought to himself, a character deletion match also includes a winner-takes-all rule, right? Let's see. How much would I get if I auctioned off all this stuff? The man started sweating nervously. What's with that sinister look in his eyes? After a quick look, Hyun-Yu thought with delight. A full 5,000 gold, no joke. With a greedy and thrilled look on his face, he declared war. All right, you're on. Let's raccoon this. The system then announced that the winner takes all equipment, while the loser's character will be deleted. The two were then teleported to the arena. With dual swords in hand, Clear stated disdainfully, You've fallen right into my trap, back alley captain. Hyun-Yu stared blankly at the sight of the person before him. Then, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Look at that stance. That's hilarious. The viewers couldn't hold back their snarky comments either. Hyun-Yu said casually, Are you all for show? Hearing this, the man shouted in embarrassment, Shut up. Then, Hyun-Yu confidently beckoned with his hand and declared, Bring it on, you bastard. The viewers watching showed looks of excitement. Unable to bear the humiliation, Clear roared in anger. I was about to come up and dice you to pieces even if you didn't say anything. Seeing this, Hyun-Yu quickly reacted, raising his sword to block the attack. Clear's two swords continuously clashed against Hyunyu's blade, creating clanging sounds. Seeing this, Hyunyu thought to himself, using inertia to wield dual swords? Huh? The centrifugal force makes his attacks really fast, and the power is stronger than I thought. Hyunyu continued his train of thought. Of course, only stronger than I thought to a certain extent. Suddenly, he called out, Clear. Hearing this, Clear questioned loudly, How Raccoon you know my name? Hyunyu didn't answer, and instead interrogated him seriously. Why are the Chinese guys targeting me? The man, while swinging his sword, roared angrily. Why the hell would I know about that? I just need to get paid, that's it. Suddenly, Hyunyu pressed his sharp blade against his opponent's neck and said in a low voice, So, you really don't know, huh? Hyunyu continued, The bastard who hired you is probably watching my stream right now, huh? And then he spoke contemptuously. They only sent a scrub of your level? Just looking at you. I can tell what their standards are. Hyunyu confidently declared, Come at me again. This time, I'll use dual swords against you, too. This is my first time using dual swords. The viewers watched this and gasped in unison. As for Clear, seeing his opponent's victorious expression, he gritted his teeth, refusing to accept it. Then he yelled furiously, Back alley, Captain! Your arrogance is sky high! While quickly parrying the blow, Hyunyu chuckled with amusement. Trying something new once in a while is pretty fun. Next, Hyunyu ruthlessly returned every single slash back at Clear. Seeing this, the man broke into a sweat, thinking, The back alley captain's level is somewhere around 80. He's a full 60 levels lower than this account, so how can he fight me on equal footing? With pupils glowing red, Hyunyu swung his sword back as Clear continued his train of thought. Furthermore, he thought in a panic, his proficiency with dual swords is increasing by the second. At the same time, Hyunyu's voice rang out. A boxer once said something, and I really want to share those words with you all. With a triumphant look, he pointed the sharp tip of his sword at his opponent, saying that everyone thinks their own plan is perfectly reasonable. Hyunyu thrusted his weapon forward as he spoke, until they get beaten to a pulp. With only the sound of clashing swords, he finished Clear in a single blow. His blade scraped the ground. Hyunyu exclaimed, as if he just remembered, Oh, I forgot. Then he looked up. I left one thing out. Then, Hyunyu broke into a smile. Thanks for the 5,000 gold. The scene changes. After watching the entire match, Thien Hao took off his hat, his face darkening, while the underling beside him was flustered. Chairman that. Veins started popping on Thien Hao's terrifying face, and seeing this, the guy couldn't hide his fear. He ordered furiously, Drag that bastard back alley captain here before me, now! At that moment, Hyunyu was still basking in the joy of getting 5,000 gold. At the entertainment headquarters meeting room, a group of people were sitting around a table, preparing for a meeting. Then, Kale spoke cheerfully, about this War God disbandment plan. All the players this time are big names, so to coordinate schedules, I hope we can proceed with the content once a month, or maybe once every 2 weeks. I agree with that as well. A woman spoke up, I agree. Then he asked, So, how many people, Raccoon, we need for one shoot? The young man next to him replied, I think 8 people is about right. While Jai rested his chin on his hand, bored, they continued their discussion, which they had every 2 weeks. The filming time will be around 4 to 5 hours. What Raccoon you all think about filming on Monday or Friday? Korean time. Since the person running this is Korean, I think that's perfect. Suddenly, he coughed a few times. That's too normal. We have to make it more dramatic. Hearing this, C looked at the other person. Next up, boss. Jai cheerfully listed the points. First, the loser will have to take off their mask and reveal their identity. Second, to avoid rumors about the competition, the 8 of them will compete in a league format. He didn't stop there. Third, the overall winner will become the masked battle king and participate in the next filming. Fourth, the winner of the next episode will fight against the winner of the previous episode. The final winner will become the masked battle king. And to avoid things getting stale, if someone becomes the masked battle king 5 times in a row, they will graduate from being the masked battle king. What Raccoon you all think? After hearing this, C broke into a cold sweat and smiled. That's a great idea, boss. At the same time, he thought to himself, this plan is going to be a massive success. Mr. Kang then went to scout out well-known players, and the masked battle king became an open secret in the Danjio community. At the same time, Seokjung's voice rang out. You said Nai was looking for you and me? What's this masked battle king? Hearing this, Yonggu replied, it's content being run by the alley leader. It seems like they're targeting players with a bit of a reputation. He glanced over. Is it my younger brother? Then tell them we'll join right away. After that, Seok Raccoon sat up and asked, Yonggu, you're joining too, right? He nodded. If you're going, then I have to go too. Aren't I the vice captain? With an expectant look on his face, he smirked. In that case, That masked Battle King title. Let's have our New World Guild try to take it. The scene changes to the training room for programmers at JT Telecom. The coach opened the door and entered with a puzzled look. What are you guys doing? Hearing her, one of them turned around. Coach, you're here? He spoke, sweating. We're watching an arena video right now. Hearing that, she looked surprised. What's gotten into you guys today? You're even watching arena videos. Didn't you say the standards were too low so you didn't care? That person insisted. But this is seriously on a whole other level. He continued. A streamer named Ali Leader was solo hunting. It was absolutely amazing. At this level, he blows the German and American players out of the water. No joke. That person cut in. He just needs to level up more and he'll be the best at hunting. The coach hesitated, sweating. Yeah, the Ali Leader is good. That's why I have something I want to talk to you guys about. And then she announced, someone contacted us to invite a player to participate in the content the Ali Leader is producing this time. Hearing this news, they were all astonished. Really? What kind of content is it? The coach spoke cautiously. It's PvP content where you'll fight after putting on a mask to hide your identity. The other contestants will be programmers like us or representative players from the major guilds. I'm sure famous streamers will be participating. But that person asked in shock. So, are we participating? She replied. That hasn't been decided yet. The higher-ups have to approve it first before we can make a move. Suddenly, a hand was raised. Me, Han Baek, who was sitting nearby with his legs crossed, spoke up. I want to participate. Seeing this, the coach hesitated. You want to join, Han Baek? Of course. I understand your desire to participate, but the guy just smirked. If we can join, please save me a spot. She could only think to herself worriedly. This kid is way too obsessed with fame. It was already hard enough stopping him from streaming. The coach continued her thoughts. He's a rich kid, so he has no desire for money. In any case, if his family gets involved, there's no stopping him. And so, she hesitated. All right, then Han Baek will participate. Hearing that, Han Baek laughed. Thank you. At the same time, in a high-rise apartment building, Hyun-woo wondered to himself, confused. Nai promised he would contact me today. He spoke while moving his mouse. Surely, there must be some results by now, right? Has the email arrived yet? Suddenly, Hyun-woo was startled. Alice sent me an email too. What's this about? First, congratulations on your TV debut. It's the Masked Battle King, right? I'll also be participating as the general producer. Thanks to you, I've achieved a part of my dream. I'm sending you this email full of gratitude. From now on, I won't be charging for video editing. Just achieving my dream is enough to satisfy me. After reading it, he broke out in a sweat and hesitated. For free? I mean, I'm happy, but having him go this far feels kind of strange. Next, Hyun-woo said to himself, let's see what email C sent. Mr. Kang, I have good news for you. Everything is going smoothly, and the plan couldn't be more perfect. But it's a bit of a shame that we couldn't gather more fans. We've only managed to invite about 30 people so far. I've attached a detailed explanation. He frowned slightly in confusion. 30 people? That's more than I expected, so what's the problem? On the day the Masked Battle King match begins, I plan to visit Korea again, and my boss will be coming with me. Hyun-woo scratched his cheek while thinking, I thought this content would only last a month at most. Things are getting a lot bigger. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes and let out a startled cry. Huh? Then Hyun-woo shouted in astonishment. This ID, it's Han Baek's ID, isn't it? He smirked with an amused look on his face. I didn't expect a chance for revenge to come so quickly. Are the heavens helping me? Next, Hyun-woo excitedly declared in a loud voice, all right, so that little punk is joining, is he? I'm gonna totally wreck you. Han Baek. Suddenly, Young-chan opened the door and yelled, what are you doing? Yelling all by yourself? You think you live alone? Seeing the person walking in, he got flustered. Landlord, about that. But he asked in a serious tone, skip the excuses. Have you checked the arena community boards? Hyun-woo asked in surprise. What about them? Young-chan replied. Someone on the community board said they saw Cancun. Hearing that, his eyes widened in shock. Cancun. And then Hyun-woo lowered his voice. Who could that be? He raised an eyebrow, questioning. Have you forgotten? I just saw it on the community boards. This is about encountering an orc in the narrow frozen canyon yesterday. Yesterday, while I was hunting with my guild members in a frozen canyon, I saw something strange. There was an orc wearing a fur coat, walking around by itself. It looked interesting, so I ignored my guild members' warnings and ran over to talk to the snail. But while we were talking, it suddenly looked like it was begging for food. Sometimes, NPCs give out high-level quests, right? So, I took out all the good food I had bought and saved up to offer it. They were all delicious, hot dishes that I hadn't even shared with my guild members. But you know what? The snail ate it all, said goodbye, and just left. So much for being nice. My 500 gold. Be careful, everyone hunting in the icy gorge. They might look like easy prey, but they're not. Be careful you don't end up like me. That snail looked small. Its name is Cannon. Hyunyu, standing in the snow, looked up. He had finally arrived. Then, he started to sweat and said, "Who would have thought the cannon that Yan mentioned was that snail?" After that, Hyunyu scratched his head and looked down. "That Yang Chan guy knows my videos better than I, raccoon." "How touching," Tangi, at his side, said in a low voice. "Stupid master, are you going to throw a tantrum now? First the desert, and now the middle of the ice and snow? I like forests. Take me to a forest. I want to stop." Before his eyes, a group of people appeared, walking on the white snow. He frowned. "Hey, Cat, are you still looking for that snail? If you miss that 500 gold so much, I'll give it to you." Cat immediately replied, "You know I'm not doing this for the money." Then he showed his displeasure. "Wasn't it bad enough that a snail scammed me, but now I have to be stuck here for a whole week?" He was the one who posted the story about meeting the snail in the icy gorge yesterday, and he still hasn't left. The guild leader, Cat, along with the members Az, Maha, and Nick J. These 5 are real-life tycoons. Their group brings together people who have lost interest in the real world, because each of them possesses a fortune that grows without them lifting a finger. They've traveled to every corner of Arena, and whenever they have exciting and interesting experiences, they share them with others. Although they aren't obsessed with fame, ironically, this has made them famous. Their guild's name is Pioneer, the guild with the most followers in Arena. Suddenly, Cat pointed forward. "Hey, doesn't that person over there look familiar?" Az, beside him, frowned in disgust. "Are you going to start making a scene again?" In front of them were Hyun, Yu, and Tangi on the move, but Az dismissed it. "I'm serious!" And then Cat shouted, "Wait, that bear! That person is the back alley boss!" Meanwhile, Az looked up and suggested, "Hey, you can walk on your own, you know?" Cat, with an excited face, dashed forward. "The back alley boss is the most famous superstar in Arena right now. Let's go, quick." Az, seeing this, was startled. "Hey, Cat!" Hyun Yu, after hearing the introduction, widened his eyes in surprise. "The Pioneer Guild?" Then, he spoke happily. "Wow, back alley boss, it's an honor to meet you." The people behind him, seeing him, thought excitedly, "It really is the back alley boss. We should at least try to find some common ground." Hyun Yu scratched his head, confused. "But, is there something I can help you with?" As immediately explained, "We're looking for the snail." The person who posted about it in the community was him. Hearing that, Hyun Yu said, "I'm also looking for that snail. I have a quest." A thought popped into his mind. "This is my chance." Then, as suggested, "Raccoon, you want to look for it with us? We've been searching for a week without a break." Hyun Yu was surprised to hear that. "A whole week? Is it for something important?" Cat said innocently, "I just want to see it again, because it was so interesting the last time I found it." Hearing this reason, Hyun Yu broke into a sweat and thought to himself, "Interesting?" As expected of the Pioneer Guild, who use money to make money. Their way of thinking is completely different. And then Kat suggested, "I was wondering if you could add us as friends?" Hyunyu answered calmly, "Yes, of course." At the same time, he thought that staying on good terms with a famous guild like Pioneer would be useful someday. Next, Hyunyu introduced himself. "My name is Kang Hyunyu, Kat, Az, Joe, Maha, Nick." The moment the 5 members of the Pioneer Guild were added to Hyunyu's friends list, a blizzard appeared between the White Mountains, and at the same time, a furious stone monster appeared, roaring. Kat and Nick, looking confident, charged forward. At the same time, Kat suggested, "Leave this to us, back alley boss." The Pioneer members behind them also joined in to destroy what was in front of them. Hyunyu, witnessing this scene, commented to himself in surprise, "This team's coordination is amazing, isn't it?" And he continued to think, "Each person is doing their job perfectly." Among them, the warrior Kat and the mage, as are at a very high level. And then Hyunyu thought cautiously, pro guilds must be at least at this level. Is Junham training with talented members in an organized system right now? I can't just stand here. Then he suggested, "I'll go hunt on my own. If I find the snail, we'll meet again." Kat was surprised to hear this. Huh? Why? Playing in a party would clearly be a lot of fun, but Hyunyu knew very well that playing solo was the most effective way for him. If he wants to get revenge on Junham, he has to take action. He can't afford a moment of rest. Knowing that, Hyunyu could only feel restless. Tangi on his shoulder frowned, asking, "Stupid master, hey, raccoon, you need to go to the bathroom? Why the sudden rush?" Hyunyu quickly denied it. "I don't need to go to the bathroom." Hearing that, Tangi looked at him. "Even if you make that "I need to go to the bathroom" face, Kanan isn't going to appear. I mean, whatever it is, making that expression won't accomplish anything." Tangi continued, "If you just relax like you always, raccoon, everything will work itself out." Hyunyu broke into a sweat and smiled faintly. "Tangi, I didn't expect you to say something like that." Although it wasn't because of Kanan, a huge explosion suddenly startled them both. Seeing that, Hyunyu turned around immediately. An explosion? Then he said, "It's not magic. because an explosion that loud would attract the attention of monsters. If that's the case, then this is. At the same time, the giant boss of the snowy region appeared, and Hyun-Yu stated aloud, "A boss." Cannon was seen with a weapon in hand, delivering a powerful blow forward. A loud noise echoed through the white, snowy space. Then, Kanun clutched its stomach, knelt down, looked at the wound on its hand, and thought with annoyance. If things were as usual, I wouldn't have wasted so much time on an insignificant monster like this. And then, the giant boss of the snowy region lifted its foot to crush it. At that moment, Cannon said, "I can't let it end in such a ridiculous way as this." A blinding flash of light swept past as Hyun-Yu's voice rang out. Half moon slash. With his sword in hand, he stood protectively in front of Cancun. "I finally found you." Seeing the person before him, Cancun couldn't hide his surprise. A human? At the same time, Hyun-Yu turned and questioned him. "You're Cancun, right?" Cancun saw the item in his hand and immediately recognized it. "That necklace. It belongs to my tribe." Suddenly, Tangi jumped into his arms, crying out, "Cancun!" Cancun was startled by this. "Are you the little bear cub from Bung Bung Island?" Then, Cancun hesitated. "What on earth is going on?" Hyun-Yu quickly cut him off. "That's enough of the happy reunion for now." And then he declared, "Let's take care of this thing first." Hearing this, the giant Snowland chieftain roared in fury. Hyun-Yu then turned back and asked, "Cancun, you can move, right?" Cancun charged forward as well. "Yes!" Hyun-Yu quickly gave a signal. "Then let's block its movements first." A series of loud thuds echoed as the two of them gracefully dodged the creature's descending fists. Two shadows moved across the white snow at dizzying speeds. As he slashed, Hyun-Yu yelled, "Aim for its legs!" Cancun immediately followed his command. After taking the full force of the attack, the Snowland chieftain immediately collapsed to its knees. It let out loud, pained roars, filled with resentment. The two of them seized the opportunity and charged forward in unison to attack the opponent before them. Countless blows were unleashed. The Snowland chieftain was lucky enough to receive every single one. And then, the system announced that his level had increased, and Hyun-Yu's health and magic had been restored. Tangi, who had been waiting for this moment, ran over and joyfully called out to Cancun. Cancun then bowed his head and asked, "You saved my life. Did you come all this way just to find me, buddy?" He immediately replied, "You ran away from home just because training was tough? What were you thinking?" Cancun confessed honestly, "I have my own struggles. It's true that the training was hard, but besides that, there's something I need to find." Hearing that, Hyun-Yu thought to himself, so it seems he didn't run away because he was scared of Raccoon. Makes sense. A guy like him wouldn't be easily overpowered even if he fought Dawn. He continued his train of thought. "As long as the quest proceeds, the rest has nothing to Raccoon with me." At the same time, Hyun-Yu called out to Cancun. Then he spoke, "Lord Raccoon has a message for you. He asked me to tell you that your home is here in the Black Forest, with the Prairie Wolf tribe." Cancun hesitated. "Father said that?" At the same time, Hyun-Yu, with an excited expression, opened the system menu, thinking, "Am I going to get a reward from Raccoon? I'll have to drop by later." Suddenly, Cancun confessed, "Of course I want to return to my tribe, but..." Cancun then stated firmly, "But I still have things I must Raccoon." Next, Cancun took off his shirt, sweating, and said, "I have to Raccoon this so my father doesn't find out about my body." Tangi was shocked by the sight. "Cancun, your body." The wound was spreading relentlessly, and at the same time, Cancun confided, "I was cursed during a fight with a dark mage. It's a wicked curse that drains all the life force from my body. If I don't kill him, the curse will never disappear." Then Cancun proposed, "I've detected remnants of the dark mage's magic nearby. This is a bit embarrassing, but could you help me eliminate that dark mage?" A question formed in Hyun-Yu's mind. Why isn't the quest window popping up? Does this mean there's no reward? If that's the case, my costs won't be covered, he thought. Meanwhile, Tangi had a teary-eyed expression. "You stinky master." And then Hyun-Yu, sweating, raised an eyebrow and said, "Cancun." He then sighed and relented. "Does that dark mage have a lot of valuable stuff?" Hearing this, the other immediately affirmed, "A whole lot." Then Hyun-Yu cheerfully suggested, "Take me to that dark mage." "Cancun," he continued, "we can find some items and remove your curse at the same time." Tangi, overjoyed, loudly reminded him, "You should have put Cancun first, you stinky master." The message window lit up with a notification sound. A message from Hyun-Yu. "This is Alley, leader. I've found Snail." The other person replied, "Really? Where should we go now?" Hyun-Yu instructed, "This is the place where the giant snow monsters appear. It's in the center of the ravine. I'm on top of the hill you all can see from where you're standing." Kat replied, "We'll be right there." Ash spoke up, "Is that Alley leader?" Kat relayed the message to everyone. "He's found Snail in the giant monster's habitat." Kat's voice was urgent. "We can finally move to a different spot. Let's go. Alley leader is waiting for us." Kat frowned, looking down at the screen. "Wait a second." Hyun-Yu added in the message, "Oh, hold on, Raccoon, you guys happen to know of any dungeons nearby?" He stated his request. "I'm looking for a place with a dark mage or an undead boss." He turned to his teammates, repeating the question aloud. He's asking if we know of any dungeons nearby with an undead or dark mage boss. One of the group members stated confidently, "It's a request from Alley Leader. Then let's use all our connections and find one." Hyun-Yu and the others were standing before the dungeon entrance. Kat's face was beaming with joy. "Snail, we finally found you!" Cancun spoke with gratitude. "You gave me food. I thank you." Hyun-Yu spoke with admiration. "I can't believe I got information on a dungeon so easily. How can I repay you?" Kat replied with a smile. "If something this trivial can put the Alley Leader in my debt, isn't that a great deal for me? Well then, shall we head inside?" The system wants to confirm. "Raccoon, you wish to enter Kars's research lab?" Kat was extremely excited. "I can't believe I get to see the Alley Leader hunt up close. I'm so excited." Inside was a long corridor, lined with rows of cold tombstones on both sides. He looked around and said, "But doesn't this scenery look more like a graveyard than a research lab?" Nick spoke with confidence. "This looks like a job for Maha. You're the only priest among us. So what if I'm a priest? You're a holy knight, aren't you?" "I'm not healing you," he spoke up, annoyed. "No heals? Then I'm not tanking," Maha grumbled. "Then I'm not playing with you anymore." Hyun-Yu glanced over at them, thinking to himself, "They don't seem worried at all. Does that mean they're that confident in their fighting skills?" Dee asked worriedly. "But doesn't this place look kind of familiar?" Kat agreed. "You're right. Why does this look so familiar?" "Oh, I think it looks similar to the place in the Phoenix Guild's video," he asked, startled. "The Phoenix Guild's video?" Kat recounted it clearly. "You haven't seen it? That is the video of the main scene where the Phoenix Guild and the Gu Guild had a large-scale battle in the Thama Desert. The video's content shows the process in which the New World Guild's legion of monks annihilates the skeleton soldiers," Hyun-Woo deduced in a low voice. "So, does that mean the Lich can summon the Legion of the Dead? A desert as vast as Thama is perfect for deploying an entire legion." Suddenly, a voice echoed from the darkness. "That's right. It's more than suitable," said an imposing figure. "There is no better place than this to use necromancy." Cannon seemed to recognize him and spoke, trembling. You, Lich declared bluntly. "Welcome to my laboratory, my test subjects." The target Hyun-Woo was looking for was the Lich. Cannon stomped hard on the ground, using all his energy to propel himself. He leaped into the air, his body gliding through space to get closer to the Lich. Cannon raised his weapon, his face showing anger and determination, ready to attack. But the attack did him no harm. He panted and roared with rage. "This evil aura, it's from that dark sorcerer. You bastard. Have you become a Lich?" The Lich sneered. "Did you finally manage to catch up to me, you incompetent snail?" Lich smiled maliciously. "It seems you still retain the curse I gave you. The sight of you irritates me greatly." He fumed and complained resentfully. "Because of the damage caused by an insignificant snail, I had to make the decision to turn this body into a Lich." Tanji cried out in alarm. "Kanan," she scolded him gently. "Why did you rush in so recklessly? Get a hold of yourself." Kanan panted and apologized. "I'm sorry, I lost my head for a moment." The ground trembled and a skeletal hand covered in dark purple energy emerged from the earth. The Lich threatened. "Don't think you'll leave here alive." Az's eyes widened in amazement as he said in a trembling voice, "There are also knights mixed in among the common skeleton soldiers." Az frowned and said seriously, "Hyun, an acquaintance who gave me information about this place, told me to abandon this dungeon. Is it because of these things?" Kat enthusiastically charged forward to fight the undead. As he fought, he shouted, "Are you guys going to stand there chatting forever? Don't you see how interesting the situation is? If you don't come, I'll capture them all myself." Someone sighed. "He's hopeless when something piques his interest." Hyun-Woo asked seriously, "Kanun, Raccoon, you know where that Lich's magic comes from?" He concentrated to confirm. "His magic. I know it." Cannon pointed to the location. "It's coming from his neck and his left hand." He smiled confidently and concluded, "Then one of those two places is the Lich's Veil." Hyun-Woo deployed an area of effect skill, Crescent Moon Slash. Kat's eyes widened and he exclaimed, "What is that power?" That attack completely knocked down the undead, but a second later it was revived by magic. The Lich said arrogantly, "As long as I have my mana, the undead can be resurrected whenever I want." Kat said with a serious face, "The back alley boss." Az, in disbelief, asked again, "What about the back alley boss?" He asked curiously. "Isn't he below level 100? He wondered. "How can he use a sword energy that consumes so much mana? Judging by that power, it seems his stats aren't primarily based on mana." He silently assessed the situation. "The mana is depleting rapidly. The amount of mana to summon the skeleton soldiers is too much. I can't hold out." The Lich thought uneasily. "If I don't take care of that masked guy soon, I'll be in danger." From the air, the Lich launched a direct attack toward Hyunwoo. The source of magical power he had just unleashed rushed downward. Cannon shouted a warning. "Watch out! That's the curse that affected me," Tangji nervously reminded. "Be careful, Stinky Master," Hyunwoo said in a low voice. "Getting hit by that would be very dangerous." He charged straight into the horde of undead, but can that guy even target me among so many skeleton soldiers here? The Lich roared in anger. "Idiot." He sneered. "Raccoon, you think I care about some insignificant skeleton soldiers that I can create in an instant?" Hyunwoo's face turned pale, showing absolute horror. Tangi screamed at the top of her lungs. "Stinky Master!" she said in a trembling voice. "His flesh is melting!" He pretended to scream. "It hurts so much!" Hyunwoo feigned a compliment. "Lord Lich's spear is the best in the world," Tangi retorted. "Stinky Master, don't you have anything better to Raccoon than joke around?" He quickly explained. "I was just acting a bit because I have a spare mask. No one will watch the video if the content is boring," Tangi complained. "Just die, Stinky Master," the Lich said indignantly. "You dare to mock me?" His eyes, red as fire, shone with extreme bitterness. The Lich threatened in a hoarse voice. "You dare to underestimate me. I'll show you what a real festival is." The skeleton soldiers began to disappear. The Lich conjured a huge magic circle and shouted, "Come forth, my strongest servant!" A completely black figure emerged from nothing, radiating a terrifying power. It slowly took form. As exclaimed in alarm, "Can we even capture that thing?" Kat asked in a trembling voice. "That thing appeared here again?" Its hand was holding its own head. He shouted in terror. "How can he summon a Dullahan too?" According to the information, 2 months ago, on the official arena page, an update was posted about a final boss called the Headless Knight. Many large guilds and professional players decided to take on the challenge. Reports continued to come in intermittently, but all the guilds failed except for one. Later, that final boss was nicknamed the Unbreakable Wall. "That's him." The Lich pointed and ordered, "Dullahan, annihilate those humans for me." The creature responded in a powerful voice. "As you command, Master," Hyunwoo muttered to himself. Beside him, Kat asked in disbelief. "There was a guild that managed to capture the Dullahan?" He explained. "The New World Guild's squad of 20 monks captured it, but it seems it took them about 3 hours." He continued to analyze. "Besides, there are still those white skeleton knights. Including us, there are only 7 of us on our side." "What raccoon we raccoon," Tangi said. "Hey, did you already forget about me? You have to count me too," she shouted a warning. "Here it comes." With just a bit of force, the Dullahan easily sent them all flying. Kanoon knelt on one knee, gritting his teeth in pain. Tangi scolded him loudly. "Kanoon, what's wrong? Has the curse gotten worse?" Hyunwoo said firmly, "Leave it to us. You rest next to Tangi." His voice turned grim. "I'm sorry, human." He couldn't believe what he was seeing. "How can something that big move so fast?" He continued. "With this many people, can we even defeat the Dullahan? We could get a game over." The Dullahan spoke in a brutal voice. "Anyone who tries to harm my lord will be minced to pieces." Hyunwoo took the lead and rushed forward. He leaped high, drawing his weapon in an instant. He declared loudly, "I'll hold off the Dullahan myself. You all use this chance to defeat the Lich," Maha exclaimed, stammering with emotion. "The alley leader hasn't given up," Kat shouted in encouragement. "We'll use our remaining mana to give you a buff. We won't give up either." A notification appeared. "You have received a sacred aura, and holy power has covered your weapon. Your attack power has increased. You have received the goddess's blessing. All of your stats have increased and your movement speed has increased. You have received the protection of valor. Your attack power has increased and your defense power has increased." The Dullahan spoke in a defiant voice. "Raccoon, you plan to fight me one-on-one with honor?" He continued with disdain. "That is not becoming of a knight." The Dullahan raised its arm high, its aura imposing. It put all of its strength into the attack. The Dullahan roared furiously. "You attacked my head," it proposed seriously. "For a fair fight, wait for me a moment." Hyunwoo was confused and thought, "Why is this Dullahan so weird?" The Dullahan spoke in an excited voice as it grabbed its own head. "So my head can be used this way too," Hyunwoo exclaimed in surprise. "Are you seriously going to fight using your head?" The system window updated. "You have used giant strength. Your strength stat has temporarily increased. You have used giant spirit. Your strength stat has temporarily increased." The skill activated, making his attack even stronger. The Dullahan's helmet began to show signs of cracking. Hyunwoo was shocked. With just this level of an attack, the final boss's armor is already breaking? He cursed in anger. "Enemy of my head." He had some doubts. Wait, is the Dullahan fighting that guild and the one the Lich summoned on the same level? Hyunwoo thought, what if this guy isn't the final boss, but just a sub-boss? He focused all his strength into a critical blow against the Dullahan. Hyunwoo couldn't believe it had cracked again. That must be it, because it's impossible for a normal boss to summon the final boss. Nick shouted to inform his teammates. Look, the alley leader is taking down the Dullahan all by himself. Kat asked again. Defeating that Dullahan? Hyunwoo thought he didn't need to tell the Pioneer Guild the truth. He calculated in his mind, if I ride the coattails of the Pioneer Guild's fame, I can probably increase my video's views. The Dullahan growled a curse. You damned human. It challenged him. If you're a knight too, don't dodge. Face me head on, Hyunwoo complained, annoyed. Why are you so loud and obnoxious? He accused. You're not even a real boss. How can you use a fear skill? After that attack, Hyunwoo landed softly on the ground and declared loudly, now I'm unleashing a major attack. The Dullahan commented, high-density mana, I have to dodge this, he complained, annoyed. Why did you just tell me not to dodge and to face you head-on? Hyunwoo smirked. Try and dodge it if you can, he warned in a cold voice. But can your lord dodge it? The monster cried out in alarm. What? The Dullahan was so furious it was speechless. You dare use such a trick unworthy of a knight? Suddenly, it fell silent. With no other reaction from it, Hyunwoo affirmed it once more. I told you from the start that I'm no knight. He used two skills at once, heavy strike plus half moon slash. The torrent of power made it difficult to defend against. The Dullahan vanished in a cloud of purple smoke. The Lich, face full of astonishment, thought, what is this? Is the mana returning? He couldn't believe it and said, is it possible? Hyunwoo didn't seem surprised. The Dullahan's been defeated? The Lich roared with rage. That idiot. Outside, Maha shouted, second holy call. He asked, astonished, where raccoon you think you're going? Nick asked sternly. You're going to use that spear again, aren't you? The Lich looked worried. Damn it, the divine magic from that bracer, Hyunwoo said with confidence. With this, the views are going to skyrocket. He didn't hesitate to finish it with a decisive blow on the ground. Only the necklace remained. The Lich screamed in frustration. No, my ambition. The system displayed a congratulatory message. You have defeated the Lich Cardeum. You have received experience points. You have leveled up. Your health and mana have been fully restored. Hyunwoo smiled radiantly, his eyes full of confidence. Great, I went up 2 levels at once. The content for this video is going to be amazing. Kat ran over while shouting, Alley Leader! She praised him with admiration. You're incredible! I can't believe you hunted that Dullahan all by yourself. Kat smiled kindly and said, we were supposed to be helping you. Who would have thought you'd end up helping us? He just smiled wryly, thinking, of course, that's because this wasn't the final boss. Tan's face was a mess, with tears streaming down his cheeks. He said with joy, Kang-kun, your body is recovering little by little. Kang-kun was very grateful. I owe a debt to you and your master. This idiot said it was a mage's item. Hyunwoo had no choice but to step forward and ask, are you two really making all this noise over a single item? Hyunwoo, puzzled, asked further, what kind of item would make the two of them fight over it like this? Maha retorted sharply, you should just give up. She shot back, no less fiercely. You're the one who should give up. At explained thoughtfully, I think it's because it's a rare grade item that contains magic and helps reduce cooldown time. Maha and Geo gritted their teeth and said in unison, you give up. A menacing voice cut in. What raccoon you think you're doing? Pulling this crap in front of the boss of the alley. At turned and said, seriously, sorry you had to see that unpleasant scene. We apologize. He held up a bracelet and said, the item is here. Hyunwoo took it, confused. Why are you giving it to me? At explained, of course it goes to you. It's not like you didn't just solo that monster yourself. Those two were arguing because they wanted to buy this item from you, the boss of the alley. At pleaded in a low voice, could you possibly sell that bracelet to me? I'll pay 20,000 gold for it. Hyunwoo did a quick conversion in his head. 20,000 gold meant 20 million. He immediately agreed. Then buy it from me right this instant. At broke into a satisfied smile. Thanks for the great transaction. He clutched the bag of money tightly, his expression one of pure satisfaction, thinking to himself that the Pioneer Guild was truly on another level. Hyunwoo stared intently at the bracelet in his hand, pondering, but the bracelet that Dark Mage used had such a great effect. Why is it only rare grade? The detailed information appeared. Cursed bracelet, a bracelet into which a talented Dark Mage poured all of his signature magic. Grade, rare, magic effect, plus 50. Hyunwoo analyzed it carefully. Although the effect has a condition that it can only be used on living creatures, it can reduce their health by a full 20%. A skill like this could save a ton of time during boss hunts. No joke, just taking down the desert dragon alone took several hours. Suddenly, someone called out to him from behind. Hey, boss of the alley! Hyunwoo whipped around and retorted, all sales are final, no refunds. The guy exclaimed in surprise. Huh? He realized he'd mistaken him for someone else. Ah, it's Kat. The guy looked at him with a sincere gaze. I'm sorry for bringing this up so suddenly, but have you considered joining us? If you were with us, I think our adventures would be a lot more interesting. Hyunwoo wondered suspiciously. Is he asking me to join their guild? He then said hesitantly, I appreciate your offer. But Kat suddenly interrupted. Wait, he said sympathetically. I knew you were going to refuse. In that case, we'll postpone the recruitment for another time. For someone as skilled as you, the boss of the alley, to not join any guild, there must be a reason, right? Kat was still willing to wait. If you ever want to join a guild in the future, please be sure to consider ours. I'll be looking forward to a positive answer then. Hyun-yu thought happily. The Pioneer Guild. He stood and watched them. They seemed to be enjoying Arena in a very romantic way. Back in the real world, a fragrant box of fried chicken sat on the table. Yang-chan asked while taking a bite of chicken, Hyun-yu, what's your current rank on the Arena leaderboard? He answered nonchalantly, I'm at bronze, he exclaimed in utter astonishment. You're already at bronze? What's your level again? Hyun-yu answered calmly. I'm level 93 now. Yang-chan shouted in disbelief. What? Level 93? He asked with a skeptical tone. Isn't the average level for bronze players 120? With such a ridiculously low level, how did you manage to get a winning streak against a sea of rankers who are around level 120? He emphasized confidently. This body belongs to Kang Hyun-yu. Yang-chan pressed on. Then Raccoon, you want to participate in the composite competition before you hit level 100? He answered thoughtfully. The composite competition? Yang-chan explained excitedly. The composite competition is an event that only players under level 100 can participate in. It's a chance to get scouted by major guilds or pro-gamer teams, and you can also get amazing skills depending on your luck, so it's considered a kind of lottery. Hyun-yu tilted his head, resting his chin on his hand thoughtfully. It consists of 3 categories, PvP, a magic test, and a performance evaluation, right? If I have to PvP against dudes with lower levels, it won't be any fun at all. But for the magic test and performance evaluation categories, I wonder if I can make an interesting video out of them. Or maybe I'll use this opportunity to drop a little hint about the whole masked monarch thing. At the arena's composite competition grounds, Hyun-yu looked at the screen with a bright smile. Hello everyone, it's the boss of the alley here. Viewer comments appeared below. Hello, please stream for a long time today. Come on, stream for 8 hours. A notification popped up. A generous fan has donated 44 gold to you. He was sincerely grateful. It's great to see you too, and thanks for the 44 gold. Today's content is the composite competition. Everyone commented enthusiastically. He's finally participating in the composite competition. Set a new record today. I saw a post on Nai's homepage. What's the masked monarch? Isn't it just fighting with a mask on? He promised. After the composite competition is over, I'll tell everyone about the masked monarch affair. If you're curious, make sure to watch until the very end. His fans were all dying to know. Who would raccoon such a thing? Boss of the alley, please have mercy. The suspense is killing me. Just tell us now. Hyun-yu grinned widely and said confidently, also, for today's PvP match, I'm planning to take it easy. I'll be fighting with this short sword. Item information appeared below. Dull short sword, grade. Normal, durability. 100 out of 100. The viewers continued to chat. He changed the subject from the masked monarch thing at lightning speed. A dull short sword? Is this a new kind of flex? His bragging game keeps getting stronger. At this point, it's practically a disease, Hyun-yu said enthusiastically. Bragging? He thought with determination. Let's see if you all still think that after watching my stream. The player opposite him looked at Hyun-yu with admiration. I can't believe I'm meeting the boss of the alley here. I'm a huge fan. I wonder if I can get his autograph? He called out excitedly. Boss. Before he could even finish, he seized the opportunity and lunged forward. Hyun-yu unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, giving his opponent no time to react. He spun like a whirlwind to deliver the finishing blow. Rin announced clearly, you have won 10 consecutive matches in the PvP category. The comments below exclaimed, that was brutal. After getting stomped like that, how are they ever going to enter the arena again? I guess they'll be traumatized. Hyun made a regretful face, thinking to himself, shit. I got caught up in the viewers' excitement and forgot to make the stream interesting. I went overboard and massacred them all. But screw it, I just have to go with the flow and show off my skills. In the center where the magic test is held, An spoke seriously. You won 10 matches in a row in the arena and came here, correct? The difficulty of the magic test will be different from that of the arena. He is the NPC in charge of the magic test. An explained slowly. The test will be divided into 2 parts. The first is to materialize magic externally, as was done in the tutorial. However, using skills is forbidden, Hyun complained in his mind. I bet this explanation is going to be super long. He smiled disdainfully, showing contempt. Enter the magic circle and use fire magic, you newbies. A few seconds later, An's opinion changed instantly. How could he raccoon it so fast and make it so big? He maintained his smug air as he spoke. The first test is nothing but child's play compared to the second. The color of these marbles will change depending on the amount of magic infused into them. Make them different colors, On warned in a deep voice. This time it won't be easy. He juggled the marbles with movements so light it seemed effortless. On's eyes flew wide open, his face beaded with sweat. Kang Hyun-woo took first place in the magic test and set a new completion time record. Hyun-woo and a girl with pink hair were in the center of the room. She introduced herself in a soft voice. Next, your performance will be evaluated. Please place both of your hands on this stone pedestal. The system displayed, evaluating performance. Hyun-woo was full of anticipation. I'm really curious to see what I'll get. Personally, I think the unique rank would be appropriate. The viewer's reaction was one of great ambition. The number of people who have received the unique rank in the performance evaluation so far isn't even 5. Back then, when I received the rare rank, I knelt down with joy. Now he's dreaming of the unique rank. Hyun-woo had high hopes. If I get a unique rank item here, this stream will be really interesting. The data energy evaluation process begins. The process report has ended. Performance evaluation completed. Results have been sent. Completely stunned, she exclaimed wordlessly. A brief introduction to the items. Currently, items and skills in Arena are classified into 4 ranks: normal, special, rare, and unique. But according to the News Queen's explanation, another type existed, a rank that had never been discovered anywhere in Arena. Hyun-woo was completely stunned at what was happening before his eyes. What he and the viewers had been waiting for had appeared. Announcing the result of your performance evaluation is Epic Rank. That rank had now appeared. Hyun-woo was still in disbelief. Epic Rank? The system announced the reward. Epic? You are awarded 200 gold. Hyun-woo stared fixedly at the screen. The viewers began to send gifts. Epic. I Like Epic has donated 99 gold. It's the first time I've seen Epic. It's an honor to see it live. Congrats has donated 150 gold. What raccoon you have to raccoon to get the Epic Rank? She shouted with joy. Congratulations on obtaining the Epic Rank. Your achievement will now be announced. A series of notifications rang out. You are the first to be recognized by the job administrator. You are the first to be recognized by the first knight of the empire. You are the first to enter the palace. You are the first to have an audience with the emperor. You are the first to win 100 consecutive matches in the arena. You are the first to capture the desert dragon alone. You are the first to become a disciple of the first knight of the empire. They praised him endlessly in the comments. What a list of firsts. If you're LeBron's disciple, then you must be among the best of the rare jobs, right? Hyun-woo spoke shyly. Wow, you guys are exaggerating. He tried to be modest. What's so special about this stuff? Even if you flatter me, you won't get anything out of me. Got it? Hyun announced to everyone. Then let's look at the rankings. On the big screen appeared, shared first place in PvP, first place in achievements, first place in magic. Overall epic rank. Player Kang Hyun-woo has achieved the epic rank in the overall tournament. The reward has been sent to your inventory. He shouted, feigning embarrassment. I got the epic rank! He smiled arrogantly at the comments. I knew it. Alright, can we move on to the Masked King of War now? Let's move on to the Masked King of War. Somewhere in a forest in the world of Arena, Hyun-woo spoke in a firm voice. Now I'd like to talk about the Masked King of War that everyone has been waiting for. Hurry up, this is the only part I've been waiting for. He spoke in a mysterious tone. The Masked King of War is a content series where famous people will wear masks to fight. I assume you've already guessed why they have to wear masks, right? The people commented, for fun, to hide their identity? He answered clearly, that's right, to hide their identity. Hyun began to analyze. All famous people are well known. Obviously, their skills and jobs have already been revealed. That's right, if the opponent already knows how to counter them, they can use a strategy that benefits them, he analyzed carefully. However, in the Masked King of War, we can't know who the opponent is. So this is a battle based purely on each person's strength, without being able to use strategies. Besides, wouldn't it be more interesting to interact with the people hiding behind the masks? The fans expected it to be very interesting. Hyun-woo continued to announce, we plan to broadcast on Friday of this week. 8 people will participate each time, and the first week's champion will be decided by single elimination. He added, although an official decision on the winner's prize hasn't been made yet. Hyun-woo held up a sign. It will probably be my autograph and a chance to take a commemorative photo. The people's reaction was not very positive. Forget it, this Masked King of War thing is definitely going to be a flop. Nai must be regretting scouting the alley bosses right now, he exclaimed, his voice sharp and annoyed. What's wrong with all of you? I'm famous too. The lush vegetation of the Jin Mountains. Tani sat on his shoulder, swinging happily. He said in an excited voice, I'm tired every day, because if I'm not being dragged to the desert, I'm being dragged to the ice mountain. This time, I didn't expect to enter a forest. You finally listened to the voice of my heart, huh? You stinky master. Hyun-woo gave him a look of disbelief. Tani, why are you so happy today? Speaking of which, the mission I received after saving the dwarves at the rebel camp. The mission information was displayed. Quest, the Red Anvil Clan. I need to find the Red Anvil tribe, located somewhere in the Hejin Mountains, to meet the Golden Hammer. Hyun-Yu stroked his chin. He'd fought the boss in the frozen ravine 3 times already and hadn't gotten a single weapon drop. This place is my only hope now. The quest reward is definitely a choice of one of the weapons made by the hammer. He spoke with determination. The Hejin Mountains are no joke. I was planning on coming here after I hit level 120, but I have to find the Red Anvil tribe now to increase my stats. There's a philosophical saying, in this life, there will be times you resent someone whose face you don't even know. A tragic monologue, much like Tian Hao, who was wandering through the Hejin Mountains. He spoke up, Rin, is there anything we need to watch out for around here? She shook her head in reply, probably not, sir. From what I know, the top-ranked players hunt in a deeper area. Tian Hao's voice was full of excitement. Is that right? Then we'll hunt here. Rin bowed her head slightly, her voice respectful. I understand, Guildmaster, he said gently. Not Guildmaster, call me Thien. This is Arena, after all. He lowered his hand and gave an order. Rin, I'll be back in 3 hours. Call the guys from downstairs and set up camp. She nodded. Yes, Thien. Rin shyly thought to herself, Guildmaster Thien. She told herself, I have to arrange for the elite members. I can't let the Guildmaster down. From the bushes, Hyun-Yu spoke. Why is this path so damn difficult? The two of them accidentally came face to face. Hyun-Yu quickly explained, I'm just passing through by chance. I have no intention of stealing anything. You don't have to worry about your hunting grounds. He thought to himself, what's with this person? Why is she suddenly glaring at me? In her mind, Rin recognized him as the back alley tyrant. She silently blamed him. He's the reason the Guildmaster has been so stressed lately. Because of that bastard, the Guildmaster's health hasn't been looking good either. Rin was filled with a calculating joy. Running into him here is a stroke of luck. If I can catch him myself, it'll really cheer the Guildmaster up. Hyun-Yu and Tang-Yi were both battered and worn out. He said in a dejected voice. Around here, the people are just like the monsters, they're all aggressive. We've been chased away from everywhere we've gone. When are we ever gonna find the dwarves? They chased them off, yelling, this is our territory. Hyun-Yu questioned himself. Just searching for that tribe like this is getting me nowhere. Raccoon, I have to go hunt a few monsters or something? Tanji warned anxiously. Stinky Master, this forest is different from the one I imagined. Annoyed, he made an offer. I'll increase your riding time. Just stop whining. Suddenly, Hyun-Yu turned his head. He questioned irritably, who's tailing me? Rin didn't hide anymore. Oh my, have I been discovered? She stated her desire. It's nothing special. I just want to have a match with you. Holding Tanji in his arms, he replied, You brought 4 people along just for that? I didn't even interfere with your hunt earlier. Rin gave a mocking smile. I don't want to fight because of that. Her voice filled with hatred. It's because you are the back alley tyrant. Your very existence makes the person I respect extremely uncomfortable. He stared intently at Rin and said, As far as I know, there aren't any guilds that have a beef with me. What guild are you from? Tangi chimed in. You're saying my stinky master is annoying? You're spot on about that, but you're targeting the wrong person, Hyun-Yu whispered in his ear. If you can't help, then shut your mouth for me. Rin's voice was provocative. I have no intention of telling you the name of my guild. Let's just fight, Hyun-Yu replied nonchalantly. Just fight like that? He then yelled in frustration, Why the hell should I waste my time on you people? She signaled her teammates to capture him. Hyun-Yu cursed in anger. Damn it, Tangji asked worriedly. Stinky Master, are you okay? He thought wearily, the average level of the players here is around 150. Fighting 4 level 150 players at once. Even for me, this pressure is too much. Hyun-Yu lamented internally. Why does this pointless crap always happen to me? Hyun-Yu began to recall his past. Before I started playing Arena, I was an ace player in another game. He recalled, Once, a major guild came to recruit me. As someone who preferred to play solo, I didn't want to be tied down by any guild, so I refused. When I rejected him, the man was a little disappointed, but his face soured, his brow furrowed with anger and resentment. Hyun-Woo continued his sad story, and from that day on, a lot of annoying things started to happen. He was forced into PKs, he recounted indignantly. I was constantly being blocked while hunting, and there were even malicious posts about me on the community forums. Hyun-Yu was incredibly resentful. The guilds attacked me relentlessly, and I just kept fighting them with no end in sight. Hyun-Yu recounted with dissatisfaction. The very game I started to find some fun was now just making me tired. That game became a nightmare for me, and after that, I never logged into it again. Hyun-Yu stopped running and stood before them. Rin approached, her voice mocking. Now what are you going to, raccoon? She said scornfully. Looks like we've reached a dead end. His feet were right at the edge of the cliff. Hyunyu looked down on them players who ganged up on the weak to force a PK. He gripped the sword at his hip. Hyunyu remembered with anguish. Asterisk. Thanks to them, those disgusting memories are flooding back. Asterisk. He stood firm, surrounded by enemies. Asterisk. But the difference between now and then is that I've bet my entire life on Arena. Asterisk. He issued a challenge. Bring it on. Hyunyu threatened coldly. This time, I'm gonna see who's the last one standing. On the cliffside, Hyunyu was facing a group of enemies. Then, Chen spoke up seriously. Miss Rin, may I fight him alone? Then, he glanced back and explained. Think about it. Are 4 level 150 players really needed to catch one back alley tyrant who isn't even level 100? That would only boost his image in the eyes of other players, Chen continued. So it's better to let me catch him alone. Standing aside, he wondered in confusion. After hearing that, Rin thought to herself with interest. Asterisk. He's right. Chen is one of the top soldiers in our guild. There's no way he would lose to a back alley tyrant with a lower level than him. Asterisk. At the same time, she spoke out loud. All right, you know what'll happen if you lose, right? Chen replied confidently. Of course, Miss Rin. Then, he swung his sword and charged straight ahead, a powerful blow from the Bastan sword. It was a true man's sword. Hyunyu stood still, thinking to himself, asterisk. I feel like I've seen a scene just like this before. Asterisk. Chen snarled smugly. Eat this sword strike of mine, Alley Overlord. The system then announced that stats had increased because the opponent was stronger than the player. It continued to display a notification that Hyunyu had used a power, temporarily increasing his stats. Meanwhile, weapon in hand, he frowned and thought, a strength stat of 2,500, plus LeBron's way of using sword chi. Next, Hyunyu swung his sword forward forcefully. Chi shatter. The sword in Chen's hand snapped in two, causing him to tremble in fear. What kind of nonsense is this? Suddenly, he stepped forward, touched his opponent's shoulder, and asked, scared already? And this is all it took? Suddenly, a horrified expression appeared on his face as Hyunyu grabbed him by the collar of his iron armor. Then, he mercilessly threw Chen far into the distance. Tossed away like a bag of trash, he could only stare blankly in disbelief. Chen screamed as he fell into the river, while Hyunyu spoke cheerfully. Ah, I remember now. Back when I fought the Black Tower Guild, some guy also jumped out to fight me all by himself. Rin broke out in a cold sweat watching what had just happened, thinking to herself, Chen was defeated already? Don't tell me that guy lured me and the others here just to throw us all off a cliff? She continued her train of thought. Besides, shattering Chen's sword in a single blow means he's hiding an incredibly terrifying skill. As for him, he questioned them coldly. If you're not coming over, then I will. Hearing this, she immediately shouted an order for Wu Xiao to form up. With a confident expression, Hyunyu charged toward them, while Rin shouted a warning from behind. Don't let your guard down! Just think of him as a monster! The two sides clashed, relentlessly exchanging blows as the sound of countless swords rang out. While swinging his weapon, he gritted his teeth and thought, are the level 150 players standing in front to defend? This is going to be tricky. Raccoon, they really think they're fighting a monster? Then, Hyunyu continued his assessment. Are these two twin brothers or something? Their coordination is perfect. Hyunyu was momentarily surprised as they advanced on him in unison. Before his eyes, a huge fire was blazing fiercely. Seeing this, Hyunyu immediately swung his sword forward, cleaving the flame in two. Watching the scene unfold, Rin smirked smugly, while he thought with annoyance. As expected, magic is a real pain in the ass. Mages are one of the main damage dealers, possessing immense power. The tricky thing about magic is that it comes with status effects. Get hit by fire, you get burned. Get hit by ice, you get frozen. It's no different from crowd control skills. Next, she excitedly shouted, keep attacking. In a long fight, high-level players like us will have the advantage. Rin continued. As long as we don't let our guard down, there's no way we can lose. Hyunyu was sweating now, thinking to himself that he'd already made a plan to fight the mage. And then he furiously screamed in his head, but what is that stupid bear doing? An image of Tangi appeared, drenched in sweat and frowning as if trying hard to raccoon something. It turned out he was stretching his hand to grab an apple from a tree with a look of craving. At the same time, Hyunyu's eyes widened in shock, as if he felt something unusual. Then he